Hello everyone, welcome to What If Issei Lost Asia and Unleashed Both of His Dragon Longinus Part 1. Before we start, please go support Noah Liber 12 for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistake in character's gender, but of course Issei is a male. Seeing Asia die in front of him, Issei knows that she is weak, but before him appears Ayato, his brother. Ayato, will you continue to let this happen? Issei, no, I don't want to anymore. Ayato, then use it all. This is how Issei will begin to use his full power. Clarifications. Starting with why Issei here is not the usual pervert, but has a very different personality and is very intelligent. Apart from that, he has black hair and brown eyes. These turn red after he releases his powers, which we begin by presenting the power of the second sacred gear, Bahamut the Dragon of Eternal Night, whose powers are to absorb magical or aura attacks to give that power to Issei, and also complements very well with Drag. Bahamut has the appearance of a sword with a purple gem. And his next power, the Dragon Slayer power, a fairly strong power that is divided into 4, fire, lightning, energy and darkness. Issei is the most powerful of the hunters in this world, and hunters are a very strong race. For things that will be explained later in the story, Issei hid these powers. Issei has a dead brother named Ayato, and he will be key to using his powers. Freeing the Emperor, Issei narrates. His legs were pierced by spears of light as he looked at the dying Asia. Rainier looked at me with an evil smile as she healed. With my little strength I approached Asia. Issei, Asia, please don't die. Asia, thank you Issei-san. I thought I wouldn't have any friends. But these days you made me very happy. Knowing that those tears are for me makes me even happier. She slowly closed her eyes as Rainier spoke with her despicable voice. Rainier, no matter what you did, that is in the destiny of all those who possess a sacred gear. Issei, shut up. She had nothing to do with this. She just wanted to have friends and live a normal life. It's all your fault. A large amount of aura came out of me. Fury dominated me. Kiba and Kaneko were downstairs and I didn't know if they were okay. The president and Akeno were fighting outside. I felt their auras very clearly. Everything was on my shoulders and I was just useless. That's when a fleeting memory came to my mind. A soft voice and beautiful black hair. I'll tell you, Red, why you are the strongest. More fleeting memories with that same voice came to me. Even if fate doesn't want it, you can beat anyone. I love you, Red. Don't let anyone defeat you. I opened my eyes and found myself in my mental space where Drake and Bahamut were. Issei, what am I doing here? Drake, something interesting is about to happen here. Bahamut, besides, he wants to see you. Long time no see, brother. Issei, Ayato, he was my deceased brother Ayato. He died in our mother's womb. He gave me all his power and his sacred gear, which was the booted gear. But also, Ayato, do you like the scene you see? Your innocent friend died and you couldn't do anything because you were a weakling? What's more, you can't even avenge her. I would have liked to answer him, but he was right. I was useless. Ayato, you already lost aura for letting yourself be dominated by your fears. I had remembered. Her soft voice and black hair were aura, the girl I loved when I was a child. Ayato, if you are afraid that the hunters will come to capture you, get ahead of them. Master your power before they come for you. Ayato was absolutely right. If I kept running away, I wouldn't be able to do anything for anyone, not even my friends or my master. Ayato, will you keep running away? Issei, no. Enough, I'm going to finish off your enemies with all my power. I'm going to become the hunter I was before, and anyone who touches someone I care about will pay. I swear! Ayato smiled as my aura grew stronger and stronger. Outside, Rias and Akeno were fighting against the 3 fallen. Mitlet, according to what Raychan told us, that boy took her on a date. Kalwanger, and gave her something ridiculous. Donashik, that boy is very idiot. Rias began to emanate power. Rias, don't you dare make fun of me, P. But everything stopped since the 5 present felt an immense power coming out of the church. Rias, Issei? Kalwanger, and it can't be. With Issei a few minutes before. Having resolved my mental conflicts, my eyes returned to their original color, a deep ruby red that emanated bloodlust. The change was so abrupt that Rainier stepped back a little. To her surprise, I tore the spears of light from my legs, and the holes I had began to close with fire. Rainier, PP, but what? Issei, you have made a grave mistake. Give me your power, Bahamut. My second sacred gear appeared, and not only that, it released more power, transforming into a more maneuverable sword, but that emanated more power. Rainier, impossible. No one has more than one sacred gear. Issei, then I am unique. But that is not the last surprise, you know? On the outskirts of Japan there is a town that worships Samo. It is the town of dragon hunters. That town was exterminated by a hunter with great power. That hunter was me. Rainer's expression began to be even more terrified when my body was covered in red flames that emanated a lot of heat. She wanted to attack, but I avoided it with a jump back. Issei, stupidity is something that can become dangerous for you. I smiled with some malice, and began to release more power, destroying the roof of the church. I extended my arm and opened my hand. Issei, I returned to where you love, Escalating, somewhere in the sky. Michael and Gabriel saw a sword. Michael, we will find who to give the sword. To Gabriel, you are right, brother. Escalating needs a good bearer. To the surprise of both brothers, the sword began to move and shot out of its place. With Issei, just a few seconds passed, but I already had my old sword in my hand. Escalating reacted to my powers while combining with Drake. Rainer, that was a holy sword. Issei, then I'll give you a holy beating. Kiba and Kaneko left the catacombs pursued by fallen and exorcists. Issei, Kaneko, Kiba aside, they listened to me and I threw a fireball at their pursuers, completely incinerating them. Issei weak, while his companions were surprised. Kiba, just a few minutes ago he was the weakest of us. Now I feel that he didn't compare me to him. Kaneko, something smells different about Issei-senpai. At the same time, the other three fallen arrived to help Rainer. Rias and Akeno also arrived. Rias, but what? Akeno, I had never felt a power like this. Also, is that the Escalating Dragon's Slayer sword? Both were stunned in front of me. Issei, oh, President, Akeno-san, take care of Asia please. I'll take care of these crows. Danashik, don't believe it, boy. The crow threw a spear of light at me, but I only put Bahamut in front of me and it absorbed it. Issei, was that your best attack? Rias, what did he do? Issei, it's the ability of my other sacred gear to absorb. Everyone, does it have 2 sacred gear? Issei, yes, then I'll answer the questions for now. The fallen began to throw spears of light at me in droves. I dodged and absorbed them too easily. I approached the old man while my leg lit up in flames and I kicked him in the abdomen, causing him to vomit blood and violently jump back. The other 2 were throwing more of their spears at me as much as they could. I converted Bahamut into its free mode. Free mode is when the sword turns into rays that cover Issei's hand and only manifests as a purple gem in his hand. While Drake was increasing my hunter power, I spun around and cut both of them, causing them to burn alive. Their screams of pain were like music to me. The old man came back and I smiled maliciously. Issei, someone came for more. I quickly appeared in front of him and broke his arm without much effort. While her companions, Kiba, it is an overwhelming power. Kaneko, it smells like a strange mixture of malice with kindness. Akeno, apparently it turned out to be more interesting than it seemed. Rias, I was supposed to be the strongest of us, but now her power is abysmal. I began to fill the old man with blows covered by my flames. He was only bleeding. With some effort he was able to push me back. I just smiled back. My feet caught fire and carried me accelerating towards him. Shinra moment. I cut off one of his arms with Escalating, and then released the sword and broke his neck with my hands and the booted gear. Issei bored. Drake, Bahamut, how's the synchronization? Drake, pretty good. We're almost completely used to your hunter power. Issei, perfect. Now it's the Hitch's turn. Rainer wanted to fly, but I quickly arrived behind her and ripped off one of her wings. Issei, now I'll take my time. You hurt Asia and you'll pay for that. I began to raise my power more while the fire turned into red lightning. Issei, gear 2, Reiku. In the blink of an eye I appeared behind her and kicked her. Issei, this is just the beginning. I quickly appeared in front of and behind her, giving her blows and cuts in a row. Not even my companions and the president could follow me with their eyes. Kiba is too fast. I stopped hitting her and looked at her with disgust. Issei, you are a repulsive and disgusting being. Come on, Drake, boost. With my powers I created a sphere of electricity that was charged with Drake's power. Issei disappears. Punishment of the lightning god. The sphere hit Rainer and she disappeared completely. Issei, well, I can still. President, how is Asia? Rias, I can reincarnate her, but her injuries are very serious. Issei, I have her sacred gear, we will return it to her. But I can heal her. I took her hand. It was still warm and my rays began to heal it. After that the president reincarnated her into a bishop. Rias, but now the important thing is that you explain to us what that was. Issei, oh right, I am the first human with 2 sacred gear. Besides that I am the most powerful dragon hunter that exists. The extermination that was done to the clan I did. And well, nothing more, perhaps that I am much stronger than I appeared. And if you need my help with something, do not hesitate to ask me. In the end we are friends. They all smiled. I suppose that it gave them peace of mind to see that I was just a psychopath with my enemies. The next day, Asia was with us in the club room. Asia, Then the president said she would get me a house. Issei, let me guess, president is going to send you to my house. Rias, in your powers is the vision of the future. Issei, you will have to find out later, but there are no problems. Anyway, my parents already know that I am a demon, and in fact they want to thank you, president. Rias, well, I will talk to them later. Issei, thanks. I gave her a smile and left the club, seeing her blushing. Issei, well, let's stop the nonsense. I'm going to find Aura and maybe then I'll have a harem. I say I am a dragon, and will help everyone I know that inside each one there is something that does not let them advance. I will take care of it. I will not let anything bad happen again. So I went to class, in search of a relative. Issei's POV. Rias was introducing Asia to my parents and telling them everything that was good about her while they dedicated themselves more to analyzing Rias. Asia was innocent, yes. But now that I had released my powers, my parents also had red eyes and therefore began to analyze their prey. What I feared most was that this was to see if she was worthy of me. If that was how my parents were. After that awkward moment, Asia had officially moved into my house and now I had to live with her. It didn't bother me, but now I would have to be careful with the things I would do. At the club, I had returned after another successful contract in addition to having finished delivering flyers. Rias, Issei, it's great that you're here today. I want to see and help you with how you do your job. Issei, okay, man, I can't refuse, let's go now. We both stood in the magic circle and left. We arrived at a house decorated with things from Japan and a statue of a samurai. Issei, I summoned a demon. The statue moved and said, "Are you demons?" Rias and I jumped in surprise, but I quickly regained my composure. Issei, if we are here to fulfill a contract, sir? Susan, my name is Susan. Issei, then why do you wear shogun armor? Susan, I was afraid of summoning demons, so I put this on for protection. But you don't look very demonic. Issei, yes, what things not? I said this with a slight smile, while Rias continued to watch me interact. Issei, but well, why were we called? Susan, well, it's that I left my notebook at school and I'm afraid to go alone. Issei, well, we will go. A while later. Issei, well, here it is. Rias, you did well. Issei, Susan, excuse me, I would like you to help me with something else. I was going to refute, but Rias looked at me fixedly, and I had to swallow my words and spit out others. Issei, normally we only make a deal, but since there is plenty of time we will help you. Susan, thank you very much. Rias, so what is your situation? Susan, well, I am in love with a noble knight, and I do not know how to express my love to him. Memories of Aura invaded my head. Rias also seemed affected, but I continued. Issei, if you feel nervous, write him a letter. Just express your sincere feelings. If in the end he does not appreciate them, he is the one who loses someone who truly loves him. The final product does not matter. Rias stared into space while repeating. Rias, the final product does not matter, huh? Issei, press? Rias, oh. I'm sorry, Issei. I saw Susan again. Issei, well, my point is that you be honest and send her the letter. Susan wrote the letter and sent it with an arrow. Moments later a response arrived. In the afternoon the Prez and I were in the park while we saw the nervous Susan. After a while a man dressed as a medieval knight arrived. Susan, Koryai-kun. Koryai, were you the one who threw this arrow at me? Susan, if it was me. Koryai, then it was true that I was the object of appreciation for such a beautiful lady. I do not deserve such words. Susan, do not say that, Koryai-kun, it is because of you that I wrote all that. While quietly I said to Rias, Issei, 10,000 yen that your son becomes a knight of the zodiac. I received a blow to the back of the head. Rias, Issei, Ray, while she saw how the two crazy people loved each other. Back to the present time. We were sitting in the club room practically doing nothing. Asia and I had already finished delivering the flyers and now I had nothing to do. Boredom dominated me that until Rias said, Rias, well, Issei, Asia, this week they will stop delivering flyers. Issei, great, they take me off the postman job. Nalai, why? Rias, delivering flyers is the job of a familiar, so they will try to get one, since the main job of a devil is to sign contracts. Both, High Press/President. At that same moment the student council arrived. Sona, excuse me. Rias, oh, wow, but it's Sona. Issei, the student council president Sona Citri. Rias, yes, but it's true. Wait, what? Sona, equally surprised, said. Sona, how did you know my real last name? Issei, smiling, they are my things. They can't find out about the dark jobs I did for the Citri and the Gremry now that I remember. Well, if as a dragon hunter an important part of the town's economy was doing jobs for demons or fallen angels, most of them were to eliminate targets, and at 8 years old I was already practically the best assassin, and I did jobs for the Citri and Lord Gremry, so it was best not to tell them. Sona, Well, leaving that topic aside, I think it should be fair that we introduce our new pieces. Rias, it seems the fairest to me. They are Issei Hayato and Asia Argento. I greeted happily while Asia was nervous. Sona, he is my new pawn Saji Genshiro. Saji approached very confidently and shook Asia's hand. Saji, it is a pleasure to meet the new pieces of this school. I hope we get along. I just looked at him, and he let go, and then fell to his knees. Sona, Genshiro-san? Saji, I don't know. I just felt a lot of pressure. Sona, why do your eyes shine? Hayato. Issei, it's one of my abilities, suppression. It causes pressure to whoever I point at. If I am stronger, more pressure will be applied. Rias, Issei, okay, I'll leave it now. A few apologies later. Saji, so if Kaicho already gave me permission to obtain my familiar. Issei, oh yes too. Saji, I'll get mine first. Issei, do you really want to argue about that? I thought Kaicho had higher standards regarding the IQ of your allies. Sona blushed in embarrassment and took Saji by the shirt. Sona, don't embarrass us anymore. Why is Rias's slave so strong? Rias, will you send them now? But a familiar can only be obtained once a month. Rias, then it's a problem. Sona, yes it is. Issei, why don't we solve it with a team sport? It's the most logical and easy. Sona, it's a good idea. The day of the meeting, we were ready to face the Citri entourage. We were going to play dodgeball, and we were preparing. Issei, I fully trust that we will win. Rias, we have a secret weapon. Issei, the electric torrent shot. Kaneko, I don't know what you make up those names, senpai. Kiba, but you have to contain yourself. Akeno, with your current power you can seriously damage someone. Issei, I know, and I can do it. I hope I can do it. Sona, sorry for the wait. The entire Citri entourage arrived and the game began, which as I expected, is far from normal. The balls came loaded with power from all sides just to hit me. Saji, Kaicho, finish off Hayato. Sona charged her power into the ball and threw it at me. Despite being fast in Gear 2 for me, it came at a turtle speed. I moved aside before it hit me. Tsubaki tried to throw another ball at me from behind. I jumped and avoided it. Tsubaki, her speed is abnormal. Now I had the entire Citri entourage throwing balls at me. But of course for me it wasn't difficult to dodge. In fact, it was getting boring. I kept dodging while my friends watched me. Akeno, I knew I had talent, but this is another level. Kiba, very few demons could dodge that amount of balls and at that speed, but they couldn't even touch him. Rias, it seems that the hunter's power is stronger than we thought. Momo and Ruruko were standing opposite each other and threw me at the same time. I dodged it with a jump and they ended up hitting each other. Tomo threw one at me with her power at the same time. Yura did the same. With a spin I deflected them and hit them both. Rhea threw another one at me, but I did the same, leaving it out. Now Tsubaki threw one at me with her maximum power. It was the only one that did severe damage to my hands when I tried to change its trajectory, and I hit Sona. My wounds healed, but something resonated in my head. Issei, I still don't have 100% space for a little explanation. How Issei had his power asleep has not yet fully awakened and is not the same as 9 years ago. That is why he is a little weaker. Saji threw another ball, but I hit Tsubaki, and with that only Saji was left. Issei, Prez, can I use it? Rias, go ahead Issei. I took the ball and it began to cover itself with lightning. I raised my hand and threw the ball against the ground. The force was so much that it bounced against the ceiling and the ground many times until it hit Saji. We had won. I approached him and helped him up. Issei, are you okay? He took my hand and got up. Saji, that was a very strong shot. Issei, I used the ceiling and the ground to reduce its force and avoid something worse for now. I helped the girls of the Citri entourage with a smile to get up. Issei, I'm sorry if it happened to me. I hope you are okay. I will heal you as an apology. With my raise I healed the entire Citri entourage. While in your minds, Tomo, how cute he is. He is kind, handsome. He is perfect. Momo, that was very considerate of him. He is very strong as well as cute. Ruruko, senpai is a great boy. He looks very noble and kind. Yura, I felt some interest in him before, but with this he calls my attention more. I have never met someone like him. Rhea, coming to help us after beating us is one of the most noble gestures I have seen so far. There is no doubt that this boy is special. Tsubaki, it is the first time that my heart beats for someone like this. The warmth of his smile, and how warm it felt that he would cure me. Sona, very blushing, what's wrong with me? I admit that since he entered school I find him interesting, but why does my heart beat so hard? With Issei, Saji, how did you make it so we didn't see your power? Issei, that's easy. I simply contained the lightning inside me. although that is very tiring and now I should take a break. Sona, well Rias you win, why you can go for your familiar first. Rias, well Sona bye. Issei bye Kaicho. Sona, gee goodbye. Asia took my cheek and began to pull it. Issei, Asia that hurts. After that we went to the Forest of Familiars, where we found a strange guy who was an expert in familiars. His name seemed like a reference to Pokemon. Asia got a blue dragon that she called Raziel, and which I feel hates me, because it electrocuted me right away, but since I absorbed fire, electricity and energy, it didn't do anything to me. I just got an egg that seemed full of scales, so we returned home. At the club, Asia was playing with Raziel while I was reading quietly, and the others were congratulating them, although I was a bit confused why she only had one egg. Kiba, I know it will hatch soon. Issei-kun. Issei, I know, I also have faith in him. Excuse me for a moment. I left the club and went some trees back and I saw it, a horrible bird that was watching us. I took out Bahamut and quickly appeared in front of it. Issei, quiet death. The bird was split in half without making any noise and then disintegrated into fire. I'm not sure if it was Rias's familiar, but let's just say it was magic in the shape of a bird. Issei, I don't know who you are, but I hope this makes one thing clear to you. I smiled maliciously looking at the sky. Issei, Rias Gremory is mine. Elsewhere, Ryusoulger could no longer observe the occult club. Ryusoulger, what just happened there? Well, the last thing he saw was a malicious smile as his spy disappeared. KFY, Kuoh fried yakitori. A few years ago, Zen-Aku was walking with his wife to meet Lord and Lady Phoenix. They greeted each other respectfully, and touched on the topic of Rias and Razor's engagement. Lord Phoenix, the truth is I would like to continue talking about this topic, but there are problems in the Phoenix territory. Zen-Aku, which ones? Lord Phoenix, some demons who are against us just because of what we have. Zen-Aku, I know someone who can help you get rid of the problem. Lord Phoenix, you would do me a great favor. Zen-Aku made the call, and a few minutes later a tall man with black hair and red eyes arrived at the castle. Lord Phoenix, will you take care of the problem? No, that's what my nephew takes care of. A boy of approximately 9 years old came out behind him. What worried Lord and Lady Phoenix was the boy's smile. It was an evil they had never seen before, and he looked anxious. It should be noted that they did not know his name. They only knew him as Red Death, or Red. Issei, what's the problem? Lord Phoenix, well you see Issei, Red, tell me Red. Lord Phoenix, well Red, the problem is that there are some revolutionaries near the Phoenix territory. I would like you to take care of them. Issei, I suppose that Lord Gremory already explained my way of working, payment in advance, and that I do not leave any alive. The child's eyes showed a great thirst for blood that was waiting to be quenched, which further disturbed the Phoenix couple. Lord Phoenix, well, here is your payment. Issei took the money and gave it to his uncle. They took them to the Phoenix territory. Issei ended up in the middle of the rebels and unsheathed his sword Escalating my Ayato as it caught on fire red. Without warning he launched himself at one and split him in half with an effortless cut. A cascade of blood came out of him. This same blood bathed Issei, but he just smiled. The rest of the rebels approached him, but Issei continued to slice them without stopping while smiling in a devilish way more and more. He threw the sword at another and began to kill them with his bare hands. Punches and kicks that did a lot of damage. But Issei was not satisfied with just that. He broke the necks of several. He grabbed one by the teeth and with all his strength he tore off the upper part of his face. Lord and Lady Phoenix were terrified as they watched that child laugh like a complete madman among the corpses being bathed in blood. Issei, wonderful, wonderful, more blood. Present moment. After having signed contracts, having had an awkward moment at the club talking about the girls and their naked bodies, and having accidentally seen Asia in the shower, I was quietly reading manga in my bed, while eating some chips and having a soda. I was practically at the epitome of leisure, but something was wrong. Issei, damn, even reading gore I can't forget Asia naked. Well, it will be a problem for the Issei of the future. I put things aside and prepared to rest, until the magic circle of the press appeared in my room, and it came out of it. Rias, Issei, I swear I didn't do anything to him. Rias, I need you to take my first time. Wait, who did you do nothing to? Issei, wait, what the buck? Rias ignored what I said and continued. Rias, it is important that you take my first time. Issei, from her expression I can judge that she is desperate. Issei, that a girl, no matter how beautiful she is, appears in your room and tells you that she wants to have sex with you is not the most normal thing in the world. Rias, it is the only way. You are the most suitable for this. Issei, and Kiba? Rias, Kiba is really gay, it is impossible. Issei, well, if you are sure of this. I took off my shirt, while she had already taken off everything else and was left in her panties. Issei, if this is what you really want, as your servant I will be happy to please you. She took off her panties and hugged her against my body. I began to feel the heat of her body against mine, but to her surprise we sat on the bed. Issei, but if this seems like the way out of a problem you can't solve, you can think about it, and I promise I will help you solve it. I took her face and said with a smile, Issei, you can't give yourself to someone so easily. I know that desperation could have clouded your judgment, but I know that you are a very smart girl as well as very beautiful, Rias. Tears came out of her eyes and she hugged me very tightly. Rias, I think now I'm safe. Another magic circle appeared and from it came a silver-haired maid that I recognized instantly. She found us in the most awkward situation possible, me only dressed in some shorts hugging the naked Rias. Grafia, Master Serzek's would be very disappointed if he saw this scene. Rias, it's my virginity, I decide who to give it to. He let me go and Grafia put the school blouse on him. Grafia, from what I see he is your new servant. Rias, yes he is Issei. Issei she is Grafia. I smiled with some malice. Issei, nice to meet you Grafia-san. From what I saw Grafia felt a chill. Grafia, nice to meet you. Is this the first time we meet? Issei, have you ever met someone like that? What a surprise. I said the last thing as sarcasm, and they both left. I looked at the ceiling of my room seriously. Issei, sorry Rias, you will be my dish for later. My first time is for Aura. The next day, I was with Kiba going to the club room. Issei, do you know why the press was so restless? Kiba, I don't know. It must be her things or how could I not notice? We ran to the club room. Everyone was there, and a magic circle opened with the sound of a bird, from it a blonde man. Kiba, Phoenix, Issei. The chicken appeared before I thought. Years before. After finishing his work Issei went to where Lord and Lady Phoenix, and saw a young Razor. He hid and just listened. Razor, so my engagement to Rias Gremory will be after she graduates from college? How boring. Current moment. He introduced himself to us as the fiancé of the press. He sat with her while hugging her with one arm. I felt an incredible desire to kill him. Issei, great, it's been a long time since I felt so eager to kill someone. Razor, well dear Rias, I came to take you back to the underworld, unless you want to have problems with the Phoenix house. Rias, not at all, I gladly receive your family, but I plan to marry someone I truly love. Razor, you have no choice dear Rias. I took her by the chin bringing it closer to her mouth. A ball of fire passed by her face and hit the wall. Razor released Rias at that moment, and turned to look at me. I was with my hand stretched out. Issei, my patience was exhausted. Razor looked at me angrily. Razor, insolent. He snapped his fingers and an entourage of 15 women appeared in front of us. I laughed quite loud. Razor, what's so funny? Issei, you need to call your entourage to fight. Without it you are nothing. Razor, don't you know who I am, brat? Rias, Issei, what are you doing? Issei, I will defend you as I promised. And yes, I know who you are, Razor Phoenix, son of the Phoenix house. Razor, so you know the trouble you got yourself into, low-class scum? Issei, you only chatter about classes because you had the privilege of being born into the upper class. But the reality is that you are useless. Status does not give you power, but power gives you status. I lit my hand on fire while smiling. Issei, you only have status. Razor, you'll see, look. A blue-haired girl stood in front of me with a threatening face. Issei, I would fight but whoever is there will get upset. Grafia advanced rebelling in front of everyone. Grafia, I knew my decision. I still need to confirm her identity. Razor, if you couldn't beat me, trash. I took my face with my hands and started laughing very evilly. Grafia made a scared face, as did the rest, but she was the first to recover. Grafia, you can avoid it with a rating game. Rias, seems perfect to me. Grafia, you have 10 days to prepare. It can be cancelled by either side before the deadline. And you Razor-sama come with me. Razor, A-okay. They left the club room. Issei, well we have 10 days. Rias, yes, we will go to what the... Issei, I will train you. I am the strongest and I have more combat experience than you. You cannot compare almost 10 years of training in combat. With what you have done, I will make you stronger. With Razor. Now he was in the living room of his home with his parents, Serzek and Grafia. Lord Phoenix. So what could be so important as to delay the engagement? Grafia. Lord Phoenix, your son is in danger. Razor, danger? Serzek. According to Grafia, the new boy in my sister's entourage is Red. Razor's parents almost jumped out of their seats upon hearing that name. Lord Phoenix, is that bloodthirsty genocidal on Rias's team? Razor, what are you talking about? Lady Phoenix, Razor, do you remember when there were some revolutionaries who wanted to take us from our home? Razor, yes, I remember. Sirs, Razor-kun, Rias's new boy is the child who in his time exterminated all those rebels, a professional assassin, as well as being very powerful, more than you, for your own good give up. Razor, no! I will prove that I am better than that scum. Sirs, I have to test if Red truly wants to protect my sister. Graphia, in that case Razor-sama, he will have to cheat. This is also a test for Red. Originally he could easily beat his entire entourage, but it seems that his power has been reduced. Razor, I will show that trash his place. With Issei. I was sitting in my room still smiling. Issei, 10 days, huh? 10 days to blow up the Yakitori's face. This will be very fun. The training. I was quickly climbing a hill with a really big and heavy backpack on my back. Issei, come on guys, this is just the beginning. I had made them all carry the backpacks. It was essential that they reach an acceptable level, and I didn't plan on showing mercy to them. If I was too soft they wouldn't reach the improvement they were looking for. I wasn't going to show mercy to any of them. Issei, in a low voice, mercy is for the weak. Yep, even Rias and Isay were carrying heavy backpacks. We arrived at a very large house in the middle of the countryside, and left their backpacks inside. Rias, well, we can rest a little, and Issei, ha ha ha, no press, we won't do things like that. I'm training you and we'll do things my way. So stretch a little and you're going to give me 20 laps around the entire field. Whoever stops even once repeats the entire circuit. Now, I clapped to make them understand that they will start. They did not refute. They listened to me. And the fear that gave them made them start very quickly. Drake, didn't you exaggerate, partner? Issei, 20 laps is a warm-up. Besides, if you want to be stronger you have to do it. To make things worse, in your pockets there is an enchanted weight. It will help you improve your speed. Bahamut, you are evil, partner. I like that. Issei, I don't think I will make you repeat the laps anyway. I know how difficult it must be. It was just to scare you. 20 laps later. Everyone was breathing heavily. Rias, I felt more weight than normal. Akeno, it was very tiring. I put my hands in her pockets and took out the weights. I did the same with the others. Issei, I put enchanted weights on them for their training, now I'll get rid of them. Kaneko, I would hit you if I wasn't so tired. Issei-senpai. Issei, yes, when you see the results keep complaining about my methods. For now take this. I gave you each a glass, you drank it and almost threw up. Kiba, what did you give us? Issei-kun. Issei, a juice of strengthening herbs. I brought them from the hunter's forest. It tastes horrible but finish it. Your energies will return quickly so we can continue training. Asia, when did you go to the forest? Issei-san. Issei smiled. A magician never reveals his tricks. A while later, I had already recovered his energy. Issei, good, now I will train each of you today. To see what you can improve, I will start with the Johto, let me say, by Kiba. Kiba, I should feel offended, but I don't know why I'm not. Issei, well, so you can create as many magic swords as you want. Kiba, that's right. With my powers I made a circle on the ground quite small in which Issei could barely fit. Issei, take me out of this circle and we can consider your training finished, or at least the first phase. Kiba, good, sword birth. Kiba took 2 swords from the many he had created and launched himself to attack. Me Issei, Escalating. I blocked and broke both swords and then hit Kiba in the abdomen, knocking his breath out. Issei, get up, let's go again. We were like this for almost 30 minutes, Kiba falling to the ground about 40 times. Issei, I've analyzed the problem. Kiba, you're concentrating on creating more swords to have spares whenever you can, but it's no use if your opponent is so strong that he destroys your swords with just one hit. The concentration of your sacred gear should focus more on creating few swords, but you are stronger. Many swords are useless against a stronger sword. Focus on that, Kiba. We'll repeat it tomorrow. Kiba, okay. Issei-kun. Issei, it's your turn. Kaneko. Kaneko, hi senpai. With Kaneko, we were in a fighting position. Issei, I feel a power inside you that you don't want to accept. Kaneko put on a surprised face. Issei, don't be surprised. I've felt it from everyone as soon as I saw them with my hunter eyes. But don't worry, I won't force you to do anything. I'll teach you something else. Hit me. Kaneko, good. She approached quickly and hit me in the chest. I barely stepped back. Issei, well, you are very strong. Not many people would make me back down. But you need to be stronger. You are not going to gain anything with more training. You need something to help you here and now. I released my aura and Kaneko stepped back. Issei, all living beings have an aura that defines us. As a hunter, part dragon and now demon, my aura is stronger. In the same way you have yours. If you manage to control its flow you will be stronger. But nothing more than that. You need to accept everything of yourself to be stronger. For now try to release your aura, Kaneko-chan. Kaneko, I will try, senpai. Issei, feelings are a fundamental part of this. Think of something that you really hate, Kaneko. Kaneko closed her eyes. I saw her grimace of annoyance. She gave a scream and began to release her aura. Issei, well done, now try to keep it at a low flow. If it runs out too quickly you will most likely lose the fight. Kaneko, hi senpai. Kaneko concentrated, and was able to keep it a little in the middle. Issei, now attack me. Kaneko punched me that made me step back quite a bit and very violently. She stood still, surprised by her strength. Issei, I didn't tell you to stop. Kaneko reacted and attacked me again. But if the next punch was not as strong as the previous one, the next one her aura was exhausted. Issei, it was good to start, but we have to keep trying to improve. I will go with Asia. You keep practicing, Kaneko-chan. Kaneko, hi senpai. With Asia. Issei, you know Asia, in RPG games, normally in the team there is a character that is the support. Its role is fundamental since it can decide if the team wins or not. You are the support of our team, but your short range is a problem, Asia. Asia, am I that important, Issei-san? Issei, yes, that's why I will help you improve. I took her to a field of daisies, in which in certain spaces there were some beautiful white lilies. Asia, what beautiful flowers. Issei, yes I know, life drainer. Bahamut in the form of a sword appeared and began to absorb the life of the flowers. Asia, Issei-san, that is very cruel. Issei, it is for your own good, Asia. I want you to think and heal only the lilies, since all the flowers are dying. If you heal the daisies I will come back and do the same. I trust you, Asia. I will go with Akeno. With Akeno. Issei, well Akeno, you are the queen of the entourage. That's why I need you to be one of the fastest to improve. Akeno, well Issei-kun, I am at your disposal. Issei, well your training will be that you managed to land an attack on me. Akeno prepared herself and began to shoot rays at me while I dodged them. Issei, every time I see your problem more clearly, Akeno. I continued to propel myself with fire, and I barely dodged the attacks. Issei, if I want you to be stronger, I shouldn't have mercy on you, Akeno. Akeno, I didn't expect it either, Issei-kun. I want to follow your advice to become stronger. I smiled. Issei, then try to hit me like that. I began to cover myself in rays while my power increased and my hair stood on end. Issei, Godspeed, my fastest transformation for now. Akeno was quite surprised. Issei, I don't think there is anyone who can teach you to handle lightning better than me. You see, Akeno, there is something fundamental. You take lightning as just another magical attack. That's why you use it wrong. Lightning is your element. You have to feel how it flows inside you. You have to be one with it. And with more training you too can reach this state. Akeno, what is your speed? Issei, with this transformation I am approaching the speed of light, or was I? Akeno, what do you mean? I smiled. Issei, it will be a secret between the two of us, pretty. She smiled. Akeno, we have already started with the secrets. Issei-kun. Issei, returning to the subject, I am currently at 30% of my true level. Akeno was in shock. Issei, it was a few years ago. I lost everything because of me. My power was dormant until the battle in the church. I still can't extract it all. This is also training for me. Akeno smiled. Akeno, then I will help you. Issei-kun. I began to move and she fired. Issei, remember that, Akeno. Feel the lightning as part of you, not as an extension but as something that arises from within you. With Rias. Issei, well Rias, you are the last. I want to see what you can do. Rias showed me her power of destruction. Issei, the element of the Gremory family may be one of the most interesting things I've ever seen, but your use, Rias, is very basic. Rias, what do you mean? Issei, you only have one attack. If you fail you lose. That's the problem, Rias. Rias couldn't say anything. Issei, like I said to Akeno, stop thinking of your power as something only for attack. Feel the aura of destruction inside you, and make it yours. We will leave it for now. I do not want to tire you. Just concentrate on developing your power. We continue tomorrow. 3 days passed, and it seemed my efforts had begun to bear fruit. Kiba was creating more resistant swords. Kaneko had better control of her demonic aura. Asia, although it was difficult, had managed to make arrows that directed their power to heal. Akeno could now cover her arms with lightning, and use them better. The only one who seemed not to connect with her element was Rias. I had finished training and left them alone, so I entered the house, and I heard a small muffled cry. Rias, come on, I have to do it. I can't let you down. I entered her room. Issei, still can't? Rias, Issei, don't be scared, and calm down. If you can't, the others are getting stronger so we can protect you. Press, you will only guide us. I was going to leave when I heard them very upset. Rias, that's not what I want. I don't want to be a burden to you. I want us to fight together. I don't want to be a burden to anyone. I want you to recognize what I win as Rias, not as the Gremry heiress. I hugged her, and stroked her head lovingly. Issei, I don't care about the place or the time. For me you will always be Rias, the Rias who didn't let me die. In the end I accepted. Flashback. Rainier, die for me. Issei, wait, what? Issei moved away avoiding the spear, but could not avoid the second. Rainier, I will finish you. An attack hit Rainier, blinded her sight and left from there. Rias, I had no idea this would happen. The spear disappeared while Issei vanished. Rias, I thought he would only try to recruit you. It's good that I followed you. Issei, why you are Rias senpai? Rias, yes, but now the important thing is something else. I have to save you and this is my only option. Issei, right? Do you agree to reincarnate to serve me? Issei, okay senpai. That's how the reincarnation changes. Here Rias is completely innocent. At the moment. Issei, anyway I can see through you. Rias, through me? Issei, yes, are you wearing red panties today? Rias, Issei, just kidding. I mean I know when you lied to me in that moment and now I know that you are not lying. That's why I want you to know one thing. I will give my life to protect you, Rias. But I also trust you. I trust in what you can do, and I want you to trust yourself. Rias stopped crying. Rias, I will. I promise you, Issei. I will not stay behind, and I will help them. But let me be like this a little longer. Issei, okay Rias. I will pamper you a little more. The Dragon's Awakening Part 1. There were 2 days left for the confrontation against Razor, and right now we were outside the country house. The other 4 had advanced quite a bit, and very well, so I was in front of Rias. Issei, good Rias, show me what you are capable of now. Rias, hi I see. Rias began to move her hands and created chains of power of destruction that attacked Issei directly. These were going quite fast. The next thing were several bursts of power that almost hit him. Issei saw this with a smile. Issei, good, now defend yourself from my attack. I threw a full power fireball at her, and she covered herself with a shield of power of destruction. In those last days Rias had learned to use her powers better. She could do everything more well almost. Issei, good Rias, now, defeat me. Rias began to expel more power than before, and her body was covered in red and black marks, while she continued to expel her power. Rias, crimson destruction form. I had trained her so well that she had achieved a transformation. She could not maintain it as long as she wanted, but I taught her how to distribute it so that she could beat Razor. Issei, Rias at 50%. Rias relaxed a little and the marks only covered the middle up. Issei, well, now 25%. Rias obeyed me and the mark now only covered half of her face and her right arm. Issei, now attack. Rias hit me with her fist charged with power, making me retreat very violently, and causing me to spit blood. Issei, well done, if you could do that to me you will beat Razor. Rias returned to normal and smiled very happily. Game day. I was waiting for the clock to strike the hour, when Asia entered my room in her nun clothes. Issei, Asia, what are you doing dressed like that? Asia, well, the president said we could dress in our favorite clothes. Issei, we seriously have to fix her taste in fashion. Asia, are you nervous, Isay-san? Issei, actually I'm anxious, Asia, I'm dying to hit Razor's face. Asia, will you take care of me? Issei, always, I won't let anyone hurt you. Asia, thanks Isay-san. The clock struck the hour and we went to school, where the girls from the student council were waiting for us. To be more exact, Tsubaki and Sona. Although they tried to hide it, they got nervous when they saw me. Sona, then Rias Hayadu. Tsubaki turned around quickly. Tsubaki, Keikaishu. Rias, this Sona. Sona, very red, closed her eyes and tried to regain her composure. Sona, as I was saying, we will be watching you, and good luck, Rias. Rias, I will make you proud to be my rival. I have improved a lot. Rias approached Sona thinking that she was not listening because she whispered. Rias, it was thanks to Issei's pampering. Sona pouted and turned her face, while Tsubaki tried to fix her hair. Issei, hee, how cute. Both blushed even more. While we transported to the field of battle, to finish them I threw a smile at both of them. While with Razor, Graphia, this is a little bit of Amorite. It will help you so you can win easily. Razor, thank you very much, Graphia-san. Razor transported himself to the battlefield. Sirzex, did you do it, Graphia? Graphia, yes, Sirzex-sama. Sirzex, I feel bad doing this, but it's to know if I can trust Red. Razor on his side, he gave a little bit of the Amorite to all his slaves, except his sister. With the Gremry entourage, we were transported to the battlefield. It was exactly the same as school. Rias, well, I had a plan in mind, but I assumed it wasn't going to work. Issei, this stopped being chess a long time ago. Issei, it smells like Emerita. But I don't want to tell you anything. I want you to trust your abilities and beat her without cheating. I want you to show how strong you are. Issei, we have to take possession of the gym. Rias, so we can get closer to the enemy base sooner. Issei, Kaneko and I will go to the gym. Kaneko, hi senpai. Rias, Yuto will watch the surroundings, while Akeno will set traps in the sky. Issei, Rias and Asia will hide their presence until they reach Razor. All hi. Issei, and finally, if a battle situation breaks out, don't be afraid to show your new abilities. Let's destroy the Phoenix entourage with all our power. You'll see what we are capable of. All hi. Rias, let's begin. With Razor, we have the advantage of the Amarita in addition to the experience, so don't have any mercy on them. All hi. And so the game began. Kaneko and I were heading to the gym, and when we arrived we met Mira, the girl who wanted to attack me, as well as a girl who seemed to be dressed in Chun-Li clothes from Street Fighter, along with two green-haired girls who were wearing school uniforms. The karateka's name was Shui. I didn't give a damn about the green-haired twins, so I didn't ask. Mira, now we will teach you to respect Razor-sama. The three of them looked at me angrily while Kaneko quickly went for Shui. I smelled the powerful smell of Amarita. The twins pointed their chainsaws at me while Mira with her cane. For her part, Kaneko gave Shui aura-charged blows, making her back down. I felt proud of her growth. Shui, how the hell do you hit so hard? Kaneko smiled for the first time. Kaneko, thanks to Issei-senpai's training. Issei, I guess I shouldn't have held back either. This wasn't a fair fight from the start. Smile, for you. I began to release heat in large quantities while activating my two sacred gears. Issei, incarnation of hellfire. The fire covered her completely. My hair seemed to wave at its pace and my entire body gave off a burning aura. Issei, let's start. Mira launched herself towards me in a hurry. I dodged her in addition to causing significant damage with my fire, but she healed herself. Issei, so the fire of the hunter and the phoenix have the same property. The twins appeared behind me with their chainsaws. I put my hands behind me and with a boost from Drag I increased the amount of fire that I expelled from my hands. I advanced at full speed and kicked Mira, who was waiting for me to attack. I did some backflips and threw fireballs at them in the form of an attack. They blocked them, causing them to explode. Of course it was part of my plan. Since I took advantage of the smoke that was generated and approached the twins, I put my hand near the abdomen of both and with my strength I began to push. Twins, what do you think you're doing? Issei, getting rid of a problem. Ignition. My hands expelled fire violently and abundantly, so the twins shot out at full speed, destroying part of the gym. Mira regained her vision and launched herself to attack me, but I blocked her with Bahamut. Issei, black thunder. A black lightning came out of the sword, damaging Mira, but she healed and leant again. This while Kaneko continued fighting with Shui. She gave him punches and kicks charged with her aura, but the movements that Kaneko gave were different blows than before. Days before, I was training with Kaneko. The blows she gave me were strong, but I didn't feel it enough. Issei, let's change training. Kaneko-chan. Kaneko, what training, senpai? Issei, will you learn to fight like me? Kaneko, and how does that help? Issei, from a very young age hunters are instructed in different types of martial arts. That's why our fighting style is so varied and we can adapt to any situation. Kaneko, hi. Current moment. Kaneko, Issei-senpai trained me better than anyone, that's why I'm not going to lose. Kaneko kicked her in the face, knocking out a tooth and slamming her against the ceiling. I felt proud of her, so I gave Mira a charged punch. It was so strong that I saw her disappear. Graphia, a Razor Phoenix pawn has retreated. Shui fell from the ceiling and Kaneko hit him in the face and again. Graphia, another Razor Phoenix pawn has retreated. With Razor, how is it possible? Damn, they are stronger than I thought. So, with Issei, we left the gym, but Kaneko was tired. Her fists hurt. Kaneko, I don't think I can continue, senpai. Issei, rest. You did very well, Kaneko. Hi-san. We heard the roar of a phoenix and saw something fall towards us, but a lightning intercepted it and avoided it. A purple-haired woman saw us, and Akeno was near her. Akeno, Era, Yubaluna-san, I won't let you hurt them. Yubaluna, the lightning priestess, I will finish you. Akeno, Issei-kun, leave Kaneko and take care of the rest. Issei, hi. I found Kiba. Kiba, come on, Issei-kun. 3 of my pawns escaped. Issei, good. A Razor Knight named Carlmane attacked Kiba and I left him fighting with her, and I was approaching the new school building when the 2 twins appeared behind me, also the pawns that escaped Kiba, and the rest of Razor's pieces with a single order. Finish me off. Issei, good, I'm screwed. The Dragon's Awakening Part 2. Issei, well, I'm screwed. To sum it up, I had the rest of Razor's entourage ready to finish me off. I had on top of me a rook, a knight, a bishop, 7 pawns and Razor's sister, all of them to eliminate me. But at least I wouldn't have to worry about the boys. With Kiba, he had created a fairly strong sword and fought with Karlmain. The fight remained quite even, either dominated the other, their cuts were precise. The good thing and that Karlmain did not notice due to the excitement of the battle was that his sword was slowly cracking, which would give a sure victory to Kiba, who in addition to having created a very resistant sword still had energy to create another one. Karlmain, it's good to find someone to cross swords. With Kiba, I say the same, but in this confrontation I will have the victory. If not, Issei-kun's training would have been in vain. For her part, Akeno, Yubeluna, that lightning bolt was stronger than I had reported. Akeno's hands were covered in lightning. She just sucked her fingers and raised her arm. Akeno, electric zone. A field of yellow lightning covered the sky. Yubeluna, what? Akeno, thanks to Issei-kun I can handle my element better, and use it my way. He taught me to do this. Thanks to him I am stronger, that's why. Akeno covered herself with an electric aura. Akeno, I will not let him down. With Razor, Rias and Isay arrived at the roof of the school. There they found Razor. Razor, dear Rias, you will end your tantrum and accept the wedding. Rias, Isay now. Isay, high pres, healing skin. Rias and Isay were covered in twilight healing. Rias, I will not waste everything Issei has done for me. I will defeat you. Crimson Destruction Transformation 50%. The red and black marks covered Rias in front of a surprised Razor, whose best idea was to throw a fireball at him. Rias concentrated her power in her hand and stopped it easily, while the little damage she had received was healed. From Sona's view, Sona, Hayate got them to that level. Rias is stronger than before. Tsubaki, all of his servants have obtained a fairly high growth thanks to Hayate Issei's help. Sona, perhaps we can ask him for help in training. Sona's thoughts. Issei looked at her with a smile and extended his hand. Issei, come on Sunita, don't leave me waiting for you forever. I'll play chess with you, let me pamper you. Sona had turned red. Of course Tsubaki was the same. In Tsubaki, Issei's mind was the same way. Issei, don't make me wait. Tsubaki, those beautiful eyes must be flattered properly. Let me pamper you. Both Citrus were red, and tried to be sure watching the game. If these women are rare but beautiful. With Surzex. Surzex, this is interesting. Not only is he strong, but he helped others become stronger. Grafia, Surzex-sama, can you do the same as Rias-sama? Surzex, apparently Redkun has awakened something different in Rias, so it is a level that she could not reach. If it were not for the Amrita, Razor's entourage would have already lost. Surzex said this with a smile. Not only had he proven that the boy did want to protect his sister, but he also saw where Issei's presence could take the Gremory entourage. With Issei, I saw everyone giving their best. I felt proud when Ravel spoke. Ravel, wow, Sword Birth, the Lightning Priestess, Twilight Healing, Boosted Gear, and the Unknown Darrow Blade. They do have very elegant names in their team, but we will beat them anyway. Issei, oh little Ravel Phoenix, as boastful as always. Ravel blushed, but she felt some fear, and for some strange reason she liked fear. Another weirdo. Ravel, how do you know me? Issei, don't you remember the massacre of the Phoenix rebels from 8 years ago? Ravel wanted to say something but held back. Ravel, attack. Suddenly the twins appeared again behind me, but I jumped to avoid them. Issei, I knew it wasn't going to be easy. Ascalon. I had Bahamut in one hand and Ascalon in the other. With both hands I began to release fire. Issei, time to do what I do best. Ravel, and that's it? Issei, kick ass, spin like a top like an idiot. They all tried to attack me, but we couldn't get close to the fire top, or so I thought. The twins attacked me, but their chainsaws were repelled by me until they broke them. But since my plans almost never go well, another Razor Knight attacked me, and stopped my spins. I blocked it with my swords, but I had to block another attack. Since the other Razor Pawns attacked me, I backed away a bit while the twins attacked me. Issei, ignite. I shot upwards, determined to land with a fire kick, but it backfired as the knight stopped it, and I was showered with blows as well as magical attacks, followed by a deep cut in my abdomen, and I fell spitting blood. With the others, Kiba still hadn't won, but it bothered him to see Issei like that, and he wanted to go help him. Kaneko sat just as helpless, but it wouldn't help at all because her aura had run out, and she was tired. Akeno attacked at full speed, but Yubeluna contained her as she could. Akeno was furious about this. She wanted to help Issei. Rias for her part attacked Razor without stopping, who didn't give in. Razor, you've already lost Rias. But Rias shut her mouth, with a blow loaded with destructive power. Rias, Issei taught me the value of effort. Asia, I'll heal Issei-san. Healing arrow. But Razor wanted to attack her. Rias, I'll finish you off right now, 100%. Rias attacked with all her power. It was so much that the lightning took off Razor's arm and half of his body. But that attack left her with no more strength, so her transformation disappeared. Isay gave him some of her energy to heal her and prevent her from falling. But now everything was leaning towards Razor. Razor, looks like you're going to lose. Issei's mind. Issei, come on, get up, damn it, get up. Ayato, you look pathetic. Issei again? Ayato, don't judge me, you've lost again. But it's your fault for depending on the hunter's power. Issei, then what should I have done? Ayato slapped me. Ayato, idiot, you have 2 sacred gears, you could enter double balance breaker. But it is unstable, so think of something else. Drake, it is historical for a human to possess sacred gears. Bahamut, but thanks to you we discovered that we can reach a perfect duality. Both, and use all our power. Issei, perfect duality, huh? Good, we will use everything to defeat him. I will combine the power of 2 sacred gears. Outside, the boosted gear gave me non-stop boosts, while Bahamut ignited in purple flames. Issei, I'm not finished yet. The boosted gear opened a compartment, and I put the dark blade in there. The next thing I felt was how it filled me with power. A great amount of power, so much so that my attackers retreated. Issei, they lost. Balance breaker perfect duality. Everyone was stunned. Razor, impossible. Rias, a forbidden technique. Sona, how is that possible? Surzex, it seems to be more interesting than I thought. I got up again and decided to enter gear 2. My lightning began to cover me. It should be noted that entering God's speed is different, since it is a transformation that comes from lightning. The twins wanted to attack me along with the rest of the pawns, but I quickly hit them all. Graphia, 7 of Razor-sama's pawns have retreated. Kiba smiled and broke Carlmane's sword, defeating it too. Graphia, a Razor-sama knight has retreated. Akeno took advantage and used all her power, finishing off Ubeluna. Graphia, Razor-sama's queen has retreated. Razor's other rook wanted to attack me, but with one blow I eliminated it from the game. Issei, electric whips. I approached at full speed where Ravel and the last 2 Razor pieces. I turned at full speed hitting the 3, until I heard but I decided not to take it seriously at that moment. At full speed I headed towards where Razor was. He no longer had pieces or where to run. Issei, checkmate Razor Phoenix. I gave him a charged fist in the face, sinking him into the entire building. Razor no longer wanted to get up after that. Graphia, Rias Gremory is the winner of the raiding game. I deactivate the armor. Issei, well done Drake. Bahamut, Drake, you are the one who helped us improve. Bahamut, you are a very interesting carrier. The others arrived while I lowered Rias and Asia loaded. Rias, good done Isay. Asia, that was great Isay-san. Kiba, you gave us the victory. Kaneko, we won thanks to Senpai. Akeno, it was a good victory. Issei, thanks guys, but you also did great. We will train more and we will be stronger. All yes. Rias was so happy that she jumped into my arms and kissed me on the lips suddenly. Rias, thank you Isay, thank you. Later, we had already celebrated and now I was heading home with Asia. Issei, can you go ahead Asia, I have something to do? Asia, in the early morning? Issei, hunter things. When I left Asia I took out a paper that I had saved for situations like this. It had a magic circle and without warning I transported myself to the underworld again, directly to the throne room of the Gremory territory, where there was a redhead who seemed to be waiting for me next to Graphia. Surzex, Redkuin, I assumed you would come. Issei, I'm sorry for the intrusion Lucifer-sama, but I should have talked about something specific. Surzex, I suppose it's about the Amrita, and I want to apologize for that. I thought my sister was in danger because of your background. Issei, oh, I wasn't wrong Lucifer-sama. I am a hunter and a professional assassin, that won't change it. But I must make it clear that anyone who wants to harm my friends will suffer the consequences. I will not harm my loved ones. Surzex smiled. Surzex, then you can ask me whatever you want. Anyway, I made your game difficult by cheating, but you showed that you took them to a new level of power. Issei, I was not going to allow those birds to defeat my friends. As for what I want, I know. I do not want them to continue bringing together demons for marriages of convenience. Surzex, wow, I did not expect that. Issei, I have to make sure of the future. Surzex, well, I will do what I can. Issei, thank you Lucifer-sama, I retire. So I went back home to rest peacefully the rest of the weekend, that was my initial plan. The strange fetishes of Ravel Phoenix. I was in the living room with my parents, Asia and now Rias. The reason was simple. Rias, so as you should know I want to move with you to be closer to my new servants, in addition to Isay helping me improve the control of my powers. Mickey, is that all dear Rias? Rias got a little nervous. Rias, Yes, mother, there is no other reason. My parents and I looked up and said at the same time. The three of us, yes, of course, there are no hidden motives. I knew very well that Rias wanted to live with me because she had fallen in love with me after the game. But that would not do anything to my plans. It would in fact improve them even more. In the Phoenix Razor territory, she had locked herself in her room and didn't want to know anything about dragons, much less about hunters. When she closed her eyes, all she saw was Issei's fist smashed into her face, and the pain returned, but her sister cared little or nothing about this since she was busy with her own business. Ravel Phoenix was confused. She was in her room, in her underwear. One of her hands was roughly massaging her breasts, while the other was on her vagina, while she masturbated, drowning her moans by biting her pillow. She had many things on her mind: Issei's gaze, Issei's power, but more importantly, the precise moment where Issei hit her with his electric whip, and she felt pleasure, one she had never felt before, and her reaction was to moan. Ravel, I'm a pervert, how can pain excite me? It's not enough I need Issei-sama to dominate me, I'm coming. After that little scene that Ravel had made, he realized that he had stained his bed, and the best solution that occurred to him was to burn it, and try to sleep, which after a few seconds he realized was not an option. With Issei, I was playing with a stress ball after today's talk. Rias would move out the next day and I was laughing at what I had told her a few hours ago. Issei, well, press, if you are going to move here, you have to know one thing: my room is no man's land. No one but me can enter it, and intruders don't come out of there. Rias looked scared, but then I laughed a little, showing her that I was joking. Rias, don't scare me, I see. Issei, haha, sorry, I can't help it. Current moment. I was getting ready to turn off the lights and rest for tomorrow. I threw myself into bed to rest peacefully, until I felt a presence in the garden, and a peculiar smell. I smiled maliciously. Issei, it smells like fried chicken. I slowly went out the door and went around the house, when I met a woman with a mask, a beret that tried to hide her blonde hair, white gloves, black wide pants, and a white blouse. When I saw her, I just tried to hold back my laughter. Oh, you are the hunter, Hayata Issei. I am this, I have it. I am Black Phoenix, a villain who comes to finish you. After listening to her, I couldn't hold back my laughter anymore. Issei, ha 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 ha. This is not true. Ha 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 ha. Black Phoenix. Ha 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 ha. She got nervous but tried to keep her composure. And don't make fun of Black Phoenix. I'll end with you, Ito, take this. He threw a fireball at me, which I simply dispelled with my hand. Issei, I'm sorry, Ravel. I just couldn't imagine you doing this. Ravel Phoenix took off her mask with a cute pout. Ravel, how did you know it was me? Issei, well, I don't think a villain doesn't know his own name. Besides, Black Phoenix, you're dressed in black and you're from the Phoenix family. I'd be the idiot if I didn't find out. Ravel, how smart are you? Issei, IQ of over 140. But that has nothing to do with it. Besides, I recognize your smell. Ravel, are you a dog? Issei, in fact, I have a better sense of smell than one. I can distinguish the smell of each person, for something called the aroma of the aura, but it is something unimportant. The important thing is that, what are you doing here? And more importantly, what are you doing dressed like that? I thought you would be angry because I defeated your brother. Ravel, my brother has nothing to do with my personal affairs. Issei, so you wanted to see me of your own free will. Ravel, WLI, carried her like a princess, and she got more nervous. I jumped to the window of my room with a silent Ravel. We landed in my room and I put seals to block the sound. Ravel, why did you bring me here? Issei, to talk more calmly. Now tell me, what did you come for? Ravel, I just came to visit. Issei, if you lie to me, I won't know how to help you. Ravel, how do you know it's a lie? Issei, it shows on your face. You don't want to tell me the truth. Ravel took a breath. Ravel, well, I've had a strange excitement since you beat me in the raiding game. I was cold. Issei, what? Ravel, since you hit me, I'm excited. I'm very wet down there. It won't let me sleep. Issei, I don't believe this. Ravel Phoenix, a masochist. Ravel, don't say it like that. Look. Ravel took off her pants that were actually wet down there and showed me her panties. It seemed like she had been in the pool for a long time because of how wet they were. Ravel, you have to take care of this. Issei, oh, sorry, my first time is for someone else. Ravel, I didn't mean that. I just want this to stop. Although in fact, if you hit me with your whip again, it's likely that. Issei, I'm not going to hit you because yes, but I have an idea that may sound somewhat perverted, but if you want. Ravel, whatever, as long as you're the one who does it, it will be fine. Just one thing. Issei, what? Ravel, no need to be so gentle with me. Issei, great, Along with Akeno now I have another pervert on top of me, meh. I won't complain. Issei. Well, my room is sealed to avoid noise, so take off your clothes. Ravel did it embarrassingly until she was naked in front of me. Issei, last chance, is this what you want? Ravel. Yes, but I'm a little nervous. Issei. Well, now I will check you. Lemon skipped. Ravel. That was incredible. Issei. I'm glad you liked it because I don't think it will happen again. Rias is moving here tomorrow, and knowing her she will want to sleep, and knowing Asia she will want to sleep here too. After drying Ravel and getting dressed again, I said goodbye to her. Issei. I hope this stops your strange fetish a bit. Ravel. Thank you very much for the help, Issei-sama. I don't know how to thank you. Issei. Don't say anything about what happened today. I don't want my boss or all the Phoenix on top of me. Ravel. Calm down, Issei-sama. I won't tell anyone. It's very embarrassing. Without further ado, we'll see each other later. Issei, goodbye. And so Ravel left. For my part, one went to wash my hand, while I looked at myself in the mirror. Issei. Well, I'm still a virgin. If Aura finds out about this, she'll kill me. But oh well. I won't taste Ravel's juices. I dried myself and went to my room. Issei. Great, now I have a masochist in love with me. Can my life get any weirder? Two troublesome swordswomen. It was another normal day for me. Well, or so I would have liked to say. I had Rias's breasts crushing my face. At some point during the night she had managed to get into my room, but I was still comfortable. The first rays of the sun entered my room. Rias took the initiative. Rias, wake up, Isay. It's time to go to school. While she approached to give me a good morning kiss. But I was tired and sleepy. All I did was take a pillow and throw it in her face while saying, Issei, 5 more minutes. Then I went back to sleep. But Rias came out of the room somewhat upset, but calmed down, and I heard her outside. Rias. Well, then breakfast will be the best option. Of course she did not count on me getting up with just 10 minutes to get to school, so when I saw the time, I dressed at the speed of light, and ran down with my suitcase. Asia and Rias were waiting for me at the table, but in a hurry I ignored them. I took milk from the refrigerator, and cereal from the pantry. I filled my mouth with both, barely finished chewing, and ran out while Asia and Rias saw everything with an expression of disbelief. Both, huh? After that hectic morning, the school day was normal as always, with me excelling in everything possible, and with a somewhat annoyed Asia, as well as Rias, but she didn't have time for their tantrums. After a while they calmed down and understood what was going on in the morning, and also telling me that the meeting would be at my house, while the club was having the annual cleaning. And now we were in my room discussing the contracts we had made, when my mom came in, and my classmates took out their math notebooks. Kiba, so if we add this up. Issei, no need, my mom knows we're demons. What's more, we smell like demons. My mom just smiled, leaving us cookies. I took one out and threw it in the trash. Issei, Mom, stop wanting to play Russian roulette with my friends. Everyone looked at me weird. Issei, my mom put spice in one of the cookies. Everyone, oh. Issei, let's continue. Rias, good. Issei, you have had 8 contracts this month. Most are women. I felt like Rias's pencil was breaking. Rias, better we see the albums your mom brought. They took the albums and saw my childhood photos. Rias, in this one he looks like a high society child with his little suit. Asia, and here he is dressed as Peter Pan. Issei, someone kill me, until Kiba spoke to me. Kiba, Issei-kun, do you recognize this sword? Issei, no, I only remember the girl. She's Irina, my childhood friend. Rias's notice board broke. Issei, damn toxic, we are not even boyfriend and girlfriend. But changing the subject, I shouldn't have lied to Kiba. Well, if I hadn't started thinking I wouldn't know either. But after reasoning it a bit I realized that it was a sacred sword. I thought it wouldn't affect him, until a mission in which we almost died because Kiba wasn't in his right mind. If it hadn't been for why I electrocuted the renegade demon it would have gotten worse. Rias slapped him, but he ignored her and walked off aimlessly. I tried to stop him. Issei, wait Kiba, we're friends, can you tell me what's going on? Kiba, friends? I'm sorry Issei, but I have no right to that word. I already remembered my motive in this life. Destroy the sacred sword Excalibur. I took a deep breath, and abruptly put him in front of me. Kiba Issei? Issei, listen to me shit. Your last name is not Uchiha, nor do your eyes change color. If the slap from the press didn't make you react then. Boost. I slapped him with the boosted gear and knocked him out. Issei, damn, I went too far. Kaneko, senpai is a little aggressive. Akeno, and impatient. Rias, yes, that's how it is. I carried him and went to where the others. Issei, sorry, I went too far. But he's alive, I think. I'll leave him at the club and tomorrow we'll talk to him. Rias, okay, I see. Just like I said, I left him at the club and went back to my room. Meanwhile, a couple of hooded women arrived at Kuoh. Well, Irina, it's supposed to be here. Irina, yes, Zenovia, I used to live here. I hope things haven't changed much. Irina showed her a photo in which she was with a boy in her childhood. Meanwhile, the day passed as usual. Kiba didn't do anything strange either. I guess he didn't want me to knock him out again. But returning home, I felt two holy presences. I remembered Fried. My father was working, and my mother was alone. Although she was skilled, she couldn't do it alone. Asia felt it too. Issei, wait here, Asia. I took off my shoes and socks, and accelerated with my feet on fire. I covered my arms with fire to attack. The door was open and I entered quickly. Unfortunately, when I entered, I only saw Mom laughing and two girls who now had their sights set on the burning idiot who had just entered. Issei, I ruined it, right? Mickey, first of all, son, turn off or you'll set the house on fire. I obeyed my mom and returned to normal. Issei, I'm very sorry. When I looked closely, I saw Irina. She had become prettier than she already was. She had grown quite a bit. Issei, Irina? She smiled. Irina, how long, Issei-kun? It seems that things have changed a lot. In turn, Asia entered with my shoes and socks. Issei, shit. A while later, Rias arrived and hugged us both. Rias, I'm sorry I didn't get here sooner. Something could have happened to you. I let go of her and said, Issei, but I could beat you. Rias, I see, you are holy sword bearers. Issei, yes, and I have a dragon slayer. Rias decided not to argue with me anymore, and started to undress to sleep with me. Asia, President, what are you doing? Rias, oh, taking off my clothes to sleep. I can't sleep with them on. Asia, but here? Issei, if the press sleeps here. Asia, then I will too. Before they started arguing and doing something else, I got into my bed and tried to sleep. The next day, Sona walked to school trying to remain calm but discreetly looking for Issei. But she ran into two hooded women. Already in the afternoon, both hooded women were in the occult club, had asked to see Rias. Rias, well, that's what you need. Irina, first the introductions. I am Irina Shido and this is Zenovia Korda. Hello, Issei-kun. I didn't know that now you were an evil demon. I took my head. While thinking, Issei, evil would be fairer to me before. Compared to that, I am a saint. Zenovia, nor is it necessary the formalities, Irina. We only came to ask that you do not interfere in our mission. Rias, mission? Zenovia, that's right. The fragments of the sacred sword Excalibur have been stolen. We believe it was a cadre of the fallen angels. Issei, could you be the geeky crow or the idiot crow? Nah, Azazel wouldn't do something like that. Kokabeel is safer. Rias, calm down. We don't want to interrupt. Zenovia, thank you for accepting peacefully. We're leaving. Wait, are you Asia Argento? The heretic of the church. Asia Ito, yes. Zenovia, did you become a demon? Asia, yes. Irina, but I still feel her faith in God. Zenovia, is that true? Asia, yes, I could never stop loving our Lord. Zenovia, then I will kill you so you can redeem yourself. Suddenly the room began to get hot, very hot. Irina, why is it so hot? Issei, who do you think you are to talk to Asia like that? I was the cause. Zenovia, these are the teachings of the church. Issei, the church can eat me whole. Asia is not a bad person just for curing a demon. Those of the church are the villains for seeing evil where there is none. They are cowards. Zenovia looked at me threateningly, like Irina. Zenovia, don't you dare say that again. Irina, you have become someone very bad, Issei-kun. Issei, oh really? And what will you do about it? Suppression. Both began to feel weight on their shoulders, but they remained standing. Zenovia, we will take this as a threat. I lit my arm on fire, activated my sacred gears and called Ascalon. Issei, go ahead. Irina, the holy sword Ascalon? Did you steal it? Issei, is it a requirement to be an idiot to be part of the church? No, Ascalon only returned to its bearer. Both were in disbelief but still did not give in. Zenovia, then let's have a duel. Kiba, I'll be delighted. Issei, and why did you wake up just now? Kiba, it hurt me, Issei-kun, but I reacted a little. Rias, then the two of you will fight against them. Issei, good. We went out to the courtyard and they put us to fight, me against Irina and Kiba against Zenovia. Both unsheathed their Excalibur. Kiba looked tense. Kiba, how curious. If I don't look for them, those swords will come to me. I'm going to destroy them. Issei, listen to me, shit. If you let your resentment get the better of you and you don't think well about what you do, I'm going to hit you twice as hard. Irina, wow, you are so aggressive, Issei-kun, but it doesn't matter. I'll defeat you in the name of the Lord, who put me in this test, amen. Issei, let's see what you're capable of doing against the boy you've liked for years, Irina. Oh, what? Irina, huh? Zenobia, you like a demon? Irina, that is not true, now I will defeat you. Issei Ascalon, the sword caught fire. Issei, boosted gear dark blade. Issei, I will check what is stronger, a bearer of 2 Longinus as well as a dragon hunter, or a bearer of Excalibur trained for only 4 years. Irina, you will see Issei-kun, amen. Kiba the emo avenger. We were both in front of the exorcists, ready to attack, well in my case. Irina, Excalibur mimic. Zenobia, Excalibur destruction. Issei Ascalon, Kiba. I don't have a cool name to shout. Now the 4 of us were armed. Only I had no idea that Kiba with his head on Saturn was more delicate than a leaf. Zenobia defeated him very easily, after a speech that I had to destroy the Excalibur. Now I had both of them on me, all because I dodged Irina's cuts too easily. Issei, okay, that's enough, Godspeed. I covered myself with lightning and attack. Both attacked me. I charged at Irina hard, making her lose balance, and kicking her in the abdomen, and knocking her out. But I didn't count on Zenobia, and my arm flew out. I jumped and headbutted her, then kicked her. The fight was over. Issei win. Both barely left while the girls saw my arm on the ground. Issei, oh damn, it's been a while since this happened to me. A thread-shaped lightning bolt came out of the stump and joined the arm, pulled it back and the wound healed. Issei, like new. Rias, how strong is your regeneration factor? Issei, at my full capacity I can survive with half my body and an entire arm amputated. Rias, that's too much. But we didn't realize that Kiba was gone. Issei, and he's already gone. The next day, I was on break looking at the ceiling, when someone I knew very well approached me. Sona Ito, Hayato-san. Issei, tell me Issei, Kaicho, the last time you called me Hayato that way they tried to kill me. Sona, well Issei-san, I wanted to ask you something. Issei, go ahead. Sona, do you think you can train us like you trained your companions in retinue? Issei, I don't see the problem, but it will be later. Sona. She blushed and covered her face with her board. Issei, well now I go for the Uchiha attempt. Without saying anything to Sona he had met with Saji. Saji, you're crazy in the church. This while drinking a cup of coffee very calm. Issei, yes I want you to help me. Saji, what do you expect me to do? Issei, listen to me, you have a Dragon King, which means you have potential. If I train you in a month you can even defeat the White Dragon Emperor. Saji was speechless. Issei, I didn't want anyone to find out about this but I can talk to you about this. I have spent years being perfected as the perfect hunter. I have experience in all kinds of martial arts and weapons. Challenging the church is not something that scares me. We were ready to leave when I felt small but firm hands. Issei takes my bucking cock. Issei, Kaneko-chan, what are you doing here? Kaneko, senpai, I was going to go alone to face the church. Issei, an explanation later. We walked looking for the exorcists, and we found them begging for alms. Zenobia, help these little sheep of the Lord. Irina, please collaborate, the Lord will appreciate it. I stretched out my hand with a 1,000 yen bill. They both looked excited, until they looked up and saw my face. We were in a restaurant, and the 2 of them were eating like they hadn't eaten in a long time. Issei, so Irina spent all her money buying a painting. Eat all you want but listen. Zenobia, we shouldn't but thank you. Irina, oh Lord bless these generous demons. I felt a pang in my head, but it was worse for Saji and Kaneko. Issei, no need, just eat. Saji, the coffee from a while ago, the cake I ordered, both of our food and our soft drinks. Where the hell do you get so much money? Issei, questions for later? As for you two, we want to help you. Bahamut can destroy Excalibur if necessary. Also, as you could see, I am stronger. Zenobia, although I do not want to admit it, it is true. Irina, I did not know that about you. Issei, when I moved some things happened in my hometown so I did not use my powers for a while. I am at 40% of my maximum capacity. I hope to release the rest soon, but I want to help you, or well, we will help you. Both okay. We went out to make a plan and Kiba appeared. Kiba, I think it's a good plan. Issei, Kiba Uchiha, finally you deign to appear. Zenobia, you arrive at the right time. We were talking about Camper Galilei, who is possibly behind all this, for his Sacred Sword project. Kiba, yes, I was part of that experiment. My friends died to save me. That's why I had to destroy the Sacred Sword Excalibur. Issei, then I will help you. We were in the old church of the city, dressed as exorcists. We patrolled the city. Of course, with a little help, I got to a tall building in the city. Issei, Hunter Zone. Everything was covered in red for a few seconds, but I had already found them. Issei, come on. Kaneko, that ability is very convenient. Issei, I normally use it to find my prey. English, we went to an old building where we met the girls. Zenobia, are you sure they're here? Issei, I've never been wrong. Wow, what we have here. Some shitty demons doing cosplay. Issei, Fried Zelzen, the most son of a hitch renegade exorcist that exists. Kiba was going to attack, but I stopped him. Issei, I'll take care of this one, incarnation of hellfire. Escalating jumped to attack him. The heat he gave off melted the structure of the building. Fried tried to defend himself, but my cuts were so powerful that Fried could barely defend himself. I kicked him and made him fall off the structure, but some applause stopped me. An old man came out of the building. Kiba, Valper Galilei, Valper, the surviving brat, it's good that I found you. At least that way I can try again with the other. Kiba, another one? Valper, Fried concentrates your power on the sword to get us out of here. Fried, okay old man. A flash blinded us, and they left. Irina, Zenovia and Kiba followed him. When I was ready, Rias and Sona appeared, with Akeno and Tsubaki. They looked very upset, but now I cared little or nothing. Rias, Issei Kaneko, you have to explain this. Sona, you too Saji. Issei, yes, I have a contract, sayonara. A magic circle appeared below me and I disappeared. Of course, hearing the screams of all the girls. All Issei. On my side, I appeared in a luxurious apartment where a man was sitting drinking an expensive whiskey. Issei, as elegant as ever crow. The man almost choked when he saw me. Azazel, you were supposed to be dead. Issei, yes, one day I'll tell you that. He poured me a drink. Azazel, can you still resist all kinds of drugs? Issei, of course I can. I couldn't call myself a good hunter without that. We chatted for a bit. Azazel, so you're a demon? Issei, yes, and that's why I came. I think you know who is related to the Excalibur. Azazel, yes, it's Kokobile. Issei, oh my star client. Flashback. Issei was seen killing a lot of people. When he finished, a pale-skinned man gave him a briefcase full of money. Kokobile, it's always good to work with you, Red. Issei, I say the same, Kokobile-sama. Current events. Issei, well, he's threatening my friends. I can beat him. But here's the question, how much will you pay me? Azazel, as greedy as ever, brat. But you will receive a higher payment than your previous jobs. Issei, perfect, now I have to go back. I went home to sleep, then I received the sermon from Rias, Akeno, Sona and Tsubaki. But then looking for Kiba we found Fried, again, and we saw Irina full of wounds. Fried left there leaving the way for the crow. Kokobile smiled. Kokobile, I will finish off the Gremry heiresses and Citri to generate a new war. And he disappeared. He headed to the academy. But I was only worried about one thing. I carried Irina and began to release heat. Her wounds healed, and little by little she reacted. Irina, Issei-kun. Issei, Irina, I am going to finish off whoever did this to you. She could now get up and told me what happened. She had separated from Kiba and Zenovia. Kokobile had taken advantage of that, and Issei had attacked her. That damn coward. Irina was already in optimal conditions to fight. We all went to the academy. Sona, we will take care of making a shield at the academy. Akeno, and I have already contacted Surzek-sama. Issei, it will be unnecessary, since this battle will end in a few minutes. The entourage Citri, my friends and Irina looked at me strangely. All what? Issei, 70% Godspeed. I transformed and quickly advanced to the academy. I managed to spot Kiba and Zenovia watching Valper and Fried. I blended into the environment and hid. I would finish everything in 12 minutes, which would be how long it would take for the white dragon to come. Issei, well now to wait. The idiot's harem. Well, here to say that I simply considered my decisions from the other FIC and added some more girls. Hopefully the story will be enough for the images. Well, starting with the first four of always, Rias, Akeno, Kaneko and Asia. Then the rest of the girls in the entourage and two extras, Zenovia, Irina, Rosweiss, and the first desecrated Ravel. Of course the girls of the Citri entourage too, Sona, Tsubaki, Tomo and Yura. The missing ones also screw Saji and Kiba. Of course also the beloved Mao Leviathan, Sarah Fall, with Ruruko, Momo and Rhea. As I said, reconsider things. There is Kuroka, Lefei, Sigvra and Yasaka. Yes, this time she is part of the harem. Not only them, but also Penemu, Gabriel, Elmenhild, Jean, also Ingvild, Kiryu, Lavinia, Buck Vel and Tobio, and Roygun Belphegor. And last but not least, readers of my other FIC know the importance of this girl in the story, Ophis Ouroboros. Am I exaggerating? Definitely. Those who ask me about Grafia and Venelana, I remind you that they are married, have children, and their husbands are still alive. So there is no discussion. And yes, it's also weird that 29 girls fall in love with a guy who looks like that, and has serious mental problems. Battle against the Raven. He continued watching everything from a distance. Kiba was furious. Zenobia tried to beat Fried while Valper laughed. She wanted to help him, but she knew that was a fundamental part of his growth. Kiba attacked Fried, who defended himself very easily with his Excalibur. But there came a time when the battle stopped. Fried left his Excalibur and Valper combined them all into the original Excalibur. Now there were problems. He was about to intervene, but Zenobia summoned another sword, Durandal. The Holy Sword. She was the new bearer of this same. Zenobia, now I will have to finish them. Kiba, you are going to pay Valper. Fried, ha 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 ha, you will see. Bucking demons. The fight was too intense. When suddenly I saw some lights covering Kiba, he heard some voices. I assumed they were his friends, the friends he had lost. They gave him strength to continue fighting. Thanks to that, Kiba was able to release his balance breaker, a sword sacred demonic that was the result of his resolution. He was able to finish off Valper, while Zenobia was able to break the Excalibur with Durandal. Fried was surprised, but felt supported when he saw Kokobile floating in the sky. Kokobile, now I will finish you all. Both retinues, Zenobia and Irina, did not know what to do. Kokobile, but first I want you to take care of my pets. 3 brains came out of the ground and attacked the others. I could not do anything because the slightest movement would mean losing the plan. For me, good luck, my friends were containing them. Kiba used his balance breaker to attack while Kaneko gave him blows charged with aura. Akeno electrocuted them in a spectacular way and Rias attacked with her transformation, while Sona's retinue did what they could. I also took advantage of that to see how I could help them train, for their part. Zenobia and Irina tried to contain them, until they came to finish them all. Kokobile looked annoyed, and descended to attack. Kokobile, none of you will ruin my plans to create a holy war. Rias, but if the factions have been at peace for years. Kokobile, peace is boring. I will not continue to endure it. That's why I will kill them. Sona and Rias attacked him with all his power, followed by his entourages. Kiba launched himself with 2 swords to attack him. Kokobile stopped him. Kokobile, you couldn't hit me with any of your swords. Kiba, I was missing one. Another sword appeared and Kiba grabbed it with his mouth to manage to make a cut on Kokobile's face. He got angry and attacked him, but Zenobia covered him and tried to attack him, but Kokobile laughed at her. Kokobile, why do you keep fighting for someone who is no longer here? Everyone, what? Kokobile laughed. Kokobile, oops, I shouldn't have said it, but it doesn't matter anymore, they will no longer be here. Years ago in the First Holy War, God died along with the 4 original Satans. Zenobia, you're lying. Irina, it can't be true. Asia, so who gives away all the love we receive? Kokobile, Archangel Michael handles it very well, while everyone believes that the true God is the one who answers their offerings and prayers. Rias, it can't be true. Kokobile, it doesn't matter why they are finished. Akeno tried to attack him, but it wasn't very effective. Now the boy's morale was on the floor. Kokobile, very close daughter of Betrayal. Akeno furious threw another ray at her. Akeno, don't relate me with that again. Kokobile, Betrayal's bastard daughter, the failed project of the sacred sword, and a heretic nun. You like collecting trash. Rias Gremory. Rias T. I clap to get attention. Issei, and I am part of that garbage. Everyone witnessed how Kokobile's haughty look changed to one of pure and absolute fear. Kokobile, why you can't be alive, you are supposed to be dead. He smiled mockingly as he answered. Issei, it depends on what you mean. If it's because of your dear Rainier, then I must tell you no. Rias saved me, and if you're referring to what happened 7 years ago, you should know that I was the one who caused everything. So I don't know what Kokobile-sama is surprised about. The laughter added to that way of calling him scared him horribly. Issei, I got tired of your spectacle. To carry out your stupidity, that's why I will stop you now. Kokobile, are you an idiot? Rias Gremory? How could it occur to you to revive him? Everyone understood that Kokobile was scared. What's more, my laughter had scared them more. Sona, what are you talking about? Kokobile, I say that Rias Gremory resurrected a very dangerous being, the professional assassin who was hired by Grigori, by the Phoenix, Citri and Gremory families, the elite of the Dragon Hunters clan and the future leader of this, Issei Hayadu Drangnil. Everyone was stunned. Kokobile, do you have any idea how many times I have hired him to eliminate certain people? Issei, you can't blame me, you paid too well for me to refuse. And what's more, Azazel agreed to pay me if I handed you over to the target alive. More rays came out while he smiled evilly. Issei, but he didn't say anything about leaving you whole. Kokobile began to rise to escape, but I quickly appeared behind him and violently ripped off his wings, as well as hitting him in the face that sank him to the ground. Issei, booted gear, dark blade, Escalating. Kokobile, damn man, at what point did you think to kill them? Or how much should they have paid you? I fell at an incredible speed to advise him another blow to the face. Issei, who said you talk damn garbage? I backed away, avoiding Kokabil's attack as he had tried to throw a spear of light directly at me. He got up and looked at me furious. Kokabil, you have about 2 million deaths on your counter. What will some more do to you? Issei, yes, my hands are full of blood, but keep one thing in mind, imbecile. That blonde and emo faggot, I care. The other blonde who barely knows how to use his powers, I care. The nun you call a heretic, the girl you call a bastard, the 2 heiresses you make fun of, the little girl with white hair, the heterochromatic girl with glasses, the brown and albino magicians, that blue-haired tower, the red-haired swordswoman. My other brown kohai, the pig-tailed exorcist, and with some luck the blue-haired exorcist, all of them matter to me too, and if you threaten them they all looked at me with a noticeable blush on their faces, while Kiba and Saji smiled. Issei, I swear you're going to pay dearly. My attacks were going at great speed. Kokabil could barely see me. He just filled himself with blows while I appeared and disappeared. He created a spear of light ready to attack me. Kokabil, I don't care about your stupid feelings. You're a senseless killing machine. But when he was ready to attack, his arm flew out. He complained in pain while a lot of blood came out. Also, some of his legs flew out of there. Now he was expelling a lot of blood. Kokabil, damn. He kept hitting him non-stop, leaving him completely bruised, until Kokabil fell unable to do more. Issei, if I let him continue losing blood, Azazel won't pay me. I switched to Gear 1 and with my hands cauterized his wounds. He had already fainted. At that precise moment a boy in white armor arrived, and all he saw was my foot crushing Kokabil's face. Issei, oh wow, target, you took too long. It can't be. Issei, it took you a long time. Well, it doesn't matter. I'll give you the crow. Is it still alive, as they asked me? Yes, give it to me. I will take it in front of its leader. I threw it towards the target, and he was willing to take it, but Drake, what kind of carrier did you get into? Drake, well, it seems to be a very special one. Albion, and not only you but also Bahamut. Well, me too. Albion, this is unusual, partner. It seems you will have problems against this Sekiryuutei, or should I say Duburyuutei. The white only took him from there, leaving our task finished. Quickly they all approached me. Rias, I see, is what he said true? Issei, yes, your parents, your brother, Sona's parents and sister have hired me many times to keep them safe from the shadows. Sona, that means that. Issei, yes, I have always been aware of their safety, or well, almost always. Tsubaki, what you said about us mattering to you, was it true? Issei, of course, before I became a demon I knew you, we are friends. But it is true that I care about all of you. Asia, I see-san. I felt Asia hug me. But not only that. Momo, thank you very much, Issei-kun. Momo also came to hug me, she and Rhea. Rhea, you saved us all, Issei-kun. Issei, yes, I think so, although Kina and Zenobia finished off the other exorcists. This while Zenobia watched me from afar. Irina, do you finally understand me? Zenobia, yes, I understand now. The next day, I went to school with a big smile, followed by Rias and Asia. At the door were Akeno, Kaneko trying to pretend that she was forced to go, Sona, Tsubaki, Rhea, Momo, Yura, Tomo, Ruruko and Zenobia mysteriously. I smiled a little more. Issei, my life is wonderful. I entered school being envious of all the boys who saw me pass. Of course none of them were my girlfriend yet, but they just had to be patient. On the other hand, I found out that Zenobia was the new knight in our entourage, while Irina had returned to the Vatican to clarify some things. Zenobia, then if it seems they don't want anyone who knows about God's death to be close. Issei, never mind. If something happens, I'll go help Irina. Zenobia, Asia, I want to apologize for the things I said. Asia, there's no need, everything is forgotten. In fact, if you want, I can show you the school. Zenobia, that would be fantastic. Oh, and by the way, I hope take care of me, Issei. Issei, count on that, Zenobia. I felt a little jealous leaving Rias and Akeno when Asia left with Zenobia. Rias, always so nice, I see. Akeno, Era, he is always willing to help whoever. I smiled somewhat mockingly. Issei, yep, that's me. Citri training? We were the whole club in the old and horrible school pool. Sona, and well, that is your job for now, to pay our help while we train, and that is why. Sona took me by the shirt and opened a magic circle. Rias, wait, Sona, you can't. Issei, I told him I would go, see you later, and I disappeared. As soon as Rias left, she broke one of the brooms in half. Rias, I'll kill him. I appeared with Sona in a green field where there was a house, and it was all her entourage. Sona, well, as I said, I brought Issei to train us. Issei, well, I'm going to make them sweat. All hentai. Issei, and now what did I say? A misunderstanding later. Issei. Well, in full view of everyone, let's start Saji. Saji, good line. His glove appeared. For his attack he threw his ribbon at me and tangled it in my arm. Issei. Oh wow, we're going to take a long time here. I pulled him violently and hit him in the face. Issei. Well, Saji, you have serious problems in combat. You think everything will be fixed if you catch me. For this reason, we are going to do this in a more barbaric way. I took off my shirt and shoes, indicating to Saji to do the same. This also caused Sona and the others to start drooling. Issei. As the main thing, Saji, you will learn to fight hand to hand. We started training until Saji had a decent level of fighting. Continue with Ruruko. Issei. Well, Ruruko-chan, from what I know, you are very fast. Ruruko. Yes, senpai. Issei. Well, we will play catch. Ruruko looked confused. Issei. Do not think badly. The training will be over when you catch me. But of course, with some tricks of mine, I began to expel rays. Issei. Godspeed. Ruruko wanted to catch up with me, but I practically disappeared and reappeared near her. Issei. Godspeed. It's one of my fastest transformations. Ruruko started to get excited and started chasing me. Ruruko. I'm going to catch up, senpai. She really was very fast, but she still had to catch up with me. After a few hours, Ruruko was on my heels and managed to catch up with me. Of course, we were both tired. With our little strength, we went to rest in the country house. Sona had asked permission for the council and for me for a week, enough to get there on time for Parents' Day. It was still early, so I decided to train someone else. Tsubaki, are you sure, Issei-kun? Issei. Yes, I want to see what Mirror Alice is capable of. Tsubaki. Well, Issei-kun. I threw a fireball at her, and she summoned a mirror that broke when my ball hit. But she returned it to me. Unfortunately, she couldn't do it with the second one, and Tsubaki ended up injured. And there I was healing her. Issei. Sorry. Tsubaki. It's not your fault, Issei-kun. It's mine for being weak. Mirror Alice takes a long time to charge, and it doesn't last long. Issei. That's why I'm here, Tsubaki. You are not weak. I will train you for that. And anyone who tells you that will have to deal with me. Tsubaki was blushing and staring at me. Tsubaki. Issei-kun. Issei. Besides, I already went ahead and confiscated all your BL mangas, as well as your drawings. Why do you ship me with Kiba? Tsubaki. Huh? Issei. But don't worry, I'll return them to you if by the end of the week you manage to return 10 of my attacks. Tsubaki stood up determined and began to accumulate magical power. Issei smiled. That's what I wanted to see. At night, I went to sleep in the room that Sona had prepared for me, and it would have been a quiet night, if not because in the middle of it I moved my hand and felt something soft and round. I woke up and removed the sheets, seeing Tsubaki naked sleeping next to me. The soft thing was one of her breasts. I felt something soft on the other side too. Ruruko was on my other side, also naked. When I turned again, Tsubaki was with her eyes open, staring at how I had my hand on her chest. Tsubaki. Ask first, Issei-kun. I'll let you, but let me know. It's very bad of you to take me by surprise. Issei. First of all, who got into my bed was you guys, and second, is it that simple? Tsubaki. Yes, why would things be complicated? Ruruko. They make a lot of noise. Issei. Ruruko. Ruruko. Oh, I see. Senpai is touching Fukukaisha's breasts. I wanted to. I take my hand and put it between her breasts so that both of them would lie me down on the bed again, and try to go back to sleep. The next day, the next to train was Momo. Momo. Well, Issei-kun, I will not hold back. Issei. And who said I would do it? Momo created a magic shield while I attacked him with fire. I broke it without much effort. She wanted to attack, but I dodged it easily, and I approached quickly and threatened her with my hand on fire. Issei. You lost, Momo. We will have to continue. Momo. Well, we will, Issei-kun. Then, Yura threw rocks at me. I dodged them. Issei. You'll never hit me like that, Yura. Yura, I must try. I approached her, and to my surprise, she took out a piece of earth from the ground. She wanted to throw it at me, but I quickly destroyed it. Issei. If they destroy your projectiles, you lost, Yura. I will teach you the same as Kaneko. I will teach you to hit with your aura. Yura, hi. With Tomo. Tomo showed me her katana, while I unsheathed Escalating. Issei. Cut me, Tomo, and the training will be over. Tomo. Well, Issei-san. Tomo came quickly ready to attack, made a feint and changed direction. She practically appeared behind me to attack me, but without even turning around I blocked her attack. Issei. Fundamental principle of Kendo: if your opponent knows what you're going to do, change your plan and adapt to the situation. I swept the ground and knocked her down. I stretched out my hand and helped her up. Issei. Let's go again, Tomo-san. Tomo. Hi, Issei-san. Then with Rhea. Rhea attacked me with everything she could. Rhea. I have to hit you, Issei-kun. I dodged her attacks very easily, and at other times I returned what she attacked. Rhea received a lot of damage and fell to her knees. Rhea, I still can't fall. I approached her. Issei, and you won't, I will help you so that no one sees you like that again. Rhea. She got up happy and determined. We started again. Later. Issei. Well, I only have you, Sona. Sona used her magic circles and shot water from them. Sona. I must reach Rias's level if I don't want to be left behind. Issei. You are smarter than Rias, Sona. That's why I know you will understand me. It flows like water, your element. Sona. Hi, Issei. Sona attacked with more force. And I realized something. For each attack I dodged from Sona, the next one was getting closer to hitting me. She evolved and little by little she combined with her element. Issei. It's more fun than training with Rias. As night fell, I got up again, this time to get a glass of water, which I couldn't because Sona was naked on top of me. At my sides were Tsubaki, Momo, Ruruko, Rhea, Yura and Tomo. Issei. Shit, I'm really a girl magnet. Sona woke up. Sona. Issei. What's wrong? Issei. I got thirsty but… Sona pointed at me with her finger and a magic circle formed. Water came out of it. Sona, enough? Issei. Yes, thanks. Well, rest. Sona stopped me. Rias kissed you after the raiding game. Issei. Well, yes, I guess she got a little excited. Be you? Sona closed my mouth by kissing me. Sona. It's to be equal. I can't let her get ahead. Good night, Issei. And I tried to sleep again. By the end of the week I had made a breakthrough. Saji controlled the flames of Ritra and knew how to defend himself better. Ruruko was faster and stronger than before. Momo created better spells as well as stronger. Rhea for her part too. Yura had controlled much of the force of her aura. Tomo was more able to react quickly and made precise cuts. Tsubaki became one of my masterpieces. Not only did she return 10 attacks, she beat me by returning 20 attacks. And Sona was able to create a water dragon that she controlled at will. She could protect her, she could attack, and so on. But not only that. While the dragon acted under her orders, she could handle more water and use it as an extension of her body. I felt proud. They had made a great breakthrough, even more than the Gremory entourage in a week. Now it would be fun to see a raiding game between them. Sona, well, let's go back. Sona opened the circle and I appeared in my house. Issei, I'm back. I was knocked down at that moment by Asia and Rias. Rias, you were right to suspect Asia. It smells like another woman. Asia, I knew it. Kaicho would try to sleep with Issei-san. Issei, and not just her. Both turned around with their eyes wide open. Both what? I ran to my room and took something out of my pocket, a letter from Sona that said, "Thanks for everything, I see." I smiled, affirming another victory on my part. Gasper the hexually confused vampire. I woke up early in the morning and checked the calendar. Issei, oh great, Parents' Day at the academy. Rias got up upon hearing that. Rias, oh no. Downstairs were Surzex and Grafia, who for the first time was not in her maid clothes. We had breakfast with them and my parents, and then Rias would take them for a walk around the city. After this I went with Asia to pick up Zenobia at the Demon building where Zenobia was staying. Good morning, guys. Issei, good morning, Zenobia. I hope you are okay. Asia, good morning. On the way to school we met the rest of our entourage companions. Already Sona and her entourage. We were all very calm. Until arriving at school they felt threatened. And after a while I saw why. A boy with white hair and blue eyes was standing at the entrance of the school. Zenobia and Kiba drew their swords and put them near his neck. While Tomo prepared to attack, he just smiled. But to his surprise I smiled too. Issei, put down your weapons, guys, I'll take care of it. You look very confident for someone quite weak. My face looked ridiculous trying to contain my laughter. Issei, sorry, I try not to laugh. What should I call you? White? Whitey? Snowflake? My name is Valid Pretentious Red Emperor. I began to move towards the school while whistling, ignoring him. Valley, don't ignore me. I touched his face. Issei, don't bother Snowflake. Right now I have things to do. Later I'll play with you and give you carrots to eat. Valley got angry. Valley, I'm not a bucking rabbit, but I already left. Valley, you'll see. He left puffing furiously. Kiba, aren't you afraid of him? Issei, who do you take me for? I know I'm a bit weak, but he is weaker. Or at least I'm stronger than him, and I have the advantage of being a hunter. Sona, it's good that Rias didn't see any of that. Tsubaki, we're going to the council. Issei, have a good time, girls. Oh, and Saji. Just like I said, it was a normal day. Just counting that my parents paid attention to what Asia and Zenobia were doing. They had enough of my material from so many years that they didn't need it anymore. So much so that we could rest. I went out to meet up with the club. We were talking quietly, until I saw several boys running to the gym. Boy 1, the girl in cosplay is in the gym. Issei, girl in cosplay? I have to see that. Sona, do you like cosplay? Issei, I'm an average Japanese teenager, obviously I like it. I ran out and saw who I wasn't expecting there, Sarah Falsitri, who in her time had paid me to watch Sona from the shadows and make sure nothing happens to her. I stayed watching her a little longer while the council was taking the students out of the gym. In turn the others arrived to see what was happening. Sarah Fall, Sunita. Your sister came to see you. Sona was read quite a lot. Sona, don't stick to me so much, sister. Sarah Fall, how bad you are, Sunita, I love you. She turned to look at me and regained her composure. Sarah Fall, nice to see you, Redkun. Issei, I say the same, Sarah Fall-sama. Sona, where do you know my sister from? Issei, once she hired me to watch over you and make sure nothing bad happens to you. Sarah Fall, from what I know you are Rias-chan's pawn. Issei, that's right. Sarah Fall, thanks for helping her in the raiding game. Issei, I only did my duty. In the afternoon, Rias's father and Surzex were at home. Rias's father would leave in a few hours, but Surzex would stay to sleep, and Rias was making a scene because she didn't want to sleep away from me. I convinced her as I could, but before Surzex got serious and said, Surzex, I think it's time to release the other one. Rias nodded and went to sleep. It was the bucking most uncomfortable night of my life. I couldn't say anything for fear, so I just resigned myself to sleep, if it weren't for Surzex speaking to me. Surzex, thanks again, Issei-kun, you saved my sister from an engagement she didn't want. Issei, you don't have to thank me. The next day, we unexpectedly learned that there was going to be a meeting between the three major factions to make peace, and Rias took us to the room in the club that didn't open and removed several seals from it. Rias, guys, so you know, before Asia I had another bishop, but we locked him up because of his power. When the door opened, I only heard a high-pitched voice. Who opened the door? There was a drawer there. Rias opened it, and inside was a beautiful blonde with red eyes. Issei, what a pretty girl. Kiba, in fact, Gasper-kun is a man. Issei's brain. Issei, now I have the goose confused. Rias, yes, he is Gasper, my other bishop. He is very withdrawn. I would like you to help him. Issei, and what will you do, Press? Rias, I will go with Akeno and Kiba to my brother to analyze Kiba's sacred gear. And just like that he left, so we went out to the courtyard to make Gasper train, well, train in quotes because Zenobia only chased him with her sword. While Gasper cried, Saji arrived after that. Saji, hello everyone, what are you doing? Issei, training Gasper. Saji, what a pretty girl. Issei, is a man. Saji, what the buck? Kaneko was now chasing him with garlic in her hand, and I could only face spam. Gasper went away crying to hide and someone descended. Azazel, it seems you have problems, Rez. Issei, what can I say? It's difficult. Kaneko, Senpai is the leader of the fallen. Zenobia, we will stop him. Issei, and he is also the one who paid me to finish off Kokobile, so there is no need to get excited. Azazel, the vampire boy's sacred gear can be controlled if he sucks a little of your blood. I went to look for Gasper and found him back in the drawer. Gasper, I don't want to go out again, Senpai. Issei, why not? Gasper, my powers scare me. It's not nice to see your friends frozen without being able to move. I don't want these powers, I'm scared. I breathed deeply and sat down. Issei, you know? I was afraid of my powers too. Because of these same powers they used me. Do you have any idea how many people I killed for these powers? But I knew that in the future I could hurt the people I care about if I hid it. Or worse, I couldn't defend them. I didn't want that. That's why I decided that accepting myself was the best option, and look, I saved Rias from the raiding game. I saved Kokobil's school, which I couldn't have done without my powers, plus I think you're great. Gasper came out shyly. Gasper, really? Issei, yes, I will train you like I trained everyone so that no one defeats you. Gasper, good senpai. I began the exhaustive training, which was to attack Gasper to control him. I warned him that I had to stop so I wouldn't hurt him, and it turned out better than I thought. Gasper thought he could run away from me, but when he realized that I appeared in front of him wherever he went, he began to use his sacred gear. Zenobia, how is he so strong? Kaneko, it's a mystery. Asia, but thanks to him only strong. Kiba, Issei-kun has been a lot of help. Asia, you came back, Kiba-san. Kiba, if there's someone who can help Gasper, it's Issei-kun. We had made a great breakthrough. While I thought about the imminent meeting that was approaching, if everything went well there would be peace. If not, I would have to defend the demons with all my strength. But according to my perspective, everything would be fine. The next day, I was walking quietly through school, when I felt someone touch my back. Kiryu, Hayate, don't try to ignore me. Issei, Kiryu, what can I do for you? Kiryu, I want to know why you were missing a week with the student council. Issei, Those things are private. She stuck to me and near my face said, Kiryu, that sounds like you did something wrong. I got closer, making her blush. Issei, I want you to understand that my emotions will not betray me, but it does not matter. I will tell you in the future. She looked blushed and said, Kiryu, well, Ayato, I will leave for now, but I will return. Issei, I know very well that she liked it, like most of the girls in school, but she is different. She is sincere, and may be a little perverted, but still, that attracts me. Meanwhile, Kiryu ran away to the other side and began to take air. Kiryu, you cannot be so perfect forever. I will find a breaking point, and I will enter your heart in it. Wait for it, Ayato. Kiryu Aika, the school pervert, was in love with Issei for a different reason than the other girls. Despite the fact that she was perverted and all that, he was the only one who didn't see her as a weirdo and spoke to her in the most normal way. He was the only one who, despite everything, was there. Kiryu had him in a special place in her heart. She was willing to do one thing, accept him in any way. The hunter against the target. Gasper's training was going great, so I left them while I went to a temple with Akeno on Rias's orders. Upon arrival, I felt an angelic presence, and a blond man with golden wings descended from the heavens. You must be Issei-kun. Issei, yes, this. Akeno is the Archangel Michael. Issei, oh, I see. We entered the temple and sat down to drink tea. Michael, I must be honest, I was surprised to learn that the new bearer of Escalating was a demon, and I was more surprised when I found out it was its previous bearer. Issei, yes, that's life's things. Michael, anyway, I was going to give it to you. I want that to symbolize the alliance we will have in the future. Issei, and it will. Michael-sama can trust me. Michael, thank you, Issei-kun, I hope to see you at the meeting. And he left. I was left alone with Akeno, and I decided to ask. Issei, Akeno-san, what did he mean, Kuoh, when he said you were a bastard? Akeno, Issei-kun wouldn't want to talk about that. Issei, oh yeah, keep escaping from the past. Akeno, Issei-kun, Issei, I'm just saying, after everything I've been through, I have become the most correct person to say that. Akeno, my father is a fallen angel, a cadre barracuda. My mother found him wounded, and helped him. Love arose from the two and they had me. I always adored my father's black wings, but my mother was killed by these same ones, because of the black wings. She took off the top of her priestess outfit, and showed me her demon and fallen wings. Akeno, am I an aberration, right? I took off my shirt and showed her my wings, demon and dragon. Issei, you're not the only one. She blushed. Akeno, Issei-kun, you. Issei, we are both weird, and that I am a dragon hunter who is half dragon. It makes no sense. Akeno Himejima, you are beautiful as you are. Nobody will take that away from you, and nothing you tell me will make me change my mind. She shed a few tears and hugged me tightly. Akeno, can you call me my Akeno when we're alone? I took her by the chin and said, Issei, in public if you want. Rias, excuse me, what are you doing? Rias had arrived. Akeno, Era, I see some serious discomfort there. I got dressed and left there. Issei, well, I have things to do. Bye. Both. Issei, the day of the meeting. There were a few hours left for the meeting and I was looking into the void very calm. Gasper's power was more or less controlled. Kiryu approached me. Kiryu, is everything okay, Ayato? Issei, yes, I'm just thinking. Kiryu, can I know what it is? Issei, I would like to tell you but I can't. Kiryu, well, I won't insist. Goodbye. I will stay after school to see what happens. I know he will stay. In the afternoon. Issei, well, Gasper, I'll leave your bag, my game, your box and candy for Kaneko-chan. Kaneko, thanks senpai. Rias, well behave, we will go to the meeting. Both, hi. We all went and arrived at a room. There was Sona's entourage, Serzex, Serafal, Azazel, a purple-haired woman that I recognized. She was Grigori's secretary, Penemu, or well, who managed my pay, Michael, a beautiful blonde woman, Irina and Val. Serzex, well, now that you're all here we can start. Issei, I'm here, Snowflake. Vala, I'm not a rabbit, damn it. The people in the room held back their laughter, and decided to continue talking. Serafal got along very well with Penemu and Gabriel, who turned out to be Michael's sister, while the other three seemed to be reaching an agreement. Azazel, that's why I would like to know how it ended. What do the celestial dragons think? Vala, for me it's fine as long as I can fight with strong people. Issei, I think the same as Snowflake. Vala, bucking Mother Red. Azazel, then the is declared. Everyone froze, except the leaders, Vala, Irina, Kiba, Zenobia and me. Issei, for Biden Valor. Gabriel comes. What happens? Issei, it's Gasper's sacred gear. Penemu, someone activated the vampire's powers. Serzex, Issei-kun. Issei, hi, Godspeed. I went out at full speed. Serafal, that was fast. Gabriel, It's supposed to be his god speed. Serzex? How do you know? Michael, my sister is Issei-kun's guardian angel. Vala, look outside, there are sorcerers. I'll take care of it. Balance breaker. Kiba, we have to go too. Both hi. With Issei. I got to where they were and several women had them trapped. Issei, I arrived in time. Woman 1, don't try anything Red Emperor Dragon, otherwise we will take action on this. Gasper, I'm sorry senpai, it's my fault. Issei, no, remember what I told you, you are special Gasper. If you give up now you will prove me wrong. And I don't like being wrong. You forge your own destiny Gasper, so trust yourself. I cut my hand with Escalating and threw a drop of my blood at Gasper, who opened his mouth to receive it. The temporary stop was undone, and Gasper stopped all the sorceresses. At full speed I got rid of them. Issei, come on. Gasper, Kaneko-chan. Both hi. We arrived at the open field and I saw everyone already free from the freezing, fighting against the sorcerers. But there was one more presence, one that resembled Serzex. A brunette woman with glasses appeared. Azazel. Finally you make yourself present, Kateria Leviathan. Kateria, yes, it was always us. Azazel. Step back, I'll take care of her. Kateria. Azazel, stop interfering. Seraphal. Why are you doing this, Kateria-chan? Kateria. It's all your fault, Seraphal, I'll finish you off soon. Gabriel and Penemu were ready to protect Seraphal, while Azazel took out something like a fong, but before he made any movement, Kateria attacked him and knocked him out. Kateria. Their forces are ridiculous. I charge an attack ready to hit Seraphal, Penemu and Gabriel. Irina, we won't get there in time. Momo, we can't do anything. Sona, sister. Kateria, you will feel the power of the snake that Ophis gave me. I stopped fighting the sorcerers and turned to look at her. My sacred gears activated and I simply advanced. Kateria's attack advanced at high speed, but before it impacted I appeared in front of the three of them, blocking and absorbing the attack. Kateria, but what? Seraphal, Redkun. Gabriel, Issei-kun saved us. Issei, are you okay? Penemu, thank you very much, boy. I approached with a serious grimace. Issei, now you're going to tell me more about those snakes. Kateria, miserable, you see blurg. Before continuing, I had kicked her in the abdomen, making her spit blood. I grabbed her by the neck and stared at her. Issei, tell me about the snakes. Kateria, I won't tell you anything. I looked down and threw her elsewhere, while my power began to increase. Issei, Gear 3. The rays became pure red energy. This same one ran through my entire body and left cracks in it. I returned to Kateria and took her by the neck again. Issei, talk if you want to, live damn hitch. I began to squeeze hard. Everyone saw me. Kateria smiled mockingly, but that smile disappeared when I began to squeeze her neck, so much that I broke it, and she died instantly. Azazel, that was wild, but it works for us. They had attacked Azazel again. All the sorcerers had been defeated. The only one who had been able to do it was Azazel. You like treacherous blows, don't you, Vala? Vala, this side is much more fun. I started to applaud him. Issei, so you were with her. I hope you know how to respond. Vala, listen to me, well read, I'm not afraid of you. I'm much stronger than you, where is he? Issei, behind you, imbecile. I hit him and Vala was thrown to the ground. I broke part of his armor. Vala, what? But you're not even in balance breaker. I descended again while staring at him. Issei, I told you, you're not stronger than I am. Vala attacked again, but I put my hand charged with power in his abdomen and released him. Vala was thrown backwards and very injured. Vala, what the hell? Issei, I am a dragon hunter. I also have 2 sacred gears. You thought I only had Drag and that's why you trusted me. Now you are the one who has lost. Vala was furious. He transformed again and launched himself at me with his fist outstretched. I just put my hand out. A huge shockwave rose. Everyone was nervous. But when the dust cleared, I was standing without the slightest scratch, holding Vala's fist with my hand and without effort. Azazel, this can't be true, ha ha ha. That Brad is stronger than I thought. Rias/Sona, I see. Both of them stared at each other after that. For my part, one lifted Vala as I could and slammed him into the ground. Issei, now yes, speak, Vala Lucifer. Vala, how did you find out? Issei, when I compared your presence with Kateria's, there was something similar about them. I assumed you were Lucifer's grandson because of your white hair. Vala, wow, how clever you are. Well then I'll explain. We are a group called the Chaos Brigade, led by the Dragon Ouroboros. Gabriel, it can't be. Serzex, that's too dangerous. I let go of him and walked away a bit. Tears came to my eyes. Issei, 8 years, and I finally found you. Everyone looked at me strangely, and even more so when I began to release all my power. I took a piece of paper out of my pocket, and magical symbols were drawn on it. Issei, Union of the Cursed Lovers. I threw the paper and a portal opened from it. Valley, that presence, what are you doing? Hayate Issei. A female voice came out of the portal. You took too long, read. Issei. The conditions were met. Aura, a black-haired woman, quite small and dressed in a gothic style, descended with a smile. Vala recognized her. Vala, what is Ophis doing here? Everyone panicked, seeing that woman. Ophis, I'm not going to forgive you so easily this time. Issei, you don't know how much I miss you, Ophis. Ophis, Issei. To everyone's surprise, Ophis and I kissed with much love. When we separated, she hung from my neck. Ophis, I felt very alone. I didn't want that. I wanted to look for you, but I was afraid that something would happen to you, and not being able to protect you, but it's your fault for not doing anything about it. I can't be mad at you. I love you, I love you, I love you. Azazel, someone explain what's going on here. Issei, oh, Ophis is my girlfriend. All the girls were incredulous. Oh, what? Ophis, we met as children. Due to problems with Issei's family, they separated us, but we are finally together. Issei, that's right, my beautiful dragon. Ophis, Val resigned from the Chaos Brigade. Do what you want. Issei, I have something to ask Michael-sama. Michael, what thing? Issei-kun. Issei, I was thinking, and I would like you to let Asia and Zenobia pray. The two did not believe it, while Irina continued with a lost look and repeated, Irina, I am not the first. Michael, well, I can fix that. Zenobia, Issei, why? Issei, their faith remains the same. It is not fair that they cannot pray to the god they believe in. Zenobia, thanks. Asia, thank you very much. Issei-san. Sona, I still haven't processed it. Yura, Issei-kun had a girlfriend. Ophis, but from what I see, my little dragon is a girl magnet. Calm down. I'm not jealous or possessive, but well, we too have unfinished business. A portal opened below us, and we disappeared. The next day, we were at the club. Azazel was talking to us. Azazel. Well then, by orders of the three factions and after yesterday's results, it was decided that all the girls of the Gremry entourage, the Citri entourage, as well as Irina Shidu, the Mao Leviathan, Penemu and the Archangel Gabriel, live in Hayate Issei's house. Issei, do you think my house is a nursery? It doesn't bother me, but there is no space. Rias, we can solve that. Issei, I hope. And just as Rias fulfilled it, now my house was a bucking mansion. That same day they all moved. Akeno, I came to stay. Issei-kun. Kaneko, I hope Senpai takes care of me. Zenobia, we can train. Issei. Sona, thank you for your hospitality. Issei. Sabaki, I hope we don't cause any inconvenience. Rhea, thank you. Issei-kun. Yura, it's like a dream. Issei-kun. Momo, Issei-kun, this will be exciting. Tomo, we can train together. Issei-kun. Ruruko, we will live with Senpai. Serafal, I will stay with Sona. I will see your progress. Issei-kun. Gabriel, this is part of my job as your guardian angel. Penemu, it will be interesting. Irina, I didn't think this could be possible, but it's great. I just smiled. My life couldn't be weirder. But I wasn't complaining. I had recovered the piece that I was missing. Besides that, I had won some more. Issei, are you okay with this, Ophis? Ophis, yes, after what happened yesterday, I don't think anything will bother me. All, what did you do yesterday? Issei, sayonara. I ran out of the house while hearing their screams. All, Hayate Issei, don't leave my side. What had Ophis and Issei done after leaving through the portal? We'll find out. We appeared at home after Ophis took me through her magic circle from school. My parents were in the living room and saw us surprised. Gora, it can't be. Mickey, really it's you. Ophis, father, mother, it's a pleasure to see you again. Both, Ophis-chan. Issei, I found her again. I can't be happier. Mickey, how did you find her? Issei, Ophis was leading a team where the idiot in white was. He wanted to attack me and well, I ended up finding my precious Ophis. Ophis, yes, it wasn't in Vala's plans for you to use the cursed lover's seal. Issei, you gave it to me so that I would look for you when the conditions were met, hear your name, and know what you were doing or know someone you've had contact with lately. It was perfect. Ophis, and from what I see now you control yourself better. That's good. Ophis buried her face in my chest. I felt how she smelled me and I enjoyed that. Ophis, I never want to be separated from you again. I love you. I love you. I love you. I hugged her tightly. Issei, I love you too, little dragon. Gora, well, it seems that you need time to catch up and be alone. Mickey, we will be down here, just don't make too much noise. My mother laughed after this. I got a little nervous. Ophis didn't give a damn and I take it as an opportunity. He pulled me up to my room, where he put silencing seals on all the walls, as well as a security seal on the door. Ophis, now if we're alone too. Issei, yes, now that I realize, have you grown? I notice your breasts a little bigger plus you're taller than before. Ophis, Oh yes, how do I deactivate my transformations to return to my original form for you? During these 8 years I developed a little. But if you don't like Issei, I'm not saying any of that. You know that as long as you're you I'm going to love you. Ophis threw me down on the bed. Ophis, you're so cute that it only makes me want to have you all to myself, and to take advantage of you. You're still a virgin, right? Issei, my virginity was saved for you. Ophis, mine too, so today we're going to get rid of both. Today you'll be all mine. Ophis looked anxious, so she quickly took off my shirt and opened my pants, after which she began to kiss me very passionately, which I responded gladly. We separated due to the lack of air while a thread of saliva formed between the two of us. Ophis, I love you more than anything. Issei, Issei, don't ever leave my side. Ophis, I love you. We kissed again and began to undress. Meanwhile at the academy, Sona, I still don't process that Ophis is Issei's girlfriend. Azazel, and let them say it, brats. I've seen Ophis before, she never shows any expression. But now that I saw her with the boy, I saw an expression of happiness and pure love that those two have for each other. This only put the faces of the girls interested in Issei down. Sirzex, now that I remember, Red stopped being available exactly 8 years ago, or a little before. It seems that Ophis has to do with something about his change, from a psychopathic murderer to someone concerned about others. Rias, brother, I know that when he kills he gets a little out of control, but it's not like he likes her. Zenobia, already all this president, what do you think they're doing? Rias, talking. Sona, yes, just talking. In Issei's room, we were still immersed in kisses and soft caresses to each other. Only naked, she brought her hands to my member. Lemon skipped. We spent about 2 hours having hex in my room. I can't count how many times I came inside her. But Ophis was happy. When we stopped we just let ourselves fall into bed to rest. Ophis, that was magnificent. Issei, yes it was. Better, why did I do it with you? Ophis, you are so cute. Everything you say only makes me love you more and more. Issei, I say the same. I can only continue loving you. Ophis, but what will we do now? Ophis, obviously I will stay to live here, and if you worry about all the times you came inside me, no problem. You know that a dragon can only impregnate a female when it is in heat. Either of us is like that, so we can continue doing it as much as we want. Issei, I don't know, with the other two living here. Ophis, you just trust me, things will work out. But I want you to reciprocate to every woman who feels something for you. I was surprised. Issei, doesn't it bother you? Ophis, I was your first girlfriend, I was your first kiss, and now I was your first time. What you and I have can't be compared by anyone. I'm not saying that you don't love them, but I know that I'm special. I hugged her tightly. She did the same. Issei, I love you. Ophis, Ophis, I love you. Issei. And so we both fell asleep together. Outside, Rias and Isay kept knocking on the door waiting for Issei to open it, but for almost an hour there was no response. Mickey sent them to sleep in other rooms. While in the underworld, Ravel, what do you mean he has a girlfriend? Maid, as we were informed, Issei-sama has a love relationship with the Infinity Dragon Ophis Ouroboros. Ravel was cold, but reacted later. Ravel, I don't think he did the wonderful things he did to me. Ravel, prepare my things, I'm going to stay in the human world. Young Demons Reunion. Point 1. At Issei's house. Ravel, and for those reasons I should move next to you to your house. Issei, that doesn't answer the why are you in the living room of my house. It was simple. Ravel was in my house looking to stay and live here. She had a very confident look. How did we get to that? Let's start with why I had a very strange dream. There was a giant snake that roared, many people I didn't recognize and others who were standing barely holding on, all bleeding. Ophis and the others were together, barely holding on. Valet had his hand extended and 2 lights came out of it, one white and one blue. Both embedded themselves in my chest. Apart from that I was holding a blue spear. When Valet's lights finished embedding themselves, I activated an armor. It was different from the balance breaker. I saw it clearly. After that I pointed at the snake with both hands while the spear was placed behind me. Issei disappears. The day started as usual, if you can call it usual. A giant bed in the middle of which I was, and 17 girls sleeping without clothes next to me. Ophis was on my chest smiling in a tender way while the others tried to stick to me as much as they could. Issei, can I call this normal? I got up first and went to wash in the bathroom. Everything seemed to be normal for a Saturday. Kaneko also woke up and I found her at the bathroom door. Issei, good morning Kaneko-chan. Kaneko, good morning senpai. For her part Gabriel, Seraphal and Penemu were leaving their rooms like zombies. Issei, it seems they did not have a good night. Penemu, we were stopping Seraphal from going to your room to see Sona naked. Seraphal, It's unfair that only he sees her naked. I wanted to. I ignored him and went down to relax in the living room. I was so lost in myself that I did not realize that Ravel was sitting in front of me. Ravel, you know Issei-sama, it is not very polite to ignore your guests. Issei, what are you doing here, Ravel? And we returned to the present moment. Somehow Ravel ended up living here. Her mother had given her permission. It was still early, so while the girls finished cleaning up, I went out for a run. The breeze hit my face while the sun illuminated everything. I felt very relaxed and good, but I still had a doubt. Issei, what could that dream have been? And that armor? I felt the aura of Drake, Bahamut and Albion, but I felt something else. The spear, I suppose, will be another sacred gear. But where the hell am I going to get it from? And that snake? I stopped thinking and went home. We all had breakfast together. Of course the girls' glares fell on me when they saw how Ophis was feeding me. Ophis, let's see my love, say I. I just opened my mouth and received it gladly. I felt the table shake when I wanted to do the same. We finished breakfast, and I went up to the gym at home to train. Ravel came in to see me at that moment. It was a bad moment, since my punching bag had a razor photo stuck on it. Ravel, do you know my brother is traumatized since the beating you gave him? Although I understand you, he is a jerk sometimes. Issei, thanks Ravel, but anyway, what did you come for? Ravel, I want to talk about us. Issei, excuse me? Ravel, what you did to me the other night. I know Ouroboros-sama is your girlfriend, but I don't think you did something similar to her. Issei, no, I did something better. Ravel erased her laughter and put on a worried face. Ravel, what? Issei, but that is a private matter. Now I should go down to shower, and you should do something else, Ravel. As we were going down, I saw the girls petrified looking at something in the living room. Rias, I see we have problems. Sona, bigger than we thought. Ravel came down with me at the same time, and we saw a woman with pink hair and red armor sitting in the living room. Ravel was scared just seeing her. So you are the famous Ayato Issei. In all the factions they talk about you, and I see why you live with so many girls. You are very handsome, in fact. Ophis stood in front of me protectively. Issei, Ophis, I can take care of this, and as for you, Roigan, Belphegor Roigan, queen of the raiding game only below the Belial house. Issei, shit, what did Roigan-san come for? Roigan, well, they sent me to invite them to the meeting of young demons that will be held in the underworld. But besides that, I have my reasons. Issei, which would they be? Roigan, test Ayato Issei for myself to see why he is so popular. 3 barriers were raised above her. They were Momo, Rhea and Tsubaki. Tsubaki, run Issei-kun. Momo, we will stop her as long as we can. Rhea, go Issei-kun. Issei, you don't need to tell me twice. Roigan, why are you running away? I just want to give you lots and lots of love and affection. Let's see if you can hold on. I started running aimlessly down the street. I heard and clearly saw Roigan coming out of my house. Only his armor now looked like sportswear. Drake/Bahamut, don't look back. Run, hitch, run. Issei, shit, they're going to grape me. Yes, I thought I was fast, but when I heard Roigan's voice near me, I realized no. Roigan, don't run away, Ayato Issei. Issei, bucking hell, I activated God's speed and quickly got out of there. With the agility to dodge cars, people just seemed surprised to see a flash pass quickly and a woman behind him. For his part, Roigan was still following me. With his smile that scared me. Issei, damn, I must be faster. I was still being chased by Roigan, and to avoid further problems I left the public road and went into a forest. Issei, impeccable hunt, a skill that allowed me to blend in with the environment I was in, preventing the enemy from seeing me. In short, invisibility that only worked in spaces with very little light. In addition to that, I expanded my hunter domain to feel Roigan's presence. She felt confused and began to search. I silently left the forest without her seeing me and walked slowly until I got home. The next day, we were on a train to go to the underworld with everyone. Issei, I just hope everything goes well. Ophis, everything will be fine. Akeno, we should hope that everything passes peacefully. We arrived, ate, and then Azazel decided to train us. Of course, I gave him a training plan for each one. Everything seemed wonderful when Azazel, Issei, we should stop training. Issei, why? Azazel, Kaneko fainted. Young Demons Reunion. Point 2. We were in a room with Rias, seeing the fainted Kaneko. Issei, I told you, damn it, you can't get stronger if you keep thinking about the past. Rias, it's not her fault, I see. She's been through a lot, a long time ago. A flashback later. Issei, let's see if I understand. Kaneko's sister left her because she was drunk with power, and that's why Kaneko hates her. It doesn't make any bucking sense. Kaneko, for me, yes, senpai. Issei, and you've already woken up. Kaneko, she may not care, senpai, but it affects me. Issei, I'm not saying that I don't care. Your well-being is important to me. What I mean is that it's weird. Kaneko, what thing? Issei, that out of nowhere she went crazy, and that her teacher wouldn't notice all that. It's ridiculous. I know you think that power is bad and all that, but that's you, Kaneko. Even if you don't want to accept it, it's inside you, as well as my hunter power. Do you have any idea how many people I've killed? Approximately 1 million living beings, demons, fallen, dragons, beasts, humans, and other things, and I was the same as you, but I was useless if I was just a burden to the team. I'm sorry if it seems harsh, but it's the truth. I left the room leaving Rias and Kaneko speechless. Rias, I'm going to talk to him. Kaneko, no, Senpai is right. He accepted himself to fight for the president. I should have done the same. In the afternoon, the entourages Citri and Gremory, Seraphal, Gabriel, Penemu, Irina, Ravel and Ophis, we were going down an elevator to get to a party hall where the meeting of young demons would be held, which started very badly. As soon as we arrived, a girl was shot back, a very beautiful girl, red eyes and blonde hair. I held her as I could. Issei, are you okay? Why yes, thank you. Another kind of strange boy came out of the same hole threatening the girl. You'll see, stupid and virgin Sikvara. Sikvara, shut up, Zephador. Zephador, you'll see. I raised my hand pointing fire at Issei. Oh no, you will not attack this beautiful girl. Of course, if you do not want to have problems with me. Zephador, ha, insolent already. Surzex, Zephador, if I were you would consider it quite a lot. You are facing an elite assassin. Or weren't you one of the few who saw Red's massacres? Zephador stopped being aggressive while his face changed to terror. I remembered it well. It was a job I had done for the Glaciolablas clan. A simple extermination. Only that boy had seen me do it, and apparently he had been traumatized. Leaving that aside. Issei, I hope you are okay. Sikvara, thank you very much for helping me. I am Sikvara Agars. Issei Hayado at your service. I felt a tug on my ear. Ophis, don't you stop for a minute, no cupcake? Even with the affectionate tone and the syrupy nickname, I felt Ophis's annoyance. Issei, didn't you say you weren't jealous? Ophis, don't expect me to do nothing if you start flirting in front of me. Sikvara was a little scared but regained her composure. Sikvara, Ophis-sama, we don't. Surzex whispered in her ear. Surzex, if you let yourself go now you won't have a chance at anything. Sikvara said nothing. Issei, well, I've learned. I won't do it in front of you. Ophis hit me, but then gave me a hug. Ophis, you're an idiot. Issei, this girl is crazy about me, but crazy. A while later, I was able to have a good talk with Sikvara, and mysteriously her parents came when I was alone to beg me to marry her. Apparently Sikvara used to be cold and very stubborn. With me it was the only time they saw her smile. The only coherent answer I could think of was, Issei, it's Hayado. Issei's magic. Moments later, a very old-looking man arrived, along with a beautiful woman with silver hair. I approached a little to hear better. Surzex, it's good to have the god Odin here. Odin, how are you brats? This girl here is my assistant Rosweiss, who by the way has never had a boyfriend. Rosweiss, Odin-sama, that is unnecessary information. I took a glass that was there and began to drink its contents. Now everyone had their eyes on me. Issei, what happened? Do I have something on my face? Rias approached, while Surzex said to me, Surzex, Issei-kun, you are supposed to be underage. Issei, and what does it have to do with it? Surzex, are you drinking an alcoholic beverage? Issei, oh yeah? Sorry, I didn't realize my palate and system are immune to alcohol. I saw Kaneko leaving and decided to follow her. I was behind a tree when I saw a girl with cat ears staring at Kaneko. Kaneko, Kuroka-ne-sama, what are you doing here? Kuroka, I came to take you with me, Chiron. Kaneko, no, I don't want to, you're with bad people. Kuroka, well, we no longer have our leader, so now you can't claim that we are bad. Anyway, I will take you with me. Kuroka was ready to jump on top of Kaneko, but before a wall of fire rose protecting Kaneko. Issei, I won't let you do anything to him. Kaneko, Issei-senpai. Kuroka, I see, you are the one who defeated Vale. You will not stop him from taking me to. Issei, what if he stops acting bad? So far I can smell your concern. You want to be with Kaneko, but you have been running away all this time. Apparently, as I read your expressions, it frustrates you that your sister hates you and you want to explain the true intentions of why you killed him. You want Kaneko to forgive you. Kuroka blushed at what I said and the words would not come out. Kuroka, YUW, how the hell, Biko? A monkey-looking boy flew off on a cloud. Issei, this can't be worse. Kaneko-senpai? Issei, for them Kaneko-chan. I destroyed the cloud just by throwing a fireball at it. Issei, Wow, that cloud was incredibly weak. Both fell, and I carried Kuroka and rested her on my shoulder. Issei, we will talk about this with Surzex. Be honest, maybe they will let you be with your sister. I will be a key witness since I can smell when people lie or tell the truth. Kuroka, let me go, Biko. Issei, oh, your friend the monkey is already gone. Kuroka stopped moving, while Kaneko followed me. When I arrived, I saw how Ajuka locked a wolf and another man with light blue hair in a pyramid. You will see, they will not be able to contain the power of the god Loki. Issei, and another problem. After if everyone turned to look at me with Kuroka loaded. Surzex, Issei-kun, you captured one. Issei, I am a hunter. If I did not capture anyone it would be pathetic. But well, I brought her to prove her innocence. Ajuka, she is an S-class criminal. Issei, I know, but I snuck into her office and reviewed the case. Ajuka, what did you do? Issei, I snuck into her office. By the way, nice Lego collection. But well, my point is that before coming I analyzed Kuroka's case, and I noticed some inconsistencies. Ajuka, like which one? Issei, when Kuroka killed her master, Kaneko was watching her. If she had an unbridled thirst to kill, she would have killed Kaneko too. But she left her there alive. Then another thing that seemed strange to me was that the blood sample they had from Kuroka's escape was together with another substance. Ajuka, which one? Issei, tears, so I want a trial to be held. Surzex, I know you are on our side, but how are you going to define your bias? Issei, I would not defend someone without reason. Besides, my sense of smell can detect the truth. Surzex, good. Kuroka was now in a seat in front of the four mouths and told her version of the story. Kuroka, that bastard wanted to experiment on us. I offered myself so he wouldn't do anything to Chiron. But he still wanted to touch her. Then he was going to sell us to be slaves to other old bastards like him. I killed him to protect Chiron. I just wanted to protect my sister. Kuroka burst into tears. Kaneko advanced to her, hugged her very tightly and cried with her. Kaneko, Ne-sama, forgive me. Surzex, Issei-kun. Issei, yes, he's telling the truth. Kuroka was already free and now she could always be with Kaneko. Sona, you did the right thing, I see. Irina, Issei-kun always worries about others and helps them. Odin, I didn't think something like this would happen. But well done, boy. With someone like you in the alliance, peace will come very soon. Issei, thank you very much, Odin-sama. Odin, but now we have another problem. Issei, Loki. Rossweiss, we must stop him. Issei, well, it's time to do another of the things I had on my list. Rossweiss, ready? Issei, break a god's face. It was night and Kaneko went to thank me with Kuroka. Both hugged me crying and thanking me non-stop for what I had done. Then, they went to talk. Ophis came from behind and hung on my neck. Ophis, you always do the right thing. Issei, it was fair. Ophis, never change, I love you. Issei, and I love you. The darkness within me. We were ready to go to Loki, Rias, Akeno, Kaneko, Zenovia, Irina, Rossweiss, Sona, Tsubaki, Kiba, Saji, and of course, Surzex. They are the only ones we can send for now. We only have 4 Phoenix Tears. We had 3 but Ravel gave us an extra. Ophis approached me. Ophis, take care please. Issei, I will. We are going to defeat Loki. Surzex, we want to ask you something special. Issei-kun. Odin, boy, you should be the one who leads this mission. Azazel, among all you are the one who has the most combat experience, and one of the smartest. Michael, we guide Issei-kun. Issei, good. We were transported to a fairly empty area where Loki was. Loki, wow, you underestimate me. 3 wolves and a snake came out. Issei, well, we will divide the work. Saji, take care of containing Loki. Akeno, Rias, Tsubaki, Sona, I'll leave the snake with you. The rest of me will take care of the wolves. All high. Saji quickly extended his sacred gear where Loki and caught him. During his training he had been able to obtain other parts of Vritra, added to what he had taught him. He was unstoppable. On the part of the girls, Sona created her water dragon to contain the snake. Rias and Akeno transformed while Tsubaki covered everything with mirrors to reflect any attack, and they began to attack. I smiled at them. On our part, Irina turned out to be a reincarnated angel, and fought with light discs. Rossweiss was a Valkyrie with a great mastery of magic. Zenovia had trained with me for a while, so that he could handle his Durandal better. I couldn't expect less from Kiba. He created quite strong swords, and the one that surprised me was Kaneko. She grew cat ears and a tail. Kaneko, I won't let you down, senpai. From the underworld, everyone watched closely as the battle unfolded. Kuroka, you can do it. Chiron, let's go. You two. Issei. Ophis looked at Kuroka with a smile. For her part, Sigvara had also stayed to see how Issei fought. In battle, Kaneko's blows made the wolves tremble. She used her demonic aura with her Nikomata power. They were very destructive blows. I saw the sky covered in lightning. Akeno, Kaneko-chan did it. So I won't let you down either, Issei-kun. The snake was being electrocuted while receiving the combined attacks. For our side, the wolves also began to weaken from all our attacks. Issei, let's end this. Drag Bahamut, both good. Issei, balance breaker. My armor covered me completely. In addition to that, I was with my rays covering me. Issei, if I want to end this soon, I will have to go further. Gear 3. The rays became pure and bright energy. I went out to fill Fenrir, the largest wolf, with blows. I knew how dangerous his fangs were. That's why I closed his mouth with kicks. The legendary beast was bleeding. Loki could not free himself from Saji, and the other monsters were losing. Loki, I'm fed up. A large amount came out of him. He managed to seriously damage Saji, Akeno, Zenobia, and Kiba. Rias quickly distributed the Phoenix Tears. Now we had no way to heal without Asia no Gasper. Rosweiss wanted to attack Loki, but he pointed one of his attacks at her. Annoyed, I went and hit Loki, saving Rosweiss. I managed to make him bleed, but it only annoyed him more. Loki, insolent human. I released more power, and the earth split in half, leaving some rock spikes in sight. I moved away from Loki a little and created a lot of energy balls. Issei, Hunter Ray. They all shot towards Loki, annoying him. Loki, you fed me up, brat. Loki approached me and hit me. The blow destroyed my armor and made me spit blood in front of everyone. I saw their worried faces with my last strength, and I fell directly into the abyss. The last thing they heard was the sound of flesh being pierced by the solid stone spikes. Everyone cried. From the view or from the battlefield, everyone witnessed their hero fall. Ophis shed tears like never before. She wanted to go, but she couldn't. Her world had been taken away from her. On the battlefield, everyone saw Loki with true fury and attacked him. Rias, damn, Akeno, wretch, Sona, die, Tsubaki, we're going to finish you off. Kiba, you'll pay. Kaneko, you killed Senpai. Zenobia, I won't forgive you. Irina, Issei-kun, Saji, you killed my friend. Rosweiss, Loki, the attacks didn't do any damage to him. In the abyss, I was pierced on all sides and covered in blood. Issei, damn, is that I cannot do anything. Ayato, this looks very bad. You still have not recovered your powers to 100%, and you did not come up with a better idea. Issei, if it was stupid, I do not have time, so give me gear 4. Ayato, oh, you do not have to talk to me about that. Another person like me was in front. Red, so you come back crawling. Issei, I do not give a damn, remnant murderer, give me my powers. Red, no, you still do not master them well. It would be giving me some of the control. Issei, do what you want, but give it to me. Red, fine. In the battle, the boys could barely withstand Loki's attacks, until an abysmal amount of dark power came out of the abyss. Everyone felt the pressure of this same power, and as if it were a demon emerging from the earth, a hand was placed on solid ground, to stand up and show Issei emanating that energy. Issei, oh, we're not done yet. Nobody said anything. Issei got up and started screaming. His shirt was torn and they clearly saw black cracks covering his body. A pair of black wings came out of his back. They looked like a bat's. One was whole while the other was in pieces. One of his teeth became a fang, while on his face a black mark appeared near his eye. A horn came out on one side of his head and his right arm was completely covered in black. Issei roared and screamed non-stop. From the underworld, Ophis, not again. Surzex, you must send me. Surzex, we can't. Ophis, it's not an option. Issei is in danger. Everyone saw Ophis's genuine concern. While in battle, at an abysmal speed, Issei suddenly appeared in front of him and launched an uppercut that sent him crashing heavily into the ground. Loki aimed at Issei, but several black spheres appeared behind him. Issei, Extinction Star. They shot towards Loki, doing great damage. Issei filled him with punches and kicks, even with Loki on the ground. Issei, I'll kill you, son of a hitch. Issei's voice was distorted. Issei continued to hit Loki with his fists charged with his power. Rosweiss, Thor-sama's hammer just arrived. Rias, Issei, the hammer. Issei between grunts approached the hammer. It was covered in darkness. Issei hit Loki. A magic circle appeared enclosing Loki. Loki, damned eye. Issei without hesitation gave another blow. The circle became black and covered in thorns. Loki disappeared. But that did not stop Issei. He approached the snake. Issei, Escalating. The sword reached Issei's hands, but it changed color to black. Without much effort he destroyed it. The wolves were going to attack him. Issei broke their jaw without much effort, and began to make cuts everywhere until he killed them. Even so, Issei did not stop. He continued firing attacks wherever he could. while roaring with fury. A muscular man appeared. Serorg. Well, it seems they need help. Rias. Serorg, you came. Serorg. It seems you can't control it. Sona. It just got out of control. A magic circle appeared in the sky. Ophis. Issei, can you hear my voice? Issei looked at the magic circle. Ophis. The fight is over, honey, you won, you can rest. Issei began to scream louder, but the fawn returned to being a normal tooth. The wings re-entered Issei's body. As did the horn, the black marks slowly disappeared, and only normal Issei remained. I reacted half-heartedly. I was in quite a bit of pain all over my body, but the wounds caused by the spikes were already healed. I coughed up blood, while several cuts appeared on my body. I fainted after that. Everyone returned to the underworld. Serorg was carrying Issei. Ophis approached worriedly to hug Issei. Ophis. I'm glad you're okay. Akeno. Ophis-sama, what happened? Ophis. That was Issei's most powerful form. Gear 4, Pure Darkness. Issei is practically invincible. Or well, largely. With that power he massacred the entire town. But he hasn't used it for a long time. It seems that it became a danger to him. Sabaki. So what do we do? Ophis. It's best to let him rest. Rossweiss approached Ophis. Rossweiss. I want you to apologize. It's my fault he received all those attacks. Ophis. It's not your fault. Issei is like that. I wouldn't be upset about that. Rossweiss. Thank you very much. Meanwhile, Issei was taken to a room where he was resting. Ophis let everyone in so they could be with him, while he just slept. Another game, another stupid demon. The sun hit me directly in the face as I walked to school. In short, everything had been worth it in the battle. Although we had defeated Loki, I had lost control and had ended up fainting. But everything had ended well. Now I returned to school that had a new teacher since Odin had forgotten Rossweiss when he brought Akeno's father to Earth. Apparently thanks to me they both became friends and are on good terms, but not just Ross. Another teacher who drove the students crazy, Gabriel. A secretary for the headmaster's office, Penemu, and a new, rather cold student named Sigvara Agars. Issei. Another boring day here at school. It was boring until the teacher told us about the school's sports festival. As usual, who was nominated to lead everything was me. It was not the most important thing since it was easy to win the sporting events. What was going to be a problem was the three-legged race. I fell for a trick by Kiryu and raised the Kiryu. Okay, and who will accompany him? I saw Asia wanting to raise her hand, but all the glares from the girls, including Zenobia, Irina, and Kiryu herself. An awkward silence fell over the class. No girl dared to raise her hand, so it was my turn to choose. Issei, Kiryu, will you join me? Kiryu, and me? Issei, yes, you owe me for tricking me into getting in. Kiryu, well. After class we went to the club, where besides Rias and Akeno there was another boy there. Rias. Oh, Issei, did we introduce you? He is Diodora Astaroth, one of the young demons. Akeno. He was with Asia at the young demons meeting. Issei, Diodora. Nice to meet you. I am the demon who was saved by Asia. That is why I am here. After so much I was able to find her again. I am very concerned about her and her well-being. That is why I would like to offer an exchange. I have two very good bishops. Before Rias could say anything, Diodora had Ascalon and Bahamut around his neck in a scissor-like shape. Issei, you say you care about Asia, but where were you when she needed you? Where were you when she was dying? Where were you the whole damn time? Diodora replied nervously. Diodora. I didn't want to get into trouble inside the Terry. He fell because I started to close my swords and he felt the edge on his neck. Issei, when you really care about someone, it doesn't matter what the buck happens or where she is, it only matters being with her, which you didn't do. Now, get out. I put away my swords while Diodora got up and looked at me angrily. Diodora, a dirty dragon won't tell me what to do. In the game I'll show you who's in charge. I lit my fist on fire and threatened him. Issei, we'll see. After he left I went out to calm down a bit. I bought a drink from the machine when Kiryu approached me. Kiryu, Hayadu, can we talk? Issei, okay, what's wrong? Kiryu, I know everything. Issei, oh no, you know I hide erotic magazines under my bed so they don't find them. Kiryu, well, I didn't know that. I was referring to your fights. Issei, and unfortunately my lie didn't work. Kiryu, was it a lie? Issei, obviously yes about the magazines. But if you know the other thing then I can't do anything. Kiryu, can't you erase my memory or something? Issei, I can, but when it's a person who lives with me the blank spaces will slowly be filled and your memories will not return. I want to save that. That's why we will go to the occult club. An awkward conversation later and Rias. So in summary, you stayed at school and saw the whole fight between Issei and Vala. plus everything that happened. Kiryu, that's right. Sona, Issei doesn't want to erase your memory because it would be very complicated. Sekiryuutei, it would be the best option, but being a student at the school wouldn't work for long. Issei, touche. Rias, it would be best for Issei to turn her into a pawn when he has his own entourage. For now you will be like an intermediary. You will be aware of our world, but you will remain in the human world. Kiryu hit himself a little. Kiryu, if with that I can still see Ayato, all good for me. I felt the withering glances of everyone on me. Issei, after I had finished making a pact and was walking home to calm down a little, when I felt a familiar presence. Issei, you don't learn, right? Or is it that I also look great from behind? Vala was looking at me from behind. Valley, very funny Ayato, but I came for something else. Issei, ah yes, which one? Valley, since I found out that you had a romantic relationship with our leader and also you took Kuroka. Issei, yes, in fact she is very comfortable in her new room. Valley, I start to wonder if I really am the bad guy here. Issei, you attacked a high school of teenagers. I don't know how you consider yourself. Valley, you know that I am your age, right? Issei, are you 17? Valley, yes, idiot. But well, I thought it would be better if I stopped playing the bad guy. In the end I haven't hurt anyone yet. Issei, are you the bad guy and you haven't done anything? And I, the potential murderer, am I part of the good guys? This world is very strange. Valley, I wanted to warn you about Diodora Astaroth. Your mistress or any of your other concubines would listen to me. Issei, in the current situation, they love me so much that even Kuroka and Seraphal would attack you. Vala, how the hell did you do with the Mao Leviathan? Issei, he has showed tendencies, and if we think about it, he hired me to watch his sister when he was a child. But these are unimportant facts. Let's just say that lately he has been recognizing my value as a demon. Valley, well, the point is that Diodora Astaroth could have an Ophis snake. Issei, and I tell this girl, stop giving your snakes to anyone, but she gives me those beautiful eyes and says, no, my love, only to people you trust. But well, that doesn't matter now. Don't worry, I'll take care of him. I'll give you my cell phone number so we can communicate. I'll save you as Juan Mechanico. Valley, you have a serious problem with Joteria. Besides, I don't have a cell phone. Issei, how are they supposed to contact you? Valley, through magic circles. Issei, well, in the real world you need a phone to talk to people. I'll buy you one later. Come with me to the plaza after the game against Diodora. Just disguise yourself. If they see me with you, they'll kill me. Valley, your superiors? Issei, no, the girls. Valley, fine, I'll accept your gift. But where do you get so much money? Issei, questions for another day. I returned home. When I entered, everyone greeted me in a peculiar way. All except Rosweiss were wearing thin, almost transparent blouses with nothing underneath and red skirts. Even those who I wouldn't believe were Ravel, Penemu, Gabriel, Seraphal, even Kuroka. Irina, it was my idea. We wanted to find a way to thank you for everything. They all approached me. Issei, damn, I love my life. The next day, we were ready to go to Diodora. The others wished us luck, and we were transported to the space where the game would be. English. Everything was arid. There was no one. Breathe deeply. Issei, it's a trap. Just as I said, several soldiers of the Chaos Brigade came out, and in addition to that a magic circle appeared under Asia and took her away. Diodora appeared, showing that he had Asia holding the leg. Diodora, I'm sorry, but I'm taking Asia Argento. Rias, Diodora, you wretch, you dared to usurp the game. Diodora, I'm sorry, but I always get what I want. Issei, you have 3 seconds to let her go. The atmosphere felt hot, and steam began to come out of my body. Issei, 3, 2, 1, your time is up. Diodora disappeared while laughing. Issei, let's see how long your smile lasts, son of a hitch. The soldiers were going to attack. Everyone was preparing for that. But I simply put my hands together and said, very annoyed, Issei, burn in eternal flames, ignite. An abysmal amount of fire came out of my hands. Within seconds, all the soldiers that had been sent were burning alive. I stuck my swords in an X shape behind Akeno. Odin came out of there right away. Odin, wow, what a boy you are. You are perceptive and very selfish. I smiled with some malice. Issei, what can I say? I have the selfishness of a child in this case. Akeno blushed like the others. Issei, but well, your help will not be necessary unless you send more for now. I covered myself in lightning and transformed into Godspeed. Issei, I'll go erase that smile from the face of that son of a hitch. Diodora. Rias, Issei, but his pieces are in the castle. Issei, in that case, balance breaker. Follow me and things will be easier. All hi. Issei, here I go, my sweet Asia. Do not fear, your Crimson Prince is coming. At full speed I began to advance inside the castle, ready to kill Diodora with my own hands. The fall of Astaroth. I continued advancing through the castle, until I found a room in which there were only 2 doors. The rest of my companions arrived. Diodora, I have divided my entourage so that they face it, divide as they want. In one door are my 2 bishops and my queen, on the other side are my pawns and my rooks. Issei, press. I will go with Zenobia, Kaneko and Gasper. You go with Kiba and Akeno. Rias, good. We entered the respective rooms. On our side, Diodora's entourage attacked as soon as they saw us. Issei, Gasper, your special move. Zenobia, concentrate everything against the rooks. Kaneko, support Zenobia. All high. Gasper, 0 time. Diodora's pieces stopped. Gasper was trying hard. Kaneko hit the towers with aura and Nikomata power, and Zenobia finished them off with Durandal and her sacred projection. On my side many spheres of electricity appeared. Issei, punishment of the lightning god. They were shot at Diodora's pawns. Our battle was over. In the same way I saw in the distance how a combination of holy rays and the power of destruction finished off the other pieces. Issei, apparently I did my job well. Kaneko, let's go senpai. Issei, yes. We continued moving forward with everyone now. Kiba, how strange, he only stayed with his knights. Issei, it could be something worse than that. Just as I said, Fried was waiting for us in the hallway. Fried, wow, what a nice meeting. Issei, apparently Diodora convinced you to work for him as his knight. Fried, no, I ate his knights. Kaneko, he has lost his humanity. Fried, the young master loves to plunge young priestesses into despair. All his pieces were. Issei, so now that trash found a girl completely his type. Fried, that's right, but they won't reach him, I'll eat them. Issei, I'll take care of him. I approached slowly as Fried was turning into a hideous being. I put my hand on his open mouth. Issei, thanks for the information. I applied pressure and broke his jaw. Blood came out of his mouth and he could barely babble. Issei, what? What do you want more? With pleasure. I kicked him in the abdomen, making him spit blood. I take his arm tightly and slice it with Escalating, to finish decapitating him with Bahamut. Issei, poor fool. I was raised to hunt any prey. My friends looked disgusted at Fried's inert body, but they left when I smiled and said, Issei, let's continue. The next room was where Diodora was. He had Asia tied to a special set of branches. I tried to calm down, but my hands were clearly nervous about squeezing her neck. Diodora, wow, it seems they passed all my tests. But it doesn't matter. Asia heard the whole truth, but it bothers me. She is not affected in the least. Issei, it's because I taught her that it doesn't affect her. Asia accepted that she is a demon and wants to be useful to her mistress. That's why. Asia, do you remember the last thing we trained? Asia, hi Issei-san, vitality absorb. What was holding Asia little by little weakened and Asia fell covered in a green aura. Diodora, impossible. Issei, another of the functions of twilight healing, to absorb the vitality of things. I trained it well, do you believe? Asia saw Diodora annoyed, and what he did not believe happened. Asia gave him a strong blow that sent Diodora crashing against the barrier that he himself had put up, breaking it. Issei, now I take care of it. Zenobia, that was great. Asia. Rias, I'm glad you're okay. Asia. Asia, thanks for coming. President. Rias, come on, I consider you my little sister. Asia, then Rias Wanichan. For my part. Issei, well Diodora, I will give you a little space to say your last words. Diodora, it cannot be. Ophis gave me a snake. Issei, yes, I already talked about that with my precious dragon. She said she regrets giving a snake to someone as horrible as you. Without further ado, I tore off his arm without problems. A stream of blood came out while Diodora screamed in pain. Issei, music to my ears, suffer more hitch. I kicked him, followed by many blows. I ended up crashing him to the ground. With both swords I cut his legs, causing even more blood to come out. Diodora screamed in pain while I just smiled and began to laugh. It all ended when I ripped off his head, while calming my laughter. Issei, that was fun. Rias approached me fearfully. Rias, are you okay? Issei? Issei, yes, well, we're done here, or so I would like to say. Akeno, what do you mean Issei-kun? Issei, when I felt an ancient Mao between my nose, his aroma reminded me a bit of a Juko-sama. So why don't you make yourself present, Shalba Beelzebub? A brown-haired man appeared floating in front of us. Shalba, as they say, your sense of smell is very annoying. For the first time I felt like I was an enemy I couldn't beat, which excited me to test how far my limits would go. Issei, I'll owe Vala one for this later. Shalba, it doesn't matter, you won't be able to defeat me. Issei, that's what you think, Drag Bahamut. Both, come on, partner. I began to release a great amount of power. Issei, the one who is in the limbo of sleep, the possessor of 2 dragons, the one who dominates and emerges. I will crush my enemies at any cost. Perfect duality juggernaut drive. My armor evolved now, it was bigger and more robust. Issei, I met Vala lately, and besides what we talked about, he mentioned the juggernaut drive. I have a certain advantage. My pawn pieces can adapt to the others. I decided to talk to my 2 dragons for this, and they told me that if I could release the juggernaut drive, now I will test how strong I have become. I quickly accelerated to stand in front of Shalba, and I unleashed a right hook, making him retreat and destroying much of the castle. Issei, the current demon kings are stronger. Shalba, you damn dragon. I received his attack, but only to absorb it with Bahamut. In doing so I released a great amount of power in the form of lightning to attack Shalba. Shalba, damn. Issei, change, night. The armor became lighter, and I appeared at high speed in front of him. Issei, very slow. I cut his arm with Escalating. Shalba screamed in pain, and I like to hear those screams. Issei, change rook. The armor became more robust, and I dealt a precise blow to Shalba. Issei, let's end this. Shalba, I was going to say the same thing. I'll kill you. Issei, change bishop. 2 cannons came out of the armor. Issei, I am the first being who could combine something as incompatible as the power of the hunter and 2 powerful dragons. I cannot lose to anyone. Issei, take all my power gear 3. The rays that covered me became pure energy while the cannons began to charge. Issei, hunter dragon shoot. A giant ray was shot towards Shalba, who received it fully while she only listened to him scream without being able to do anything. Issei, you lost. Shalba, damn it. After a while he was no longer there. I deactivated the transformation and sat on the barren ground. Issei, that was very tiring. Rias, I see. Everyone came to where I was. Rias, are you okay? Issei, yes, just a little tired. Akeno, that amount of power was abysmal. Issei, I used everything I had. Kaneko, now Asia Senpai is safe thanks to Senpai. Asia, thank you very much for helping me. I see San. Kiba, but you also did your part. Asia. Zenobia, that's right, you supported Issei to be able to fight without problems. Gasper, I want to be as strong as Asia. Issei, and you can be Gasper, just let me keep training you. For now, does someone carry me? Everyone, huh? Issei, I can't feel my legs. Now it all came down to which of the girls carried me. That is until a magic circle appeared and Ophis came out of it. Ophis, I'll take care of this, come on love. I'll make you feel better. Issei, thanks Ophis. Ophis, for now, worry about giving the report correctly. I'll pamper my little dragon. The girls wanted to object, but they couldn't against the power of the legal girlfriend. Issei, well, see you at home. The next day, another morning at home and another fight at breakfast. Tsubaki, I'll go with Ayase-kun to see clothes. Zenobia, no, she'll take me to buy camera. Seraphal, she'll take me to an anime exhibition. Sitvra, she'll take me to rent the Evangelion series. While I was still trying to stay calm, which wasn't easy with so many girls pulling my clothes. Issei, the coffee is as delicious as always. Well, I released some aura and pushed them. Issei, sorry girls, but I have plans. I'm going to the plaza with a friend. He wants to see a cell phone to buy. Ophis, how strange. I thought your only friends were Kiba, Saji and Gasper. Issei, you offend me love, I have more friends. Well, I'm leaving. I calmly walked out the door and headed to the plaza. I was standing there waiting when a boy arrived with a cap, a mask, sunglasses, a blue t-shirt, black pants and black sneakers. Vala, is this okay? Issei, I think you exaggerated. This makes you look more suspicious. It is very likely that the girls have followed me, so take off all that you have on your head and put this on. I gave him a green wig. He put it on and we started walking. My best friend. A group of girls watched a couple of boys walking through a plaza. For the first time, these girls felt jealous of a boy. Meanwhile, I was walking with Vala talking about all kinds of things. It was nicer than I thought. The trust we had in each other was growing more and more. Issei, well, we arrived. Vala, is this a cell phone store? Issei, yes, let's go in. Vala, okay. Vala was fascinated with all the models they had. Vala, I don't know which one to choose. Issei, choose the one you like the most. For example, I have the latest model they released. Vala, then I want the same as you. Issei, well then let's take that blank one I paid. We configured it, and Vala already had his first cell phone. He continued to appreciate it, and I collided it with mine. Vala, what did you do? Issei, I put my phone number on it. Now you have your first contact. Valley, thanks this. Issei, no one had ever done anything like this for me. Issei, that our dragons have problems between them does not mean that we cannot be friends. It is more we still have plenty of time. Do you want to continue walking? Vala, okay. We went to the movies, to an arcade, and we went to the supermarket to do stupid things with the cards and buy some things. Later, the girls arrived home. They had lost sight of Issei at one point and didn't know what to do. But to their surprise they heard Issei's voice in his room. Issei, damn it, you'll see. They also heard someone else's voice. That voice worried them. Vala, there's no way you're escaping this. The girls quickly went up and prepared to attack. Sounds of blood and bones breaking could be heard, as well as other things breaking. Issei, I can't lose here. Vala, accept your defeat. The girls quickly entered prepared to attack and the girls entered my room ready to attack. Ophis, Vala, if you did something to him I swear I will. They saw that I was eating chips from a bag and that Vala had a pokey in his mouth. At the same time a fatality Sub-Zero wins was heard. We ignored them. Issei, how is it possible that you beat me being a master at playing with Scorpion? Valley, you said it yourself, nobody beats Sub-Zero. Issei, well, best of 3, I'll go with Raiden. Valley, it's time to change a bit. I'm going with Liu Kang. Sona, what are you doing? Both playing Mortal Kombat. Sekira, he wasn't supposed to be our enemy. Issei, Vala hasn't hurt anyone. Besides, since Ophis is with me, he has no motivation at all. Vala, today that we went out together we realized that we get along better than we thought. Penemu, didn't the celestial dragons hate each other? Issei, they just needed therapy. It's amazing what a good therapy can do. Rias, Isay, what do you want to eat? Issei, we already ordered food. Vala, Issei wanted to show me some good hamburgers according to Issei, and believe me, I'm not going to let you down. 3 Doritos later. A few days later Rias had turned Rosweiss into her tower, while I was bored playing on my cell phone, when I got a call from Azazel. After a while the crow was already at my house. Issei, let's see if I understood. Do you want me to do a mission with Vala to discover what remains of the Chaos Brigade? Azazel, there is a man who frequents a bar who has information. Vala appeared in the room. Vala, and what do you want us to do? Azazel, I have a pill that can turn any person of the opposite sex for 24 hours. The thing is to decide which of the two becomes a woman. Ophis, it is not easier for one of us to go. Azazel, oh no, this mission needs the power of Vala and Issei. And after a while we were in a seedy hotel changing. I put on a black suit with a red shirt, all calm and laughing. Vala, how the hell do you not lose at rock paper scissors? Issei, my tricks. Now, what are you going to call Valerie? Valeria. Vala, Kureha. That will be my name. Issei, weird, but who am I to judge you? Kureha Morningstar. Vala, shut up and turn around, I'm going to take the Azazel pill. Vala drank a glass of water and after a while the room was shining, and a few seconds later I heard a high-pitched voice. Vala, I feel weird. I turned around and found myself with a beautiful girl with white hair and blue eyes. Issei, if that pill will only last 24 hours. Kureha, perverted idiot. Now give me the dress, this is embarrassing. Issei, yes take. I gave her the red dress and we went to the bar. Meanwhile the others saw, thanks to Ophis's powers, how Vala and Issei were doing. Kiba and Gasper were also there and Saji arrived with food to continue watching. Saji, oh wow, Hayato is with a very pretty girl. Sona, it's Vala. Saji, because they always make me doubt my sexuality. Back with the pair of idiots. Both arrived at the bar stealing the glances of men and women alike. Kureha, now I know what it feels like to be harassed. Issei, relax, now we only have one mission, find the bastard. Kureha, well, what does the information about Azazel say? Issei, he notices beautiful, well-endowed girls who dance well. Let's see, you are very pretty, you have quite large breasts. Kureha, but I don't know how to dance. Issei, let me help you. Look, there is going to be a live show right now. A boy covering his face with a hat got on stage and began to sing. I started dancing with Kureha. In the chorus the boy took off his hat and revealed that he had white hair and red eyes. Phantom, are you telling me there is a multiverse XDD? Kureha, I don't know how to dance. Issei, just let yourself go. She relaxed and began to feel the music. We ended up dancing too well and attracting the attention of whoever we wanted. She took us both to her office. Man, they have caught my attention because of the great show they gave out there. Issei, we also wanted to talk to you. Kureha created a barrier that closed off the entire place without giving any possibility of escape. Man, what are you doing? Issei, now you will tell us everything you know about the Chaos Brigade. Man, and if you don't go. He had stuck a knife in his hand. Issei, I am not a peaceful person, so if you want to keep your fingers intact you will answer whatever you want. When I asked, understood? Man, okay. Issei, what will be your next move? Man, they want to kidnap the Yukai leader of Kyoto. Kureha, they will try to do something to meet with Great Red. Issei, Then we have to stop them in that period of time. Thanks for the answers. We went there and returned home. Issei, then they will attack in Kyoto. Rias, the school trip is there. Issei, in that case it will be easier. I had to arrange some things. Above all, there is a dragon hunter in Kyoto. He can help me recover my full potential. Sona, then we have to prepare them. Issei, for now I have to arrange something with the tennis club. All tennis club? Issei, yes, Abe-senpai asked me for help a few days ago. Kureha, I have a question. How long until the pill stops working? Azazel, you have half a day left. Kureha, I'm not going to leave here like this. Many photos began to be taken. Kuroka, so I don't forget this. Kureha, you will all see. Imminent danger. In a dark place, Shaba's defeat against Issei was repeated over and over again. A woman's voice. I can't believe they are so useless. Another answered. Don't complain about them. They are useless anyway. A silver-haired man arrived with 4 glasses of wine. Well done, Euclid. And speaking of which, Dihauser. Come here. Dihauser, yes, my lady. Have you finished formalizing your engagement? Dihauser, yes, my lady. Everything is going according to plan. A rather older man with white hair arrived. Ryzevim Levon Lucifer, you finally arrive. Ryzevim, I'm sorry, my ladies, but I had to pick up the useless Shalba. I hope it helps. Ryzevim, yes, my lady, will Quetzalcoatl. The god smiled. Quetzalcoatl, so be it. Well, you owe me a massage, useless demon. Ryzevim, whatever Ishtar-sama orders. 2 other rather serious voices were heard. 2 giant armors entered the room. Should you stop complaining? Quetzalcoatl, that's what I told Ishtar. Our plans are still on the right track. Ishtar, yes, it's true, it's still perfect. But take that off now, right? The first one took off her armor and revealed a beautiful woman with blonde hair. All, Regalziva-sama. Regalziva, yes, I heard them. Now let me see that. Don't leave me without seeing Regalziva. The other took off her armor, revealing a beautiful brown-haired woman. All, Melvizoa-sama. Regalziva, come see this, girls. Ishtar has gotten stronger. Quetzalcoatl will soon reach the level we want. Melvizoa, Shalba's failure was a complete success. Our main objective continues to grow. Regalziva, oh, our future destructive god. Melvizoa, nothing will stand in our way. Regalziva/Melvizoa, we will soon have Hayadu Issei in our hands. Ryzevim, I still don't understand why they want that capricious brat. Regalziva and Melvizoa extended their hands and Ryzevim felt an abysmal pressure on his body. Followed by this, Ishtar kicked him in the face. Ishtar, do not question the wisdom of the gods who survived the reborn. Regalziva, do not doubt the world breaker. When it awakens all its power, we must be present to have it at our mercy. Quetzalcoatl, and fulfill all our ambitions. Ryzevim, but what about all the plans of the Chaos Brigade? Melvizoa, will only serve to make Hayadu Issei stronger. Regalziva, he has already restarted the universe 4 times. The next time we will make him survive and guide him. All power over all races will be ours. Ishtar, and nothing will stop us. Quetzalcoatl, we will recover everything that was taken from us. Melvizoa, the events that were already written happen differently again. Things they have changed, but that makes it easier to carry out our plans. Regalziva, for now, continue with sending the hero faction to Kyoto. We'll see how things develop. Euclid, whatever you order. The 4 goddesses sat on some chairs to drink the wine that Euclid had brought them. For the first time in so long, their plans seemed perfect. Trip to Kyoto. Now I was at the tennis club helping Kyom with her training. Isabel, Abe-senpai, are you sure it is so necessary? Kyom, yes, I need the only rival I have to improve if I want to win the championship. Kyom Abe, the captain senpai of the tennis club and a great beast tamer. I was the only one who had been able to compete with her. This is why Kyom trusted me. She was very pretty and very well endowed, as well as very hyperactive. But that specific day I felt her a little sad. Issei, Abe-senpai, is something wrong? Kyom, no, nothing, it's family things. Issei, hey, you can tell me. And trust me, we are friends in the end. I tried to make my funniest face so that Kyom would laugh a little, and it worked. Issei, I will support you in whatever you need. Kyom, thanks Issei-kun, I'll talk to you later. Issei, see you later. I was now at lunch with Rias's parents and Sona's parents. Sigvara's parents could not go. Apart from that, they were all sitting next to me. Valley had stayed at my house playing. Because yes, my best friend did not have a decent place to sleep. The point was that now we were talking about the trip to Kyoto. Venelana, then they will soon go to Kyoto. Issei, that's right, the school will let us go on a cultural trip. Xiaticus, well, but, Issei, yes, I know. I have to prevent the plans of the Chaos Brigade from carrying out their plans. Rudius, father of Sona and Sarah, fall by the way. Where is the White Dragon Emperor? Issei, in my room eating microwave pizza and playing The Legend of Zelda. Samira, mother of Sona and Seraphal. I thought the dragons hated each other. Sona, well, in this time they are best friends. Issei, that's right, everything was delicious, thank you very much. Surzex arrived at that moment. Surzex, Issei-kun, can you come for a moment? We were in the courtyard of the Gremry mansion, where we talked about my powers, and besides that Serorg Bale, Rias's cousin, arrived. We talked a little until we ended up talking about the raiding game that we had pending with him. Serorg, I would love to bump fists with you before the game. Issei, yes, I think one would not be bad. We stood face to face in full view of everyone. Serorg threw a punch. I entered gear 2 and responded. We bumped fists hard, making the ground shake. Rias, impressive. No one had been able to resist a blow from Serorg. Seraphal, not only that, Issei-kun competes with him. Serorg, I did not think you would be so strong. Issei, I say the same, but you have to wait until the game to be able to fight with everything. We left it there and left the Gremry territory. That night I slept being hugged until I almost suffocated. Now no one slept in their room. They all slept with me. The next day we were already at the station. Asia, Zenobia, Irina, Kiba, Momo, Tomo, Yura, Saji, Azazel, Rosweiss, Gabriel and Penemu as representatives of the school. Rias gave Asia a promotion card so she can promote me to any piece and enter the temples without problems. In the same way Sona gave it to Momo, most of the trip. I spent thinking about how to recover most of my capacity. The only solution was to visit the old master who now lived in Kyoto. We arrived at the beautiful city and our group was joined by Kiryu. We did most of the sightseeing, bought souvenirs, took photos, and continued on our way, until at one point I went ahead of the group, walking through the torii of the temple. An arrow at high speed was approaching my head. Without even turning around I caught it, and returned it with force. My hand was dripping blood. I turned to see. I saw many people dressed as temple priests and wearing fox masks, along with them a blonde girl with a fox ear and tail. Wretches, give me back my mother. Issei, the Chaos Brigade has already made its move. Fortunately my friends came to help me. Kiba, Issei-kun. Zenobia, we came to help you. Momo, we must stop them. Issei, Kiba, create a sacred demonic sword for Zenobia. Yura, use your strength to lift the earth and blind them. Tomo, Irina, deflect any projectiles. Asia, attentive to heal to everyone. Saji prevents them from escaping. Let's go. All, yes, boss. Issei, did you really call me boss? They carried out my plan as I ordered, defeating most of the soldiers. The girl was going to escape but Saji caught her, and I captured her. Soldier, release Kunisama. Issei, first let us talk. We are not the ones who kidnapped your leader. In fact, we came to rescue her. We are from the biblical faction. Kanu, so it wasn't you. Issei, you shouldn't attack random people. I released her, and she began to apologize. Kanu, we are very sorry. Members of the biblical faction were going to come. Issei, no problem, Kanu-chan? Kanu, yes. Issei, well, it is better that you go back for now. We also have to go. Kanu, yes, sorry for the inconvenience. We went in the direction of the hotel to rest for a while. In our free time we went to a special place that Azazel took us to, where there was a feast waiting for us. Yura, everything looks delicious. Tomo, we have to wait for someone to arrive. Azazel, she is an envoy from the underworld who came personally. I didn't know who she was until I saw her pink hair waving. Roigun, oh Issei-kun. Issei, Roigun. In Kuoh, Ophis woke up in her room. Ophis, I have a very bad feeling. In Kyoto, Roigun did nothing to me. He simply sat down to eat with us. Roigun, the Mao Lucifer sent me so that we can form an alliance with the Yukai of Kyoto. Issei, I see. Roigun, but a problem arose. The leader of her Yukai has been kidnapped. Issei, with Vala we obtained information about that. It was supposed to take a while. Momo, it seems that the Chaos Brigade advanced their plans. At the base of the Chaos Brigade, Rigalziva, apparently the operation was a success. Chow Chow and his team have the Yukai leader. Melvizoa, what about the girl? Ishtar, Jean is still under our spell. Quetzalcoatl, she will only serve us. In Kyoto, Roigun, it is said that it is a team of the Chaos Brigade known as the Faction of Heroes. Its leader is the possessor of the strongest Longinus. Saji, those are problems. Zenobia, we have to face them. Gabriel, apparently there is no other choice. Issei, in that case I will go fix my problem at once. I started walking but out of nowhere I rose to the roof out of control. Roigun smiled. Roigun, oh no, you're not leaving yet, we have unfinished business. Issei, what did you do to me? Roigun, it is the power of the Belphegor family to control gravity. It is not like he controls all of Earth's gravity, but at least a ratio of 50 meters around, and with living beings only when he touched them. Issei, let me go! Azazel, Roigun-san, Issei must go see something important about his powers. Roigun, well, he will escape me today, but tomorrow he will be with me all day. Issei, this woman is crazy. I left the living room and blended into the darkness to reach an old-style house, and entered carefully. A rather old man threw a knife at me. Old boy, you are quite bold to enter here. Issei, sorry master, the door was open. Old, so it was you, that he comes to look for the future leader of the clan? Issei, help. I explained everything. Old, I see, I will help you. I trained you once so there are no problems. Issei, thank you Master Mars. Mars was a hunter trainer, who gave one of the cruelest trainings possible. When a hunter child became old enough to grab a sword, he was thrown into the forest where he was trained in all kinds of martial arts, weapon handling, survival, and control of his powers. The trainers made this possible by the coldness with which they taught it. A low-class hunter at 12 was already capable of anything, a middle-class one at 10. A high-class one at 9, the elite were the few who completed their training. At 8, Issei was this elite. He suffered days and nights of hard training to be the perfect hunter, even all the events that triggered the clan mask. Mar was one of those who trained Issei in controlling his powers. If anyone could help him regain his full potential, it was him. Meanwhile, Valle at Issei's house. Valle, I asked him what he's doing. While defeating Ganondorf. Kyoto Bridge is collapsing. I woke up quite sore. I had barely slept 4 hours after having been training non-stop. I rolled around in the futon that the teacher had given me and I started to think about something that Issei hadn't thought about before. What fetish does Roigun have with me? Meanwhile, Roigun got up in the hotel very early. She had received a message from her parents that said, "The engagement is now official." Roigun for the first time sadly looked out the window. Roigun, I hope she remembers before it's too late. Flashback. An even younger Roigun ran through a forest. Her leg was bleeding and she could barely stand. She didn't control her powers very well, and a very dangerous beast was chasing her. All to get away from her parents. Roigun reached a dead end as the beast approached. Roigun just cried as the beast roared. But in a blink of an eye the beast was already dead at Roigun's feet. A boy only a little younger than her, with black hair and red eyes, pulled his sword out of the inside of the beast. Issei, and with this one that's 20, I'm done. Oh, there was someone here. The boy jumped down and stared at her until he saw her wound. Issei, that wound looks very bad. If you don't treat it in time it can be serious. Roigun felt confused, but even more so when she saw that the boy took a few cotton leaves and some bottles out of his backpack, disinfected his wound and put some leaves on it. Issei, these are medicinal leaves, they will heal this wound quickly. Roigun, thanks this. Issei, Red, just tell me Red. Having been mistreated by her family for so long made Roigun see Issei as a savior, someone who would give everything for her, and now she had found him. A few hours later, Roigun, and then this memory will be mine. We were sightseeing in Kyoto and Roigun wouldn't let go of me. Yura, Momo, Tomo, Asia, Zenobia, Irina and Kiryu looked jealous. Kiryu, they knew that if they fell off this bridge they could die. Oh, what? Before I knew it I had 8 girls on top of me. Issei, girls, I can't breathe. After that hellish climb of stairs we continued sightseeing until late at night, where we went to where the Yukai accompanied by Azazel, Gabriel, Penemu and Rosweiss. Azazel saw me somewhat upset and didn't understand it. Minutes before, the teachers were in the break area drinking something, well except Rosweiss. Gabriel, then I think I like someone. Azazel got excited and approached her. Azazel, and who could it be? Gabriel. He is very brave, strong, has solved many problems, gives everything for his friends. Apart from that he is very cute in every way. Azazel's smile began to diminish and changed to an angry grimace. Azazel, damn conquering brat. Penemu. Oh, you're talking about Issei. If it's all that, apart from that I am very interested in what he does. He is very noble. Gabriel. Oh, so you also like Penemu-chan? Penemu. I didn't say anything, although I don't deny it either. Rosweiss. They are in love with a 17-year-old boy. Gabriel/Penemu. And it will happen to you. Back to the present. Yukai. Then that is our problem. Our leader has been kidnapped. We do not know what to do. Kunu. My mother was going to receive them, but the conditions have not been met. Issei. That is why we are here. Penemu. We want peace in the factions. Gabriel. That is why we will help them. Roigun. Do not you have any reference photo to find it? Kunu. Yes, now we show them. Yukai. That is Queen Yasaka. Issei. As if this program increased the plot. Issei. How beautiful. I felt the gazes of all fixed on me. Issei eyes. Well, we will help them find her. Kunu. Thank you very much. I will guide them through Kyoto. as an apology for the other day. Issei, thank you very much Kunu-chan. But another question, how old are you? Kunu, I am 10. Issei, the same age as Milika's. After the talk I did not return to the hotel, but to Master Mars, to go through training again. In Kuoh. Rias, what do you mean Issei isn't returning to the hotel? Ophis, this boy, when he returns he will receive his punishment. Sona, he must have his reasons. Azazel, and he has them. Every night he is where an old teacher of his. When he returns with us he has a face like a dead man and is full of cuts and bruises that are disappearing. Ophis, in that case he is training. Akeno, Issei-kun wants to be stronger than before. In Kyoto. That day Kunu took us for a walk to get to know Kyoto, then we went to eat with her. Kunu, fried tofu is the best. Issei, you must like it a lot Kunu-chan. Kunu, yes, the best is the one my mom makes. Kunu became sad after that. I stroked her head. Issei, we will find her and I promise you that I will break the faces of those who kidnapped her. Kunu smiled, while the others looked at me with approval. We finished our food and went to see our teachers who were not in such a favorable situation. Rosweiss looked very drunk, while Gabriel and Penemu tried to make her keep her composure. Azazel just laughed. Rosweiss, and that old man doesn't think about me. He just started drinking and then he forgot me here. Gabriel, we know Ross-chan but now things are better. Penemu, yes, you found that store of everything for 10 yen the other day, right? Kiba, seems we arrived at a bad time. Momo, at the worst possible time. Rosweiss, another 10 rounds of sake. But when they brought them who drank them was me. Rosweiss, hey. Gabriel, Issei-kun you shouldn't drink that. Penemu, I have my doubts but I know that a teenager shouldn't drink that. Issei, a normal one. Alcohol has no effect on my system. Gabriel/Penemu, great. Issei, as for Rosweiss-sensei. Rosweiss, what hick? Issei, excuse me, will you have some cinnamon sticks, table salt and mineral water? Bartender, yes, here it is. I crushed the cinnamon and put it in a glass, then add the salt and pour the water on top. Issei, drink this Rosweiss-sensei. She didn't object and drank it. Then I grabbed her head and started moving it like crazy until Rosweiss complained of a horrible pain, but a while later she was sober. Rosweiss, what did you do to me? Issei, it was what they did to us in Dragmore if we couldn't stand some narcotic. To get rid of a hangover instantly it's quite useful. Azazel, thanks brat, you saved us from listening to their ravings. Gabriel, now we can accompany them. They accompanied us to the Kyoto Bridge. As we passed everything was filled with a strange fog in which all but Kiryu were inside. Azazel, it's fog. Kunu, they told me that when my mother was kidnapped a fog like this appeared. Kiba, it's a sacred gear, dimension lost. Issei, yes, now our prey is in front of us. A group of people appeared in front of us. A boy who looked like Fried, a blue-haired boy with a spear, the same one I had seen in my dream, a gray-haired boy, a brown-haired boy and a bunch of other people. The blue-haired boy introduced himself to us. Nice to meet you. I am Chow Chow, descendant of a hero. This is my group. We are the faction of the heroes of the Chaos Brigade. Issei, in short, another bunch of ridiculous. Well, I don't want stupid introductions. Just hand over the Yukai leader and I promise that your punishment won't mean that much to you. Maybe you'll lose 1 or 2 fingers, but oh well, what does it matter? Chow Chow, as pretentious as they told us, your stupid techniques won't even work like they worked with Vala. Issei, look idiot, don't involve my best friend in this. Several of its members launched themselves to attack me, but I attacked them, transformed into Godspeed, defeating them easily. Issei, guys, use all your power to stop them as much as possible. Chow Chow, that will not be possible. Leonardo. The boy came out of the crowd and created a mass that turned into many monsters. Issei, another sacred gear. But still, give it your all. Everyone, high IC. Issei, Escalating, boosted gear, dark blade. I manifested my 2 sacred gears and launched an attack against Chow Chow. He could barely cover himself with his spear. Issei, that is presumably the strongest sacred gear. Chow Chow, you'll see. His spear collided with Escalating. He repelled it back. While my friends fought against Leonardo's monsters, the battle lasted much longer than I had thought. Chow Chow, I will unearth all the potential of humans so that they can stop those who are supposedly above them. But just at that moment a monster came out of the sea giant. Issei, what the hell is that thing? Penemu, Gogmagog, a war machine built by the gods. Near this was a blonde-haired girl dressed as a witch and flying on a broomstick. Hello everyone, I am Lefei Pendragon, sister of Arthur Pendragon. I am part of Vala. Issei's team. Phew, lucky she is one of us. Lefei, I bring you a message from Vala-sama. Next time let me know that Chow Chow's clown was the culprit. It's a pleasure to meet you, Lord Conqueror Issei Hayato. Issei, seriously, that idiot has me with that name. Anyway, Thanks for coming, Lefei. She smiled as I felt withering glances behind me. Gogmagog began to attack the hero faction and they had to resort to retreat. Chow chow, you'll see. This will not be the last time we see each other. Issei. I know I should have thought about how to remove the spear. A true hero. After what happened on the bridge, now we had decided on one thing. To stop the hero faction at all costs and recover the Yukai leader. For this reason I took my things out of the hotel at dawn. As I left, the girls stopped me at the entrance. Momo, where are you going? Issei, it's not obvious to train. Yura, but what will we do without you to guide us? Issei, the same thing we would do if I stay like this. Right now I am weak. I must regain full control of my powers. Zenobia, but we need your strategies to win. Issei, stop depending on me so much. Without saying more, I left mixed with what little darkness was left. I arrived at Master Mars's house. Issei, I need to finish this part of the training. Mars, fine, but from what I see you fought with your friends. Issei, they don't understand that I do this to protect them. Mars, you should apologize. But after you save them, well, let's improve your fire control once and for all. Issei, yes master. That's how I ended up with only some old pants balancing on one leg on a wooden column. Meanwhile, Rias, he left? Asia, yes, Wanisama. Nothing we said made him change his mind. Sona, then now we have something less than the faction of the heroes. Tomo, yes Kaicho, but we still have the training that Issei gave us. Sikvara, this represents a problem. Ophis, they must generate a fairly well-detailed plan to match Issei's strategic capacity. Azazel, I'll take care of that. The brat may be gone, but we still have the basics of what he's done. With Issei. Mars, feel your soul burn over and over again. Issei, feel your heart burn at its highest temperature. Issei, hi. Mars, fire was the first thing that illuminated humanity. Now you be that light. Unleash your power. Issei. I clearly saw a flame in an immeasurable darkness. The flame grew larger against that darkness. He had his hands together. They were burning. Mars, feel all the emotions that you have previously felt, and become stronger according to them. Show your resolve. Issei. Issei, yes master. The heat began to increase. I felt my body burning as much as I could. I was enduring that strong pain. Mars, be the strongest. Let your fire rise until it can burn everything. Issei, yes master. I felt my heart burn and my soul burn. Issei, hhh. I released a great amount of fire. Mars, well done, now master your own power. Issei, yes master. At the base of the Chaos Brigade. Ishtar, it seems that she finished off most of the hero faction. Quetzalcoatl, yes, then they will need some help. Regalziva, Melvazoa brings the girl. Melvazoa brought with her a blonde girl, with a lost look and an emotionless expression. Melvazoa, here is Jean. Jean, good afternoon Regalziva-sama. Regalziva, today you have an important mission. Jean, you are going to help the hero faction. Jean, as ordered. They sent Jean to Kyoto with the hero faction to do her job. Meanwhile, Azazel, then everyone will go to the Ninja Castle. Kiba, that's right sensei. Zenobia, we will give our best and more now that I have my Durandal repaired, and with the Excalibur, I will call it X-Durandal. Irina, well then we will go. Momo, we must give our best. Kanu, I'm going too. I want to be present for when they rescue my mother. Saji, well, we will protect you. They arrived without many problems at the Ninja Castle. Their Chow Chow and his team were waiting for them, with Siegfried, a very muscular man, and another girl. Chow Chow, I see that you arrived and without your friend Haidu. Issei. Kiba, Issei-kun is busy for now, but you'll see we will beat you anyway. Part of his group had Yasaka, which seemed dizzy. Kunu, mother, but immediately after Yasaka fainted. Chow Chow, you will see what we will do. Zenobia, what do you plan to do? Chow Chow, Kyoto is the ceremonial capital of Japan. It has a lot of power. That's why we will use the nine-tailed Yukai to attract the real dragon. Kiba, they are going to cause a disaster by bringing Great Red. Momo, that's why we must stop them here and now. Zenobia, I support the motion with total violence. Zenobia raised her sword, which created a beam of holy energy which Zenobia directed towards them, destroying much of everything. Chow Chow, quite strong as we presumed they would be. I present to you our other members to start. Heracles, incarnation of the Greek hero, and Jean, incarnation of the Saint Jean d'Arc. But let's begin. Who do you choose? Siegfried? Siegfried, I want the two swordsmen. Tomo and Zenobia went behind him to fight. Chow Chow, Heracles. Heracles, I want those two towers. Rosweiss and Yura went to where? Chow Chow, Jean. Jean, the two angels. Irina and Gabriel went with her. Although it seemed strange to them, they did not get excited about anything. Chow Chow, that leaves me with the bearer of sword birth, the fallen angel, and the two bishops. Vritra, who will you fight? Yasaka transformed into a giant fox that began to roar. Kunu, mother. Kiba, Saji, I entrust the Yukai leader to you. Saji, good, let's go with everyone. Vritra, well, my other half. Penemu, Asia-chan, take care of Kuoh. Asia, well, I'll take care of it. George began to make magic circles of all kinds. Raswise, they have a skilled magician among their ranks. The battle began with Issei. Issei, well, Issei, fire is not something you control, it is something you unite with. Do not try to maintain it, be one with it. My fire is capable of everything. Mars, well done, boy. Without realizing it, I had achieved it. I had finished my control of fire in a good way. Mars, now I can say that you are at 70% of your maximum power. Issei, thanks for everything, Master Mars. Mars, it's the only thing I can do. We saw a light rising. Issei, they have already begun their battle. But that battle resulted in their defeat. In a very short time, Jean had defeated Irina and Gabriel with her balance breaker. Yes, Gabriel and Penemu have been nerfed, just as Heracles defeated Raswise and Yura, and Siegfried defeated Zenobia and Tomo. The only ones still standing were Kiba, Penemu and Momo. Asia hugged Kuoh tightly to keep her safe while Saji began to lose. Heracles, are you still there? I throw Raswise and Yura to Asia. Siegfried, it seems that they were more interesting. He did the same with Zenobia and Tomo. Jean, I already did my part. Jean did the same with Irina and Gabriel. The defeated were still conscious but very sore. In Kuoh, the girls who were at Issei's house saw everything. Rias, they have lost. Tsubaki, we can't help them. Kuroka, it's all over, we have to go to Kyoto. Chow Chow, they have definitely lost. There is nothing left. They are barely resisting. Sona, it can't be, I feel very powerless to see this. Kiba, we couldn't defend anything. Asia, I see San help. Chow Chow, their friend abandoned them. Everyone watched helplessly as the heroes' brigade was unable to do anything. Chow Chow smiled, thinking he had won the battle, but suddenly something landed from the sky on fire. Issei, don't treat my friends like trash. Ophis, just in time, I see. Everyone smiled at seeing him. Issei, it seems that I arrived on time. They will regret with every ounce of their existence what they have done. Everyone present felt the amount of power that Issei emanated. I saw them all together ready to fight me, along with a strange-smelling girl. I quickly approached Siegfried, who wanted to counterattack with his 6 swords, but I quickly made quick cuts, tiring an intense bleeding in his wrist so that he releases his sword and his sacred gear was deactivated. Followed by this, I filled him with blows to the face and body. With a kick, I sent him flying. I approached again, and with my fists together I sent him to the ground with all my strength. I approached the other largest. Heracles, now you will test the power of Heracles. Ayato Issei. I dodged his blows easily and filled him with kicks in the face. I lifted him with both arms to hit him with my knee, breaking his spine instantly. I continued with the girl. She looked lost. Something in me told me to save her, so I just knocked her out with one blow. To quickly approach where George, who seeing me could only create several circles to defend himself, but I easily broke them with a kick. Issei, I will teach you manners, imbecile. I began to hit him non-stop so that he could not defend himself, causing great damage to him, and then with a kick I sent him with the others. With the path already free, I approached Yasaka to cover her with my flames. I found the point where her power was concentrated and hit there to return her to normal. Now everything was a giant smoke screen. Chow Chow didn't know how to react. Kuoh, mother! Everything was suspenseful for a while, but I came out of the smoke with Yasaka in my arms and the other girl on my shoulder. Asia, I see San. Tomo, that's the image of a hero. I left them near the others and stared at Chow Chow. Issei, now it's your turn, son of a hitch. Godspeed, balance breaker. My armor covered my body. It was full of lightning. At full speed I approached Chow Chow, who could not react in time to my blows. He flew backwards to crash into the nearest rock. Rias, he is stronger than before. Akeno, much stronger. Sona, his power has increased. Siegvara, I left them out in a very short time. I followed him to continue filling him with blows. We raised us to a fairly high distance, and from there I descended at full speed to crash him into the ground with all my strength. Issei, you lose. With a kick I sent him with the rest of his companions. I pointed my hand at them. Issei, Drake Bahamut, let's go with everything. Both, well, partner. When the lightning was about to be fired, a magic circle opened and took them. Issei, they escaped, damn it, but you are fine and we have one of your members captured. Kuoh threw herself at me. Kuoh, thank you very much, Issei-san. Thank you very much. Issei, you're welcome. Yasaka was beginning to wake up. Yasaka, what happened? Kuoh, mother. Kuoh hugged her mother tightly while they both smiled. Issei, it ended well. The next day, we prepared to leave Kyoto, while Kuoh and her mother said goodbye to us. Yasaka, I will not be able to finish thanking you for what you did, Issei-san. Kuoh, thank you very much for everything. Issei, if there is someone in danger, Ayato would be there. I could not allow you to suffer, Kuoh, and I had to save her. Yasaka-sama. Yasaka, you can ask for whatever. Issei, now that you mention it, I like. Blows followed by all the girls fell on my head. They took me between them all and began to take me to the train. All, he does not want anything. Goodbye. Yasaka laughed. Yasaka, apparently he has many suitors. Kuoh, mother, will Issei-san be my new dad? Yasaka, we will talk later, daughter. He rescued me in such a brave and selfless way. He is a very cute boy. While I went back to the train with the others and we said goodbye to Kyoto, we gave our report in Kuoh about what had happened, and handed over the prisoner, who seemed confused about everything. Irina, she hasn't done anything for 2 days. Issei, her eyes don't shine. What did they tell me her name? Gabriel, Jean d'Arc, incarnation of the saint of the same name. The girl had a blank look when I noticed a mark on her neck. When I tried to touch it, only raised that moved my hand away. Issei, what is that? Sigvara, it looks like control magic. Issei, someone else was controlling her in that case. How do we break it? Any ideas, Lefei? After Kyoto, Lefei had also moved to my house and the rest of Vala's team. Lefei, I know about curses. Maybe I can wake her up by threatening her. I unsheathed Ascalon and put it near her neck, but she didn't react. Lefei, yes. Lefei, do you have it? I can't believe it. Issei, yes, it's my sword, the Dragon Slayer. Lefei, it's not only a Dragon Slayer sword. For magicians, that sword is a danger. Issei, why? Lefei, years ago, a group of magicians with the help of gods forged 5 swords, each with different powers. But they specialized in 3 things: killing dragons, killing demons, and the last one, in repelling magic. In simple words, the 5 swords are anti-magic swords. Issei, so Ascalon is an anti-magic? Lefei, yes, I should just try to connect and free her. Nobody said anything. They were equally surprised. Issei, well, here I go. Free yourself, Ascalon. The sword shown as the curse that Jean had became a larger circle. When I brought the sword closer, I was able to cut it as if it were a leaf. Jean fainted after this. Lefei, maybe I should find the other 4, Danma, Sukuma, Metsuma, and Zanma. Now I had a new discovery of my powers. Slaves of her charms. I was about to fall asleep in the chair next to the bed where Jean was resting. I still hadn't reacted to anything, but Jean woke up scared. Where am I? Issei, good thing you're awake, you're in my house. Jean, who are you? Issei, hi to Issei, the boy who saved you in Kyoto. Jean, sorry, I don't remember much. Issei, do you remember your name? Jean, Jean d'Arc. Issei, what do you remember about your life? Jean, I was an orphan. I lived in a church with other children. They treated us very well there. They discovered that I was the incarnation of a saint and they were happy. But one day I was returning from picking flowers, everything was on fire. Someone had set fire to the church. Everyone died there. 2 hooded people found me and took me with them. I remember feeling like a prick in the neck, and from there all my memories are blurry. Issei, so they brainwashed you to serve them. Calm down, I already got you out of that. You can stay here as long as you want. Jean, thank you very much. This Hayato-san? Issei, tell me, Issei. Only my enemies call me Hayato. Jean, okay. After a few days, Jean was getting used to the atmosphere of the house, and stopped being withdrawn and started talking to others. Meanwhile, Biko and Arthur were instructed by Vala in the wonders of microwave food. There were a few days left for the raiding game against Serorg. The school festival was approaching, and everything seemed to be going specifically well. One of those days Serorg came to my house, and well, how to say it? We were divided into girls and boys. They were upstairs, talking while Kiba, Saji, and Gasper had come to keep us company. When Serorg arrived, Issei, yes, who's Serorg-san? Serorg, how are you, Hayato? Issei, Issei, well, here, enjoying a quiet moment with my friends. Serorg came in and found us in the middle of a smash fight. Valley, damn Kiba, it's not worth using Kirby. Biko, I'm going to teach you a lesson with Donkey Kong. Saji, Kiba, now I have the powers of your Link. Vala, Saji, we'll see if you can handle Pikachu's agility. Biko. Serorg also saw the pizza boxes and canned sodas on the floor. Serorg, I can't believe you're the only thing that comes to mind when I think of friends. Arthur, we're a diverse group. I pointed at myself and started. Issei, you have me as the potential killer, Kiba the faggot, Gasper the rag, Saji the one who doubts his sexuality, Vala the junk food addict, Arthur and Biko's nerd, the monkey. Serorg, I regret having come. Arthur, by the way, Issei, my sister must have already left her Saturday classes. Can you pick her up? Issei, why don't you go? Arthur, Because Biko is going to lose and it's my turn. Issei. Well, where is she supposed to study? Arthur. Belladonna Academy for young ladies here in Kuoh. Issei. Oh great, another girls' school. I'll go get something first. Pass the game and join me. They passed the game and followed me. Vale. I hope it's something good. I took them to the basement of the house where there was a package. I uncovered it and showed it to them. Everyone. Why the hell did you buy a motorcycle? Issei. For pure pleasure. Vale. Seriously, we must know where the hell you get so much money. Issei. Someday they will know. I got on the motorcycle, put on my helmet and left the house. Meanwhile the girls were talking to Jean upstairs. Jean, I admit that he is very cute in every way. But why do you like him so much? Rossweiss. I also wondered the same thing, but little by little I am understanding them. Ophis. He is so attentive. Rias. So brave. Sona. Kind. Sikvara. Charismatic. Jean. Well, it's true. Gabriel. I can say that he always cares about everyone. Penemu. He is a little silly sometimes, but that makes him special. With Issei. There were tons of girls who were looking at where I had parked while murmuring. Girl 1. What a handsome boy. Girl 2. Where do you think he comes from? I just saw her leaving talking to her friend. Lefei. I already told you Lila-chan toads are amphibians. Lila. But they look like something else. When they saw all the girls gathered at the door. Girl 1. Is he Lefei's boyfriend? Lefei. What are you doing here? Issei. Well, your brother didn't want to miss his turn, so I came to pick you up. She got on my motorcycle and we went home, where she got on the conversation with the others while we continued with our tournament. A few days later, I was eating very quietly, while I was getting ready to go to school, when Jean, Lefei and Rossweiss stared at me. Issei, what's wrong? Do I have something on my face? The three of them left blushing from there, while I laughed, to head to school. Jean had already adapted to it, although with luck and only spoke to me, and with the trio from the church. That day I stayed late to train with Kyom, who looked more depressed than the other day. Issei, Abe-senpai, are you okay? Kyom could no longer hide it from me and threw herself into my arms crying. Kyom, my parents engaged me to a man I don't want. Issei, you should have said it before. Kyom, the engagement party is this afternoon after school. Issei, in that case, boosted gear. I activated the sacred gear and put a seal on her arm. Kyom, what is this for? Issei, so I can find you easier. I went back home to get ready. I told the girls everything. Ophis, then yes, you will go. Issei, love is not a feeling to be played with. I do not intend to let someone I know and care about get married like that. I will avoid another commitment. I left the house to where the seal was, while the others stayed home. Ophis, we should seriously talk about his mental status. Rhea, why? Ophis, I don't know if you realize that, but every time he's about to fight, Issei gets a little out of control. Oh, yeah, right. With Issei, I arrived at where the ceremony hall would be, a place lost in a forest. I put my face to a window and saw Kyom in a totally sad wedding dress, next to another boy. Issei, you enter, hit him and take her away. That simple. I brought my hand closer to the door of the hall, and the best idea that occurred to me was to blow it up with fire. Everyone present was scared. Issei, the door was open. Kyom, Issei-kun. An old man spoke to me. I assumed it was his father. Father K, who are you and what are you doing here? Issei, excuse my manners. Issei hired Drang Neil, elite of the Dragon Slayer clan, wielder of 2 sacred gears, and I came to take your daughter, Mr. Kyom smiled upon hearing that. Her fiancé looked at me angrily. Fiancé, do you think you can do that? Issei, who do you want to be? Kyom? Kyom jumped into my arms again. Kyom, with you, Issei-kun. Father K, oh well, okay. If that's what my daughter wants, the engagement is cancelled. Issei, so easy? Father K, I couldn't find a boyfriend, so all I had left was the engagement. But if she wants to be with you, no problem. Issei, well, great. So I ended up with another girl at home. Kyom, hello Rias, Akeno, Sona Tsubaki. I hope you take care of me. Ophis, hi to Issei. Issei, can I make a will before you kill me? Things were looking pretty good for me. Jean was starting to get closer to me, as were Rossweiss and Lefei. While elsewhere, Ishtar slapped Chow Chow. Ishtar, how did you lose Jean? Rigelziva, now Haida Issei has her at his feet. Melvazoa, this was not in our plans. Quetzalcoatl, you will pay dearly for your mistake. If you fail again, we will finish you off. Chow Chow, yes, my ladies, I promise it won't happen again. The 4, you better be scum. The game begins. Issei narrates. Many things happened a few weeks before the game. Due to a mission and important events, everything was delayed until after the school festival. The mission was to save a girl, but for this I have to explain myself better. Thanks to our alliance with Vala, we discovered that the Chaos Brigade had their sights set on a girl who seemed to have a strange disease that gives demons, leaves them in a deep sleep. The reason why they wanted her was because this girl has a sacred gear capable of putting dragons to sleep. That served as an advantage against me. So I was sent to try to wake her up with one of my new techniques that allowed me to speak to people's hearts. They sent me to an old port on the coast of Italy where an elderly family was waiting for me. They took me to a room where a beautiful girl with lilac hair was sleeping. Elder, she is red Sama. Issei, well, I will do what I can. Dragon heart. Everything was covered in red and purple aura to hear a scared voice. Help please, I don't want to stay asleep anymore. Issei, hello, do you hear my voice? Who are you? Issei, hi to Issei, I came to help you. Tell me your name. Ingvild Leviathan. Issei, well, Ingvild-san, I will help you with this. You just walk towards my voice. Ingvild, well, I will do it. Seemed to be very effective because after a few seconds Ingvild woke up. Ingvild, I'm awake. Elders, I did it. Elder, thank you very much for your help. We will pay you. Issei, there is no need. Ingvild-san is in danger. I came to wake her up, that's why. Ingvild, thank you very much. But what danger? Issei, during the time you were asleep, a team of strong people was formed who now want your power to do evil. I would have liked to do things calmly, but the situation did not allow it. That is why I quickly explained everything to Ingvild. In turn, she explained her powers to me and I took her home at the Haida residence. Issei, and in short, that is why Ingvild-san must stay with us. Ingvild, sorry for the intrusion. Rias, not at all, you are welcome to stay. Ophis, we will take care of protecting you or teaching you how to protect yourself. Ingvild, thank you very much, but more than anything, thank you very much, Issei-sama, for waking me up. Issei, you're welcome. I will protect you from now on. Sigvara, then seduce her. Issei-kun, now the essential thing is your test. Issei, true. In record time for demons, I had been promoted to middle-class demon, all for my power and for my exploits. But for this reason, the test was taken in an accelerated manner. I passed it quite easily. Surzex gave me a condition after that. Surzex, I want to talk to you, Issei-kun. Issei, what's wrong, Aniki? Surzex, taking advantage of the fact that you passed this test and your growth is very fast, I wanted to propose something to you. Issei, what would it be, Aniki? Surzex, if you defeat Serorg, I will promote you to a high-class devil, and you will be able to have your own entourage. Issei, don't you think it's too hasty, Aniki? Surzex, in that case, show all the power that makes you such a special demon. Issei, fine. But I would like to ask you something. So I was able to reach an agreement for Kiryu to accompany me as my future pawn. She was excited and taking pictures of everything now that we were in the underworld preparing for our game. Rias, then my brother said that, now we have to try much harder. Issei, that's right, thanks to Faye I learned to handle anti-magic better. I caressed her head. LaFaye smiled and stuck to my chest. Issei, besides that, thanks to Penemu and Gabriel for the training, I can avoid attacks easier. Gabriel, you make me blush, Issei-kun. Penemu, it was nothing, as long as it's for you, Issei-kun. Issei, well, now we just have to win. By the way, Sona, Sigvara, I wish you luck. Sigvara, thank you very much, Issei-kun. Sona, although I have the advantage here because you trained us all of them now, Saji. Issei, I hope it helps. We arrived at the underworld a while after a while. As we were quite obviously, we drew attention. Valley, I'll support you from the stands, idiot. Issei, thanks, idiot. We smiled while we bumped fists. Ophis, I still don't understand how they get along so well. Kuroka, mysteries of life. But a voice erased Vala's smile and a scared face returned. Oh wow, is it you, Viekun? Azazel arrived with a beautiful blonde girl. Azazel, guys, let me introduce you to a very powerful magician, Lavinia Rennie. She is also Vala's childhood friend. Lavinia, nice to meet you all. We all greeted her, but Vala was hiding behind me. Vala, get me out of here for the love of Satan. Issei, let me think about it a bit. Who was the idiot who broke the microwave the other day? Vala, I already told you that. Biko convinced me. Biko, of course, blame the monkey. Lavinia noticed Vala's presence and hugged him. Lavinia, you've grown a lot, Viekun. Vala, Issei, help me. Lavinia, you must be the famous Haidu. Issei, thank you for taking care of Vala for so long. Issei, the pleasure is mine, Rennie-san. Lavinia, I can't wait to see you fight. Lavinia joined our large group when we came across another person, a girl who seemed to be Kaniko's age. She was dressed in a red dress that looked expensive. Next to her, a lady just like her, only taller. Azazel, let me introduce you to Lady Karnstein. Lady K, I guess these are the participants. Azazel, that's right. Lady K, a pleasure. I am part of the vampire faction of Romania. This is my daughter Elmenhild. Elmenhild, it will be nice to see you fight. Her tone was somewhat haughty, and with superiority. Elmenhild. But to be honest, I feel sorry for whoever has to fight against Serorg Bale. I saw his demonstration of strength, and I should have said that it seems impossible to defeat. I smiled when I heard her. Today I would show all my power. A while later we separated and I was left alone with my entourage companions to wait for our turn while Sona and Sigvara had theirs. At that moment Razor arrived to encourage us. Razor, good luck in today's game Rias. Rias, thank you very much Razor. Issei, I'm glad you got over what happened last time. Razor, you're right, I couldn't stay crying forever. I also have to be stronger to challenge you again. Valley, now you tell me positive idiot. Issei, shut up, you thought mixing cola with Mentos was a good idea. Kiba, yes, too bad Saji isn't here to remember that day. Razor, Serorg had already warned me that you are a strange group. Issei, well I hope they get stronger so we can fight later. Razor, count on that. Razor left us alone. Vala, do you really think he'll catch you? Issei, nah I don't think so, but I had to cheer him up somehow. Arthur, that was cruel, but oh well, we'll go sit. Biko, yes, we can only be spectators. Jean, we're leaving too Issei-sama. Irina, we'll support you from the stands. Ingvild, good luck. Sona with her entourage and Sigvara were returning. Sona, we won fairly. Sigvara, I can't deny it. Momo, it was tough but now. Rhea, that's right we have to support Issei-kun. Issei, thanks to all, I had the support of all the girls, added to that of my friends, and that of the boys, because in short the families of Rias and Sona made me a children's television show called Heroic Dragon. It has merchandise of all kinds, a line of action figures and caps with my balance breaker printed. Those same children were supporting. Rias, let's go. All hi. Rosweiss, this will be my first raiding game. Gasper, I have to apply everything I learned from Senpai. Zenobia, it's true Issei, you have taught us a lot. Issei, not for nothing have I made their bones scream in pain. I want everything they have learned not to be in vain. Akeno, we will try our new techniques. While I saw a banner with my face held by Jean and Irena, the others watched carefully. Lavinia and Elmenhild sat with them. Kiryu, this will be very interesting. Just with them someone else sat down. It was Roigun. Ophis shouted with her loudest voice. Ophis, show them all your power my love. I sent her a kiss from there, while feeling the withering stares of the other. Rias, well let's show our best. In the stands, Kuroka, come on Chiron, come on Issei. Elmenhild, from what I've been hearing, the attraction of this event is the battle between Serorg Bale and the heroic dragon Haidu Issei. I bet everything on Serorg Bale. Valley, in that case, prepare to run out of money. My best friend is a bit of an idiot sometimes, but what you don't know Karnstein Dano is that Serorg Bale is against an elite dragon hunter, plus a guy with great IQ. Issei is not only brute force, he is the best strategist there is. Rias Gremery fully trusts that. That's why she leaves everything in his hands. Elmenhild, we'll see. Lavinia, it sounds very interesting. Serorg's entourage has entered. Everything is ready for the start of the raiding game. Lost shirt. Out of the timeline. It was the concert of one of my favorite metal bands and I couldn't find my t-shirt. I started walking around the house to find it, and ask. Ophis, honey what are you looking for? Issei, I lost my t-shirt and today is the concert. Ophis, oh Asia took it to be washed yesterday. I went to the laundry to look for it but there were only dozens and dozens of panties. Issei, I forgot that most of the inhabitants of this house are women. I was still searching desperately when I bumped into Irina. Irina, are you okay Issei-kun? Issei, yes Irina excuse my clumsiness. Irina, no problem, but you look a bit agitated. Issei, I'm looking for a shirt that got lost. Irina, oh I saw Sigvara with one of your shirts. Issei, thanks Irina. I went up to Sigvara's room and entered without knocking. She was just changing. Sigvara, Issei-kun. I received a wet towel on my face and a slam of the door. After a while I knocked on the door, and she let me in. Issei, Sigvara, Irina told me that you took my shirt. Sigvara, yes, the red one that was torn. I wanted to practice how to sew so I took it without telling you, but if you're wondering about the other one Sona is alive with it. Issei, thanks and I'm sorry. I went to Sona's room and entered again without opening the door. Issei, Sona have you seen my... Sona, Issei, I am sorry for taking your shirt without permission. Issei, keep it, and by the way, you should dress like that more often, I like it a lot. Issei, and that's how Sona became the owner of my Iron Maiden t-shirt. After seeing such beauty I couldn't allow myself to strip her of her clothes. Valley, In simple words, Sona is one of those goths to whom dark clothes fit like a glove. Issei touche, rating game against Bale. We were all ready to start. Serorg's entourage entered too. I'm terrible with names, so I won't try to remember the names of the referee or the commentator, or at least I'll try, either the presenter. But if there is a name that I remember, it is Dihauser Belial. He was the one who was as one of the guests along with the referee of the game and Azazel. I remembered it from the talk I had the first time I saw Roy Gunn, the champion of the rating games. Something gave me a bad feeling about him. I noticed from a distance how Roy Gunn looked at him with contempt. I was surprised to see her like that. They explained the rules of the game to us. Rias and Serorg rolled the dice, and according to the number they added up, they could send pieces with the same value. The first number they drew was 3. We sent Kiba while Serorg sent his knight, a certain Baruka Furkas. Baruka, it will be an honor to fight a knight like you. Kiba, I say the same. I spoke to him through a magic circle. Issei, remember the training and the strategies we plan. Good luck, Jodo. Kiba, thanks Issei-kun. I think so. While I saw that Yasaka and Kuno also arrived where the spectators were and sat with my fan club. After a while Ophis gave me a murderous look. Issei, why do I feel like I'm in trouble? Minutes before, Yasaka arrived where the others were. Yasaka, wow, finally found them. Irina, Yasaka-sama. Momo also came. Ophis, it's a surprise. Yasaka, as part of the peace in the factions we came to see the game. Kuno also wanted to come see Dad. Ophis, Dad? Ophis remembered something important that Issei told her when he returned from Kyoto. Flashback. Ophis, how did it go in Kyoto, love? Issei, well, we managed to save the leader of the Yukai, and I met her daughter. She is a very happy and active girl. It seems that she became fond of me. End of flashback. Ophis saw how Yasaka laughed somewhat nervously when she heard her daughter, while Vale, Biko and Saji saw Arthur put on a robe and say, Arthur, today we meet here to give eternal rest to Haida Issei, who is going to die. Ophis turned to look at Issei, and we returned to the present. The battle began. Baruka launched herself towards Kiba, who simply avoided it, and then created sacred demonic swords and responded to his attacks. The speed of both was equal, but surprisingly Baruka knew how, and several like the one that attacked Kiba. The commentator saw everything and said, Commentator, apparently Kiba of the Gremory family is in trouble. Azazel, I don't believe it so much. If there is something that characterizes the Gremory family, it is that the idiot Issei Hayadu has trained them until exhaustion so that they mastered their powers. Kiba in that battle created many swords while smiling. Issei, show them your training, Kiba. Kiba, balance breaker. A lot of warriors appeared and attacked Baruka's clones, so that Linda could get close to him and finish him off with a cut of her sword. Referee, a knight of the Bale family withdraws. The Gremory family wins. Kiba returned to where we were. We congratulated him and we prepare for the next fight. There were 10. We sent Kaneko and Rosweiss. Serorg sent his Tower Gandoma and his knight Levon Crossel. With the training I gave them, Kaneko could now use 2 Nikomata tails. Issei, I should thank Kuroka for her help with that. Referee, start the fight. Kaneko attacked Gandoma, while Rosweiss took care of Levon. Unfortunately for her, we did not know about her sacred gear of gravity. Rosweiss was suffering the consequences of this same. At one point Kaneko was attacked by Gandoma, destroying a column and generating dust clouding Levon's vision. Rosweiss took advantage of that moment and attacked the two with everything. But Levon was able to dodge her attack and imprison the two in its gravity. Gandoma rose from the rubble and attacked Kaneko, leaving her out. Rosweiss used her magic circles to attack again, defeating them both. Referee, a rook of the Gremory family is withdrawn. A rook of the Bale family and a knight of the Bale family are withdrawn. The Gremory family wins the match. The next number was 8. Before we discuss who to send, Serorg stood up. Serorg, we will decide now. We will send my bishop Coriana and Ophis. We believe she has the magic to counter Haida Issei. Issei, in that case, I will not reject your challenge. I was sent against her, a beautiful and voluptuous woman. I looked determined to win. Coriana, I hope you can handle my magic, Issei Hayadu. I smiled. Issei, I'll try my new tricks too. Commentator, apparently Issei Hayada has new techniques that he will use in this battle. Azazel just smiled. From the stands, Elmenhild, he will finally fight. I want to see this. Lavinia, a high-quality magician, this will be difficult for Issei-kun. Jean, no, he will win. Issei-sama is a magician's worst enemy. In the battle, Coriana suddenly created several magic circles, which came together in a sphere of pure magic that was directed towards me. Issei, good, Ascalon, free yourself. I unsheathed the sword as it shone at the exact moment his attack came towards me. In front of the entire audience I cut his attack as if it were paper, and all the magic disappeared. The audience was stunned. Lavinia, no one could be capable of that. Referee, it seems that Ayato Issei left everyone speechless with that display of power. Coriana, it was one of my best attack spells. Issei, and I don't deny it, but what Serorg Bale didn't count on is that Escalating is an anti-magic sword. No spell is useful against me. Coriana had a scared expression. Her only strong point had been completely nullified by me. In the stands, Lefei, before this game, Issei-sama has been practicing with me, day after day, cutting and repelling spells. Serorg said nothing. They were equally surprised. In the battle, Coriana, if your sword does not touch the spell, it can still hurt you. He threw another powerful attack spell at me, but I turned the sword. The spell collided with it. With my strength, I sent it back and stronger than before. Issei, it's over. Full counter. Coriana could not defend herself and I won the battle. Referee, a bishop of the Bale family is removed. The Gremory family wins. I returned to my companions. Rias, well done Isay. Zenobia, an impeccable battle, without using unnecessary force. Issei, now we have to worry about who follows. An 8 came out again, but since it could not be sent twice in a row, the envoys were Zenobia and Gasper, who looked very determined, after the training he had given them. For his part, Serorg sent his rook Mistita and his bishop Ladora. Referee, let the combat begin. Mistita transformed into a giant dragon while Ladora attacked with spells. Issei, it would have been a very easy battle for me, a dragon countered by a hunter and a bishop with its magic disabled. It seems that Serorg did think about the possibilities. Zenobia attacked Mistita with her sword while Gasper turned into bats attacked Ladora. The battle was going quite even, until Ladora using a spell paralyzed Zenobia, leaving her without the ability to hold Durandal. Gasper took Zenobia. Zenobia, what do we do now? Gasper, I will use Issei-senpai's blood to undo that spell. Gasper used the blood that I gave him to make a circle around Zenobia. It began to emanate magic, which little by little got rid of the paralysis. But Mistita and Ladora approached. Gasper decided to go stop them, but only began to receive a beating from both of them. But even so, Gasper continued to get up. Zenobia watched helplessly as they hit Gasper, but he got up and smiled. Gasper, compared to Issei-senpai's attacks, you are weak. A few weeks ago, Issei, for the game we have to improve your control of sacred gear. Gasper, how will we do it? Issei, I will give you training. Gasper, how? Just a kick grazed Gasper's face. Issei, if you don't want one of my attacks to touch you, you will have to stop me. In battle, Ladora, what are you saying? Gasper, I'm stronger thanks to him. I won't lose. Gasper stopped them with his sacred gear, while Zenobia was freed and took Durandal to give her full power. Zenobia, you have been defeated by Gasper. The attack hit you full on, leaving you out. Referee, a rook and a bishop from the Bale family have been removed. The Gremory family wins. The next battle was with our queens, and although Akeno tried hard using everything he had taught her, she lost against Serorg's queen Keisha Abaddon. The next battle was a decisive one. We sent Zenobia, Kiba and Rosweiss. It was the 3 of them against Serorg. I don't want to make things so long, so I'll summarize this as much as possible. I should have a record for summarizing a rating game like this. Although even between the 3 of them they were able to cut off his arm, they lost, leaving us with only 2 bishops. The next battle was me against Keisha Abaddon. Issei, I hope you do your best to defend yourself if you don't want to die. Keisha, we'll see. Issei, I can smell the love you give off towards Serorg Bale, so obey me if you want to keep him. I entered gear 2, covering myself, and lightning completely added to the increases of the boosted gear, and the power of the dark blade attack. Issei, punishment of the lightning god. A very powerful ray was shot at her, and she disappeared. Referee, Issei Hayato did not give her time to defend herself. Azazel, no, Serorg Bale withdrew it. She was going to be killed by Issei. Issei, I do not intend to say much, but consider this revenge from my friends. Serorg, seeing how things are, there is only one thing to do. I want all the rules to be cancelled, and we end this with the pawn and me against Rias Gremory and Issei Hayato. Fire came out of me, rising quite a bit. Issei, well, let's do it. Serorg Bale, commentator, we received a notification that you have permission. We were sent to the final battle. Serorg's mysterious pawn became a giant lion, the Nemean lion. From the stands, Vala, now it all comes down to who wins. Elmenhild, well, one hit from Serorg Bale and Hayato Issei will be out. Ophis, don't say that without knowing my Issei, Miss Vampire. In the battle, Serorg, I waited a long time for this moment. Issei, I'm going to give you so many hits in honor of my companions, Drag Bahamut, My 2 sacred gears appeared, my sword transformed into free mode, leaving me with my fists free. Issei, incarnation of hellfire. My fire covered me while Serorg quickly approached me. I prepared to hit him, he did too. Our fists collided, causing a great impact. The entire audience was speechless. Referee, incredible. Issei Hayato is the first person who is able to tie in a hit against Serorg Bale. From the stands, Valid. Issei has a lot of brains. Biko. But he also has a lot of brute force. Ophis. Years of training. Issei should not be underestimated by anyone. In the battle, Serorg. Interesting. Every day that progresses you become stronger. Issei. You'll see Serorg. The final battle had begun. Issei vs. Serorg. A clash of fists marked the beginning of the last battle. All the attendees were speechless. He was the first person to tie with Serorg in a blow. Serorg, you are much stronger than last time. Issei, I can't stay behind having a rival like you. We separated after the impact, to attack each other again, dodging Serorg's blows as much as I could, to give him mine. In the stands, Elmenhild. They are very evenly matched. Valley. Issei finds Serorg's openings to give him his blows. Serorg only hits him. Ophis. Although Issei is very strong physically speaking, he still does not match the strength of Serorg Bale. The increase in strength that his 2 sacred gears give him in addition to the strength that Gear 1 gives him are essential for this. Gene. But Issei-sama is very intelligent. Ophis. Certainly Issei plans on the fly where to hit Serorg so that he takes more damage. Apart from that, Issei changes his way of fighting according to what Serorg does. But this way they will not get anywhere. In battle, I realized little by little that I needed more speed so I could do noticeable damage to Serorg. So I started to raise my power and change. Issei Gear 2. I covered myself with lightning and attacked Serorg again. I charged a right punch to hit him in the face. But I deflected it with my hands to kick him in the face. Serorg. That was very good. Serorg responded with quite a few hits in a row. Some I was able to block, but others I could only receive. For her part, Rias in her new transformation of Crimson Princess gave battle to the lion a few days ago. Issei. Serorg is very strong, we need to be stronger. All high. Issei. They have advanced little by little, so let's release more of their powers. The training I had given them was paying off, so much so that Rias's Crimson Destruction form evolved. Now her hands were covered in destruction energy while her feet and chest too. It looked like armor. I also continued with my thing, training with the only one who competed with me, Vala. In battle, Rias created chains of power of destruction with which she limited the lion's movements, and then attacked it with several spheres of power. Rias, I will not waste the training I received. Serorg, it seems that you trained her very well. Issei, if the enemy is strong, just get stronger. I hit him in the face, but I received a blow to the abdomen, spitting blood. In the stands, Ophis. Issei knows that parts of the body cannot be strengthened. He is trying to hit there. Lavinia, this is getting interesting. Irina encouraged the children. Irina, come on with me, children. Come on, Issei. Come on, Issei. Referee, it seems that this will give complications to Issei Hayato. How will he answer? In the battle, I still had Serorg's fist buried in my abdomen, but I smiled. Issei, it hurts like hell, but now I'll give you a taste of my powers. Electrify. I surrounded his arm with mine and released electricity, hurting Serorg, and he let go of me. I wanted to get away from him to recover a little. But the moment I jumped, Serorg grabbed my leg, leaving me with no chance. I was being lifted by him. I couldn't hit him because he was behind me. Referee, it seems that the participant Serorg gave Issei Hayato a big problem. In the stands, Ingvild, oh no, he caught him. Elmenhild, now things are really over. Yasaka, you must free yourself from the grip. Sona, considering Serorg's strength, it will be almost impossible. In battle, Issei, while you give me problem after problem. Serorg, I shouldn't have given you any advantage. Issei, this is going to hurt. What was left of electricity I charged on my free leg. Issei, since I'm wearing shoes I can't electrocute him with my feet. My hands can't reach him. Also I think he's already used to it, and it won't affect him so hard. This is my only way out. With all my strength I spun around, breaking the leg that Serorg was holding to kick him in the face, making him back and letting go of me. Everyone was speechless. Referee, incredible. Issei Hayato sacrificed his leg to free himself from Serorg's grip. In the stands, Saji, incredible. I did not expect him to do that. Ophis, he has left him out for a while. Issei is going to focus all his regenerative capacity on healing his leg while Serorg gets up. Tsubaki, I did not think he would do that. Sikvara, Isai-kun does everything possible to win. In the battle, Rias, Issei, Issei, on my leg it doesn't matter. I adjusted it and began to concentrate my healing on it, while Sekiryuutei got up. Sekiryuutei, impressive. I can't believe you did something like that. It makes me want to keep fighting. The lion spoke. Lion, Sekiryuutei-sama use me. Sekiryuutei, silence. I said that I would only use that if the underworld was in crisis. Issei, can you increase your power more? Then do it. I'm not giving my all either. What's fun about that? In the stands, Ophis. And he's already excited. Everyone, what? Ophis. When he gets excited in a fight, he wants to give it his all to prove that he's the strongest. In battle, Sekiryuutei, well, it was foolish of me. I'll use everything. Balance breaker. The lion transformed into an armor that covered Sekiryuutei. I felt strong power emanating from him. Issei, my balance breaker will not be enough. I'm going with everything. Issei, well, here I go. Drag, Bahamut. Both, go ahead, partner. Issei, perfect duality juggernaut drive. The armor covered my body completely. I know there isn't much difference in the colors. It's just a little darker, and the other details are purple and red. Sekiryuutei, let me test your strength. Issei, change rook. I approached him to hit him with all my strength. Sekiryuutei responded in the same way. Now we exchanged blows that made the stage shake. Issei, change knight. I got away from him as much as I could. His blows really affected me. Issei, change bishop. 2 cannons came out of my back and I pointed them at them. Issei, dragonic shot. 2 spheres of power came out of these. Issei, fragmentation. As he said this, the spheres divided into several that fell like meteorites. Sekiryuutei approached trying to hit them, but the explosions hurt him and blurred his vision. Issei, I need more strength. I need to defeat him here and now. I should have used that. Issei, I will play my last card. Sekiryuutei. Flashback. We were in training. I faced Vale in Juggernaut Drive. I defeated him often. Vale, apparently your mastery of the armor is better. Issei, yes, but I want a way to be stronger. Vale, I can't think of anything. Issei, bingo. If I promote myself to queen with the Juggernaut Drive. Vale, I don't know, but let's try it. I activated the armor and began to accumulate power. Issei, promotion queen. The armor began to transform, but it didn't do anything and was deactivated. In battle, Issei, I don't care if it didn't work that time, this time it will. Issei, promotion queen. In the stands, Vale, he went crazy. He already knows that transformation doesn't work and he keeps trying. Ophis, Issei can surprise you in the worst moments. In battle, Issei, I must beat him, give Rias the victory and show that I am the strongest. I will ascend with this. I will show my power. The armor began to change, and in the blink of an eye, I had done it. Referee, amazing. Issei Hayata had one more transformation. Sekiryuutei, come with all your strength. Issei, it will be a pleasure. I attacked him by giving him an extremely strong blow. We began to exchange fists again. Only this time I was dominating. Sekiryuutei was barely staying. Issei, you are very strong. You are a great rival. So as a sign of that respect I am going to defeat you. My fist was charged with electricity as I dealt a blow with all my power. Issei, it's my new attack, Hunter Longinus Smasher. The blow hit him full on, releasing a large shockwave. The armor disappeared and I stepped back to regain energy. In the stands, Ophis, Issei is still cautious. He is regaining his energy. Arthur, can he do that? Ophis, as well as his healing factor. If Issei stops using his powers and charges them, he will regain his lost energy. But of course it takes time. In battle, when the smoke cleared I saw Sekiryuutei standing. I got up. Issei, wasn't it enough, huh? I transformed into Godspeed and stared at him. Issei, I can still continue. I will continue until I can no longer raise my fists. The lion spoke in a tearful voice. Lion, enough. Issei Hayata, my master has already lost. Only his will kept him standing. I deactivated the transformation and smiled as Sekiryuutei slowly disappeared. Issei, you are a great rival. Referee, the winner of the game is Rias Gremry. I raised my fist in victory as we celebrated. A day later, Lavinia. So if everyone lives here I do too. Issei, I understand more or less, but I don't understand what Elmenhald is doing here. Elmenhald, is Elmenhald-sama. But well, my mother said she wanted to see who was better to protect me if something bad happened. Since you won, you are the one. Issei, well, but what about Yasaka-sama? What is she doing here? Yasaka, since you saved Kyoto, things are easier, they don't need me anymore. So besides Kunu being fond of you, I decided to stay and live here. Issei-kun. Kunu, great, we will live with Dad. Issei, Dad? Yasaka, yufu-fu-fu, he got used to that. Issei, well, Issei, get used to this normality. Elsewhere, Ishtar, good to see you back. Daihauser, I came to bring you the report. It's getting stronger every time. Melvizola, that's perfect. Regalziva, Soon the whole world will be in our hands. Crimson hell. I walked with barely any strength towards Shelba. My body was breaking into pieces while my mouth only blood came out. There was a body next to it. Asmodeus. He no longer had a head. Shelba was without an arm and with Ascalon buried in her abdomen. Shelba. No, I care what those witches tell me, Blurg. I'll kill you here and now. He had spat blood. I approached him and took Ascalon out of him. Issei. The dead do not speak. I sliced his neck, causing him to fall, killing him on the spot. I fell to my knees while the space was destroyed. Issei. Damn it, Ophis is going to kill me. I could hear her voice screaming desperately from the other side, but there was nothing I could do. A few days before. Issei. Ah, that was very tiring. I was returning after fulfilling another contract. I was still recovering after the battle against Baal. More girls lived in my house and now I had the promotion to high-class devil upon me. It was a quite stressful season, considering that I also had the school exams upon me. If a vein in my brain didn't explode, I don't know what would happen to me. I wanted to rest a while at least, but another problem arose. Kaneko went into heat. Her reasoning turned into only one thing. Buck Issei. So I had a Nikomata trying to grate me around the house. If it weren't for Ophis, Lefay, Ravel and Elmenhild, I would have succeeded since she caught me off guard. It was ridiculous considering I was a hunter. But I was so stressed that I didn't even pay attention to her. I gave my bucking exams, and now we were going to the underworld where I would take my promotion test. I was already familiar with the middle class test, but I was still tired. Rias. Everything will be fine, Issei, and if you don't win we will support you anyway. Issei. Are you nervous because you are going to lose your most powerful piece? In addition to considering the fact that in 6 months they are already promoting me. Rias. Exe has failed restarting the system. Sona, that's why she's scared. Issei. But I will continue fighting by her side. Rias. That reassures me. Zenobia. The same way we. Asia. Yes, even if we are going to be Ise-san's pieces. Sigvara. You certainly put together a good team. You have Asia and Lavinia as bishops. Lavinia. I'm very interested. Sona. Jean and Zenobia as knights. Jean. I will follow Issei-sama wherever he goes. Rias. Your rooks are Rasweiss and Yura. We will do our best. Kiryu. As pawns, you have me. I still don't know what I'm going to do. Ravel-san. And Ruruko-chan. Ruruko. We will defeat everyone. Ingvild. Your queen is me, and with that we are complete. Issei. Yes, I am surprised that they wanted to join me so quickly. But well, I'd better concentrate on what is to come. We arrived at the underworld and they accompanied me. I took the theoretical exam, knowledge of the most advanced supernatural world, and then the practical exam. Another demon that summoned shadows to attack. It was not very difficult. I created a sphere that illuminated the field with the power of Drag and attacked without holding back. An elegant battle without many setbacks. I was successfully promoted. We went to Surzek's castle. They gave me my pieces and I gave them to the girls. Surprisingly, Elmenhild joined. Elmenhild, seeing you fighting against Serorg Baal, it lit something in me. I want to find out what it is. Surzek's. For now it is forbidden for you to have a battle against the Gremory clan in Citri, as you have pieces of them, yet it is not possible. Issei. Well, Aniki. Surzek's. And with this you can join the raiding games tournament. As your pieces have passed or were not there, you can join now. Issei. I feel like it is some favoritism, but oh well, against whom will my first fight be? Surzek's. Well, there are 8 teams left with you. The truth is that we needed that. The Citri entourage will face Dihauser Belial, while the Gremory entourage will face Zephador, and finally the recent Hayato entourage will face Roiga and Belphegor. Issei. It can't be true. When will it be? Surzek's. In a few months. For now, relax. We went to a restaurant to rest and celebrate my triumph. Kiryu. You still have to train me, Issei-kun. I don't know what power I have. Issei. Me less. But if I need 2 pawns, something must be. In short, I reincarnated Ravel with 2, Elmenhild with 2, Ruruko with 2 and Kiryu with 2. I was lucky to have 2 pawns left. Kyome separated me from the group to talk to me privately. Kyome. Issei-kun, I wanted to talk to you because I would like to be your other pawn. Issei. No problem, but why me? Kyome. Issei-kun, I trust you more than anyone. You're the only one I would ask this. To Issei. Good Kyome, you will be my other pawn. And with that, now he had an entourage made up only of women. Everything seemed to be fine, until suddenly the entire restaurant was covered in a smoke that he recognized. Those responsible were not long in appearing. Chow chow, wow, but what a magnificent performance. Issei. Oh, go look at the idiot whose face I crushed in Kyoto. Chow chow. I still have pain from that, but you'll see that you're not enough. He had hit him in the face. Issei. You talk too much to be such an idiot. The rest of his team arrived. Jean, I will protect you, Issei-sama. Jean stood in front of me with her swords. Chow chow, we will take you back, brat. Jean, I don't even know who you are. Jean attacked, while I approached him and he gave me one. Things were getting difficult because now everything was plunged into a pitched battle. Chow chow, my boss said to take you alive. Kiryu and Kyom watched everything without being able to do anything. Kiryu's mind. Kiryu, I want to help him, but I'm just a hindrance here. Everyone has powers and I have nothing. A purple flame appeared in his sight and spoke to him. You have great power, an inherited power. Release it all. Outside, Kiryu stretched out his hand towards George and surprisingly for everyone, near him everything exploded and caught purple fire. Chow chow, it can't be, is that human the bearer of Incinerate Atham? Kiryu looked surprised. Kiryu, Incinerate Atham? Issei, I know, I studied it for the exam. The sacred gear that is the cross where Jesus Christ was crucified. I didn't know Kiryu had it. Sona, apparently you have another Longinus bearer with you. Kiryu still looked confused. Issei, incoming you after this, for now do the best you can. Kiryu, well I'll try. Now we had the advantage. But everything changed when two crushing presences came out of a magic circle. One of them, Shalba Beelzebub, the other felt the same as him, appeared before us. While we arrived on time, I am Cursory Asmodeus, the original Mao Asmodeus. Issei, no need to think much, everyone attacked to the maximum. Without thinking much the boys attacked with their strongest attacks at maximum power, causing considerable damage, but we were getting tired. Issei, we would have an advantage if Kiryu learned to use Incinerate Atham, but no one can learn so quickly to master a sacred gear, so there is no other choice. I looked at everyone fixedly and smiled. Issei, sorry, point at it, and created a transportation circle that went out towards them and took them out of Dimension Lost. Everyone left there except Issei. Ophis quickly created a sphere so she could see him. Because of their couple bond she could do that. Rias, why did he do that? Ophis, because he's reckless. With Issei, since everyone had already left I couldn't hold back. Issei, here I go bastards, Gear 3. My body was covered with cracks of pure energy. Issei, Juggernaut Drive, no need to always say perfect duality, Queen Promotion. The armor covered me and without expecting much I attacked Chow Chow. Heracles wanted to attack me from behind, but with a fist I hit him in the abdomen causing him to spit blood. The battle itself was very unfair, but without complaining I continued attacking. True Longinus tried to find an opening but blocked them all with Escalating. In the same way I undid George's spells with anti-magic. But I didn't seem to have a chance of winning, so I did something even riskier. I rose. Issei, Gear 4. My body was covered in black. I felt the power flowing. I couldn't keep it up for long, so I activated my cannons and fired at the Demon Kings and the hero faction. Chow Chow and his team fell, but Shalba and Cursory were still standing. Shalba, it hurt a lot. Cursory, but you still have to beat us. I quickly approached them and began to hit them. I only had in mind to beat them. I shot without stopping, while they attacked me, but I took advantage of that smoke screen that rose. I broke Cursory's arm. I quickly unsheathed Escalating and cut off his head. Just at that moment I felt something sticking in my back. Shalba, you're going to die, hi to Issei. I took it out and saw an arrow. Without thinking much I hit him and sliced his arm and then buried the sword in his abdomen. Suddenly my armor disappeared, and I felt a sharp pain. Issei, what did you do to me? Shalba, it was very difficult to find this, but it seemed logical to me. I could not kill you with Samuel's poison because you are a hunter, and I cannot kill you with another poison because your dragon factor cancels it, but I got the impossible, Samuel's blood combined with poison from the Lernean Hydra. Issei, the Hydra that the original Hercules faced, the one that was deadly just by breathing the vapor of its poison. Shalba, correct, that was what I nailed to you. Which brings us back to the beginning. I heard the desperate voices of everyone as they saw how my body cracked and slowly turned into dust. I just smiled. I could have killed Shalba, but in front of all my friends that day I died.
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.